God!
Rematch.
Alex!
Run!
No! Yes, I live! Come on! Oh my God, that's all.
Yes!
No! I got monkey! He's dead! He's
Wake up every evening and I play fucking RuneScape. I play 17 hours a day.
Welcome, come one, come all. We are live from Cambridge, England at Jagex headquarters, the home of Old School RuneScape, to bring you a very special live stream event, the finale of Deadman All Stars Volume 2. On my left is my highly qualified co-host. What this man doesn't know about Deadman mode ain't worth knowing. Please welcome R. Robert.
Hello everyone, you may remember me from the early days of Deadman mode, running around with a DDS in hand, terrorizing Cathby fishers. I'm very excited to be here tonight. After an incredible week of Deadman content, we're going to finally see which team can come out on top as the Deadman All Stars Season 2 champions.
And my name's Messiah. You may know me as the king of YouTube Shorts, the king of Spindle, and the king of running away from Oda Block. However, today I'll have no such luck, as he is, of course, one of the team captains. We'll bring you up to speed with all of the teams and the standings very shortly. But first, Robert, explain to the people what Deadman All Stars is.
Deadman All Stars is a creator-led event put together by Solo Mission. Pitting together 6 teams of content creators against each other, they have a week to build up fresh accounts, ready to fight to the death in tonight's finale. Last year's was the first ever Deadman All Stars and it was a huge success. We've got some big changes in store for Season 2. This year we've got a new group stage format, there's 3 teams per group and the top 2 progress to a knockout bracket. But let's hear from Solo Mission himself in this finale explainer video.
Welcome to the finale of Deadman All Stars. Our teams have spent an entire week training their stats from scratch and gathering the best gear they can. In the finale, teams play in matches where 2 teams of 5 will face off in a series of 1v1s. Within each match, the winner stays on with their current supplies to face the next in line from the opposing team. A team wins when their opposition are completely wiped out. Items can't be shared across players in the finale. Each player must use their own individual setup comprised of weapons and armor achieved in the Deadman All Stars week. And all competitors will start with a base inventory of 9 hard food and 2 brews. However, in Season 2, there is a twist. Player kills in the competition week now reward the killer with bonus food in the finale. They gain 1 hard food in the finale for their first 3 kills in the week, and if they make it to the 5, 8, or 12 kill milestones, they'll also upgrade a hard food for a brew. But if a player dies in the competition week, they will start to lose food from their finale setup. 1 hard food per death for the first 3 deaths, and then another hard food at deaths 5, 7, and 9. Taking into account these food changes, the seeding for this finale will also be a lot more PvP focused. The finale bracket in Season 2 will be a group stage with the top 2 teams progressing through to the semis and then through to the final, which will be a best of 3.
Thank you, Solo Mission, for the explainer. So there you have it. Now you know what to expect. We're almost ready to begin, aren't we, Robert?
Almost. There's one more person we need to hear from before we begin. All the way from Washington State, we have Foe joining us tonight.
Welcome to the finale of Deadman.
Foe, let us hear it. What are your
Hey guys, Foe here, and good to see you, and welcome to everyone, as well as those that are at home. I wish I could be there in person, but I've been on vacation in Hawaii, and I only just got back home a few hours ago. However, I've been keeping up with all of the content all throughout the week, and let me tell you, this week has been absolutely wild. From the action-packed first hour with Mutts going on a rampage, to the Bodhi Boppers with some early breach KOs, the World versus Snakes at the Zaya breach, and of course the Odablock KO at Barrows. F in the chat on that one. The week has been full of way too many exciting moments to cover, but Deadman All Stars without a doubt brings some of the best content all year. As it stands, I think there's a clear competitor favorite, the Solo Mission Snakes, with their you know, obvious food advantage, near best in slot sigils, and an absolute massive gear advantage over everyone else. They're going to have a huge overall advantage going into the final 1v1s. However, this is Deadman mode, and anything can happen. A KO can change absolutely everything. So if I had to choose a team to take it all, my money's actually with the Oda Block Warriors. They've been my pick from the start of the tournament, and despite some setbacks near the end, I think they're going into the finale looking really strong. So for now, I'm going to toss it back to Robert and Messiah in the studio to introduce all 6 All-Stars competitor teams.
Thank you, Foe. That was the leader of the Foe K-Konas, everybody. One of last year's teams sadly couldn't be in at this time, but hopefully we'll see him back in a future event. Maybe as a team captain again, or maybe as a competitor this time round. Let's see some love in the chat for him. We'll be going back to him later on throughout the event, but there's just one more thing we need to do before we begin.
I thought we were ready.
This is it, I promise. Will you do the honors?
I will indeed. So, while you're waiting for the carnage, don't forget you can rep your favorite OSRS icons. We've got the makeshift plushie keyrings and the wise old man and the gnome child. Yes, they are adorable. Yes, you absolutely need them. Use !makeshift in the chat to get yourself more information on how you can get hold of them. Also up, our friends at U2s have created 2 new amazing plushies of the Sandwich Lady and General Grado. You can find out how to get your very own by typing !U2s in the chat. Okay, so now that's out the way, let's quickly look at the final KD tally from across the week and reintroduce the teams diving into battle tonight.
Well, it's going to be to no one's surprise that the solo mission snakes are up top. Seed number 1, 39 kills throughout the week and only dying 4 times. Pretty incredible work. 2 of their members there, Solo Mission and Pure Spam, not dying a single time throughout the week.
And our second seed, Oda Block Warriors, managed 22 kills for 15 deaths. They went pretty hard on the deaths, but they did manage to extract 22 kills. They were doing good. Boaty Brawlers in 3rd place managed 15 kills for 14 deaths. A pretty even KDR there. Who did we have in 4th? Dino Nuggets.
Yes, Dino Nuggets. A few of their members, Dino and West Ham, were out and about, roaming the world, getting kills, earning that food back for themselves after dying multiple times.
As you'd expect, and the skill spec Smorcs. Now this is a funny KDR. They managed 15 kills, but 38 deaths. Skilly really living up to the name there.
He's doing the job as captain, leading the team on deaths, that is.
He certainly
Finding
is.
new locations to die every single time he turns on that stream. Where will we see him next?
And down in 6th, unfortunately, it's the Torvesta Titans. They managed 4 kills for 20 deaths. However, they did get my favorite kill of the competition so far, which was that banger on Oda Block. I'm sure we'll talk more about it later. It gave them a massive gear advantage, as we will see.
Will that gear advantage be enough to... Well, there's other outliers here with Torvesta's first 2 picks going 0-6. Both of them, no kills for Eliop or Lake throughout the week. They're going to be down on food, so they're going to have to be fighting an uphill battle to try and win.
Excellent stuff. The initial matchups are drawn and the groups are locked in. Use !bracket in the chat to follow along live. And now let's take a look at the final seedings for each group. And now we're going to take a look at the inventories, for each group. Let's take a look.
Who's up first? We've got the Boaty Brawlers. All 5 of their members managing to get that Ring of Suffering, which is going to be crucial for these fights.
They're going to be absolute tanks, that's for sure. And interestingly, Doobie Doobies has managed to get a Noxious Halberd. I'm really excited to see how the Nox Halley works out in these battles. We haven't seen it in previous Deadman modes, as it's a new addition to the game with Araxor.
Yeah, 3 of their members also having that Dragon Fire Shield, which may come in clutch with that extra defense bonuses and mage defense bonus.
Let's see what team inventory is next.
And sigils, yeah, we cannot forget about the sigils. They are going to play a great part in these fights we're going to see. None of the Boaty Brawlers managed to pick up that Sigil of Rampart, which is going to be one of the most fought after sigils throughout this entire week. They are running a couple of Sigil of Restorations, which are going to give them hit points back on every damage they deal. So will that be a good decider throughout these fights? Will it be enough?
So that's the Boaty Brawlers. Let's see what the Dino Nuggets are packing. They've gone for Dragon Claws, a Void Waker, another Nox Halley. In fact, they've managed to get 2 Nox Halleys for their team. We also see Skidler with a Morrigan's Javelin. I'd love to see how that plays out. They've done pretty well with Mage Spec weapons as well. The Volatile Staff on Skidler and the Monster Wand for West Ham.
Yeah, they couldn't quite get their entire team those Ring of Sufferings because of the lockdown by the Snakes this week. But crucially, they have got West Ham a Vesta Longsword.
Oh.
This could be a game changer during these fights. Again, Sigils, 2 of their members have managed to get Rampart, being Coxie and West Ham. That's going to come in clutch in some of these fights. And Dino himself having Sigil of Pious Protection. This could be huge, given that extra bonus, extra damage reduction. If he can get his prayers correctly, we'll see if he can do that tonight.
And interestingly, West Ham with his VLS is also going to have the Sigil of the Lightbearer, meaning he might spec 5, 6, 7 times in a fight. We'll see how that goes. That's the Dino Nuggets. Who have we got up next?
It's the Oda Block Warriors, looking very strong. This team has got the most PvP weapons out of any other team. They did a great job at all of the breaches throughout the week. They did not manage to get themselves a VLS, but they have got 3 Zuriel staffs, which is going to come in clutch throughout the fights, having that extra freeze chance and that extra healing on Blood Barrage.
Interestingly as well, MMORPG has a Vesta Spear. It'll be interesting to see if he used the kickback spec on that one. He's also got the Dagon High Robes, not quite as strong as anyone else. Oda Block's got the full Arims, of course, and they've all got a tank helm. As you expect to see in a Deadman Final, tank helms are a must.
Yeah, 3 of their members also managing to get that Sigil of Rampart, and 2 of them also having Sigil of Rampart and Pious Protection. This could be huge if they can get their prayers correctly during these fights. Oda Block and Riso, their highest skill PKers, they're going last in the fight order, and they don't have either of these.
No,
they
interesting.
just could not get those sigils throughout the week, and maybe that's going to be the difference maker in some of these fights. We're going to have to wait and see.
We will. Oda Block Warriors then. Who have we got next to see their inventories?
The skill spec Smorcs, not quite managing to get that full barrow set on every member. They're rocking a few Mystic tops. Potentially, some of their time in the week could have been spent dying a bit less and doing a bit more barrows to try and upgrade that gear.
Interestingly, Sea Engineer is treating this Deadman Mode All-Stars as a bit of a jolly with the Ale of the Gods in his inventory. Interesting choice there from Sea Engineer. Sick Nerd with the Fang, also skill specs, has got a Nox Halley, so I can't wait to see him use that.
Spark Mac, the only member of their team able to get that Sigil of Rampart. We'll have to see what he can do with it. Can he do enough? Can he make enough of a difference to get his team some early leads in fights and help them out? Because these people are missing a lot of food. You see there in Sick Nerd's invent, he's missing a lot of food. Perp as well, he's got placeholder items because he's got no food to fill that space.
And Perp has the team's only Ring of Suffering, which is going to be interesting. He's the only tank. So that's the skill spec Smorcs. Let's see who we've got next.
The solo mission
Here they
Snakes. As expected, all 5 members rocking those Rings of Suffering. All 5 members having full barrow sets to tank. They've not managed to get themselves any decent special attack weapons because they've spent so much time guarding the island, guarding the gorillas from other teams.
That is interesting, but 5 Noxious Halleys, 1 each for the teams. 5 Ring of Sufferings, they really got juiced on their Zenites.
And possibly most crucially, look at some of the sigils they have. 4 of their team members have managed to get the Sigil of Rampart for that extra defense bonuses. 2 of them, again, with Pious Protection as well, which is going to help out greatly. And Solo Mission was telling me he's really looking forward to using the Sigil of Adroitness. This gives you accuracy based on how much health you're missing. So when you're getting low health, you're going to get more accurate, and this could be a big change in those fights. But they've got so much food on them. Multiple extra brews on different members. So are they going to want to be sitting that long?
Absolutely not. So that is all of the team's inventories, I think. We've covered every team inventory.
Nope, we've got one more.
Oh, the Torvesta Titans. How could I forget?
Cannot forget about the Torvesta Titans. They are rocking some really nice gear right here. 2 Armadillo chest plates for their members, Lake and Torvesta. One of them PK'd off Oda Block himself, you know, so that might be a quite useful item to have.
And Torvesta has the Ancestral Robe top and the Mage's Book. He was really excited to get that Mage's Book, I do remember on the stream. Let's see if he puts Mage to use in this final. We can see Lake also grinded out a quiver to give him that extra range DPS.
Yeah, what's quite interesting to me about these lineups, we got their order they're going to be fighting in on screen, and they've decided that Lake, someone who's never played Deadman before, someone who's known for PVM but not PKing, he's going up ahead of Eliop in the fight order. So I don't know what he's been cooking in some of their fights they're doing, but they believe in Lake's skill and ability in Tribrid, and it's really going to be great to see him compete and come out.
So there we have it. That is everyone's inventory now. The initial matchups are drawn. The groups are locked in. Use !bracket in chat to follow along live. And now let's take a look at the final seedings for each group.
So in Group A, we've got the Solo Mission Snakes, the Dino Nuggets, and the Skill Spec Smorcs. We've got Titans versus, we've got David versus Goliath here. Solo Mission Snakes have such a food advantage compared to the Skill Spec Smorcs. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to try and overcome this. We're going to have to see if they can get any specs in and get some KOs potentially.
And in Group B, we've got the Odablock Warriors, the Boti Brawlers, and the Torvesta Titans. Are you excited for that rematch between Torvesta and Odablock? I certainly am.
Oh, I certainly am. And Boti's Brawlers in there as well. They're looking like a very strong lineup. I would not want to be fighting any of those teams in that group. They look like very solid, and we're going to have to wait and see how it's going to go.
I think we're nearly ready to fight.
What we need to mention though is the top 2 teams from each group are going to move on to the semi-final stage.
And in the event of a tie, the lowest seeding teams will have to fight again. And if you lose both matches, you are out.
So that's just in the case we get all teams going 1-1 in the group. I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll have to wait and find out.
Unlikely to happen. I think we'll see some clear wins here, especially with the food advantages. So the match orders, we can now give you the match orders. First up is going to be the Snakes versus the Nuggets.
Oh, I'm excited for this one.
I think it's time to send it.
Yes, let's go. Without further ado, it's time to begin the fights. No, it's not. It's not. Let's have a little chat about this first fight.
So,
they're not ready
Snakes
for us.
versus Nuggets. Solo Mission Snakes, they are the favourite. We know this. They've been working so hard all week that week. Solo Mission has really had that game plan to avoid certain breaches to make sure they preserved as many lives as possible and preserved as much food as possible for the final.
Yes, but the Nuggets coming into this, they are the defending champions of Deadman All Stars. Dino had first pick again and went for West Ham as his first choice, you know.
You would see it. They are 2 very good mates, and they are 2 of the most competent NHs in this tournament, I feel.
Yes, we'll have to see, can their skill outpace the Solo Mission Snakes? They said themselves that the Solo Mission Snakes.
If anyone could do it, I think it might be them. So the Warriors and the Brawlers will be our second lineup. Warriors are looking strong too. Odablock leading the charge.
Yes, and the Brawlers' gear. They did a good job kitting themselves out with everything they needed throughout these fights. So I'm really excited for that one. They didn't quite manage to get themselves all Staff of the Dead because apparently it's just been deleted from the drop table when it comes to
Boti going incredibly dry on that one.
Yes, we'll have to see how they do.
Third fight will be Solo Mission Snakes versus Skill Spec Smorcs. That'll be a great lineup. I can't wait to see Skill Specs fight.
I cannot. It's been a great week of watching them and their team's content. They've just absolutely enjoyed the tournament, and they've...
Yeah. Skill Specs always brings a fresh energy and enthusiasm to this kind of competition, which is why it's so great to see him in there. Even when their team breaks down and fights a little bit, it's nice to see them make up in the end. And yeah, I think they'll be a powerful force in this final.
If you're spending hundreds of hours with each other, then it's gonna get like that. But I think they are ready for us. So without further ado, it's time to begin the fight. Snakes versus the Nuggets. Let's do this.
Let's run it. Here we go then. It is time for combat. We've got an R from one competitor. We've got R from Solo Mission Snakes.
They're getting ready. First fighters from each team. We're going to have V the victim here up against Verf. Verf not usually known for doing PvP. He was in fact the last pick of this tournament, but He's done a great job throughout the week, grinding out their weapons, and you see he's using a dragon crossbow, which he grinds out himself.
So, V the Victim going straight in with the Nox Halley, and so's Verf. V the Victim is frozen, but he seeds to get himself away from Verf. Here comes Verf then with a barrage. Can he get some momentum?
So far, Verf doing a great job putting that damage in, but he's now turned off his prayers. Oh, you can see his inexperience coming through there. You need to keep that on at all times.
V the Victim doing really well to switch to his tank gear between fights. Both opponents making use of the Halley. Remember that the Halley attacks from multiple squares away, so you don't have to be next to your opponent to hit them.
Yes, both opponents though do have that Halley, so it's no point stepping away because you can both still hit each other in the melee range when you're there.
Modsani's come to have a look. Off he goes. Here comes Verf then. He goes for the barrage. Will he catch? No. Verf becomes frozen.
Yeah, we see Verf, he's rocking that Sigil of the Menacing Mage. What he needs to do is keep using that mage so he can try and get the proc and get himself a heal. Every time he procs that, he's going to get back 15 or so health from his opponent. But he's just splashing and can't seem to get it.
Interestingly, Verf hasn't used a single special attack yet, so he can't make use of spec regeneration, whereas V the Victim has the Burning Claws, and here they come again. Here's a second Burning Claw spec. That was Verf with the Dragon Claw spec.
Unlucky there, hitting the zeros, but he's hitting on V the Victim's Sigil of the Rampart. It's going to be very hard to get those claw specs to hit through.
Wow!
Oh! V
Verf
the
chance.
Victim doing great work there, almost KOing Verf with the halberd.
Verf was certainly chanced there, but now he goes for the DD on top of V the Victim.
Verf still has one spec, he needs to get that out, try and put down the damage, give his team a fighting chance, because at the moment, V the Victim is dominating this fight. He's got so much food left.
These are the two weakest NHs. Don't forget that the weakest NHs go first in this fight, so we should see things start to progress. But look at Verf's food. He's only got one sip of brew left, and V the Victim has 4 hard food left.
Verf is now fully out, sends in the claw, and he gets 35 damage. That's what he needs. He needs to get anything he can for his team, but...
And Verf is our first casualty of DMMM. Well done to V the Victim for winning his fight. He will now fight the next competitor from the Dino Nuggets. Who have we got?
We've got Coxie coming in to fight him here. It's going to be a hard job for Coxie. V the Victim has still got a lot of his food remaining. That extra food they managed to acquire during the week might be a difference maker in some of these fights.
Will Coxie make use of the Sigil of the Meticulous Mage by maging more often? He's switching back into his tank gear. That's good to see. He knows what he's doing.
Yes. He also has that Sigil of the Gunslinger, so his range is going to attack 1 tick faster. This could be crucial in the fight if he can get some distance and then start bolting back V the Victim.
Interestingly, Coxie used a Nox Halley to do a poke there, but he put it back on the right attack style, so he should be start to hit a little harder with his Halley.
Just taking the DD now to get some composure in the fight, heal up. Get ready for that next attack. V the Victim rocking the Sigil of Swashbuckler, so it's going to make his melee hits 1 tick faster, which is why we can see him going for that halberd constantly, trying to get those extra hits in where he can.
Good use of the seeds from V the Victim to get some distance from his opponent, and he's still managing to make those 3 food last. He just needs to do as much damage to Coxie as he possibly can to make it difficult for the Dino Nuggets to recover here. A staff bash from V the Victim. That was unintentional. Here comes a Void Breaker of Coxie. It was on prayer.
Does get 17 guaranteed damage, though the Void Waker always going to get that guaranteed damage. Victim now onto his final anglerfish.
Interestingly, Victim has 100% spec here. He should surely start to use this spec because he's going to be out of the battle fairly soon. Here it comes. Here come the Dragon Claws. Will he fake it? Will he go for another one?
Yes, those Burning Claws also going to have the chance to proc a bleed damage.
There we go, the Burning Claws.
So close to KO and Coxie there. V the Victim doing incredibly for his team. This is still their first member and he's trying to take out 2 of the Dino Nuggets.
V the Victim obviously been practicing hard here. We're seeing some really competent NHing from him. Coxie really needs to get some momentum here. Try and wear out V the Victim.
Both these competitors are rocking that Sigil of Ramparts. They've both got that extra defense bonus. And Coxie going in for the Void Waker.
Off prayer, another spec off prayer. 2 specs off prayer there. Another staff bash from V the Victim. Here comes Coxie. Will he get the freeze and DD? He gets the freeze. Both teams freeze him.
Putting up that Heart Prey now. He needs to try and proc this and stay alive as long as he can.
Coxie doing the right thing here by only barraging if V the Victim's going to use Redemption. He stops using Redemption.
V the Victim finally going down, but he did a great job.
He did a fantastic job.
He's put the solo mission snakes in a great position. Their second fighter coming up now.
And we're straight into combat with our next competitor, which is Rakesy. Rakesy stepping up.
Rakesy, former Deadman mode winner. Last year he was playing for the Dino Nuggets. Let's see what he can do here against Coxie. Be the Victim did a great job lowering Coxie's food. Rakesy only had to do 3 food worth of damages until we can get to the next opponent.
So Coxie here with 3 food and only 30% spec. He's unlikely to be able to use his Void Waker for another spec, so he'll just have to whack with it, fake it with it, or use his Halley. Here comes Rakesy now. Rakesy really needs to put pressure on Coxie.
We saw there as well, the solo mission snakes we didn't point out before, they've all managed to get themselves those Blood Fury, so when using melee attacks they can heal up, get extra hit points in these fights, which is going to be very beneficial in some of the later difficult opponents.
So here comes Rakesy now. Both opponents are frozen, I believe. Rakesy with a massive food advantage here. He has 4 whole brews. Rakesy could stay in this until the Dino Nuggets are completely finished, I feel.
Yeah, Rakesy right now has the holy trinity of sigils that teams want to get. Pious Protection. But Coxie almost takes him out of a Void Waker there. If that was a real one, maybe it would have had enough damage. The Corrupted Void Waker not quite as strong. He could have got him down right there, and it could have been a game changer.
So Rakesy has to recover now. Coxie really running on fumes here. He has no spec, he has low prayer points, and he only has 62 HP in a dream. So can Coxie catch the freeze? Rakesy making use of Morrigan's javelins there. They hit 0.
Yeah, Coxie having that gunslinger, try and bolt more when he can, get those extra hits in, make the most of using that 4-tick range sigil. And I don't know if we've seen Meticulous Mage proc much from Coxie. Maybe this wasn't the right choice of sigil to bring into the final. Were there some better options he could have had in his bank and gone for?
Rakesy just needs to finish off Coxie now so he can focus on his next fight. He gets a huge bolt proc, 45 for the KO, and Coxie is in the bin.
There we are. Moving on to the third member of the Dino Nuggets now. Skidler stepping in to fight. Rakesy, still the Snake's second member, and he's got a full invent of food still. He's still got 2.5 brews and 7 anglerfish. This is going to be really difficult for the Dino Nuggets to claw back from, but Skidler, with that real Void Waker, can he do it? Can he get a KO?
That's the only way this is going to work for Skidler. He needs an outright KO on Rakesy because he just will not have the food advantage. Skidler, interestingly, bringing his Vetion pet for moral support, I think. So, can Rakesy get the freeze? Rakesy catches the freeze here. He'll be on frozen soon. He is. Will he go for that Halley? No, he's gone for Morrigan's javelin.
Skidler really needs to send out one of these special attacks quickly. He's got the Sigil of Lightbearer for faster spec regeneration. So while he's got 100%, it's not doing anything. He needs to use a special attack now so he can start regenning, get more in the fight. Get more chances to use that and KO, and there we see it.
There we see the Void Waker. It's a real Void Waker. Oh, he goes for the double. He tried to catch Rakesy off guard, but Rakesy predicted that there might be a double coming.
Yeah, Rakesy doing a great job there, seeing what was going to be happening. And he's doing a great job in this fight. He's managed to get Skidler fully out of food already. Skidler coming into this fight low on food because of all the deaths during the week. It's going to be an uphill battle for him.
And Skidler only on 8 HP, 0 HP there, and Skidler is out the game. Rakesy has now taken out 2 competitors in outright PK skill. So, who have we got next? Who does he face? Is it Dino himself?
Yes, it is. We've got the captain, Dino, going up against Rakesy right here. Dino needs to do some damage. Dino needs to do some work for his team. Show why he's a captain. Let's get the damage in. He's running that Sigil of Swashbuckler, so he's going to have the faster melee attack speed for his halberd. He needs to try and utilize that as much as he can.
Now, if anyone can do it, it will be Dino. He is one of the most competent NHs in this tournament. Here he goes with the Void Waker. Rakesy, interestingly, getting the Nox Halley Blood Fury heal there.
Yeah, Dino hitting that spec on prayer. Rakesy doing a great job to predict it. Dino, he's going to try and be bolting Rakesy as much as he can, but Rakesy, with that increased defense bonus, he's sitting in rows but hitting zeros, getting zeros hit on him because of that extra 100 defensive stats.
But look at Rakesy's food disadvantage here. At the start of this fight, he had 4, maybe 5 hard food, but now he's down to 1. Dino is completely evaporating his supplies.
He's done a great job since stepping in, showing why he's the captain. He's not used any food yet, using this first one soon. There we go, a couple sips of brew, but he's clawed it back.
who's got spec. Regsy's got 40% spec. He's unlikely to be able to catch spec for the rest of this fight. Dino still has 60, but will he try and save some spec for his next opponent? I think that's what he's going to do here because he knows he's going to need it against whoever Solo Mission Snakes have got coming up next.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about. Do you want to try and kill your opponent right here and move on to the next one? Or do you want to save that special attack to use on your next opponent? Maybe catch them off guard early on.
With Regsy going for a full Hail Mary on the outro, he might want to just kill Regsy to get him out the picture.
Regsy catches that freeze first time. That Purging Staff, great mage bonus. Doing what he can to stay alive, do as much damage as he can in these final moments for him.
Interesting stuff. So, Dino getting the DD, but Regsy manages to Mithril Seed out from underneath him. Dino really needs to put this to bed now. Regsy's had, oh, there we go. That's a big hit that he needed. And a 0 on Robes off prayer. Goes for another Halley, but it also hits 0. A bolt will finish him, surely.
The staff bash there.
And there we go. Good work by Dino there to secure the kill on Regsy.
Now we've got third member for this
Solo Mission Snakes.
Yes, it's Pure Spam stepping up. Former caster turned PvPer. He's going in. He's great at PvP, but he does get nervous in some of these fights. Will that play a part? He's got a great amount of food, but Dino, 54 off the bat.
Wow. Dino really giving it to Pure Spam. Pure Spam is, of course, Deadman royalty. He was in this seat last year, but now he's on the battlefield. Can he get some momentum here? He is a superb PvPer, and I just want to see him perform his best because he is one of my favourite competitors here.
Dino doing a great job, though. Pure Spam stepped in with an extra brew advantage, and Dino's managed to use that whole brew of his instantly, doing great damage to Pure Spam. Pure Spam, the only member that doesn't have this sigil of Rampart, so it's going to be more of an even fight for Dino. And he gets that 46 Halley. He's running the Formidable Fighter, which gives an extra accuracy as well.
Dino really digging in here, but Pure Spam recovering well, and he's on the attack again. He's got double eats, remember. Dino doesn't have any double eats, so now he has to be really careful. Pure Spam has 100% spec.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Pure Spam's team, the Solo Mission Snakes, they didn't manage to get many special attack weapons during the week. He's got Morrigan's Javelins, but these are very inaccurate, so he's not even choosing to use them at this moment in time.
Pure Spam flicking to tank gear between attacks, between mage attacks. He's very competent at his NH ability, so it's good to see him performing well. Here comes Dino then. Dino with the DD.
He's down to his final food now, throws out the spec, gets it off prayer, but only a 28. Oh, that could have been so much higher and really changed the momentum in this fight.
So Dino completely running on fumes now. He has 46 HP in a dream. Let's see what he can do. Catches the barrage on Pure Spam. Pure Spam goes for the bolt.
Pure Spam
just bolting him in Robes. Dino got caught in Robes there. Dino caught with a huge barrage. Dino on 9 HP now.
Yeah, Pure Spam's done a great job to whittle down Dino's food, and he's going to be feeling great about this at the end of the fight. Get some of those pre-match nerves out the way and just move on and show us why you're so good at PvP.
Absolutely. Pure Spam really didn't choke in the face of Dino. Dino managed to get the redemption heal. He's up to 21 HP. That's a whole brew sip he's given himself there, essentially.
Yeah, can he claw it back? He's still got a few sips to restore, so he's got the chance to try and do redemptions again and again and again. You see here, Pure Spam's taking off his Ring of Suffering just in case that was going to proc the redemption on one of Dino's hits.
Wow, incredibly brainy play, but you would expect nothing less from Pure Spam. Pure Spam just wants to catch a freeze now to avoid taking any more damage from Dino. He catches the freeze. Now, how is he going to finish Dino off? He really wants to finish with the barrage, and he does so. Good fight.
Well played by both Dino and Pure Spam there. Now we've got the final member, West Ham himself, the raid boss of the Dino Nuggets. Last year, did an incredible job, managed to take out multiple opponents in a row, and he's going to need to do the same here because he's still got 3 people to fight, just him.
Wow. So this is a huge matchup. Pure Spam has 5 hard food remaining and a full dose of brew, So can he take out a big chunk of West Ham's HP before he goes down? Here comes West Ham with the BLS.
57 right there. West Ham catching Pure Spam off prayer, and he goes in for another spec, 14 that time. He has got the sigil of the Light Bearer, so he can just regen that spec really fast. Him being trusted with his team, VLS, the one to use it. This is going to be a great, powerful weapon that he can use to change the outcome of these fights coming up.
Pure Spam, interestingly, camping fairly low HP. Interesting to see that. He's really trying to go for DPS to throw off West Ham.
Yes, he is. And West Ham again.
The VLS whack.
going in. Pure Spam needs to eat up. Just use your food. Make sure you're not getting KO'd. Just do all you can to survive. And West Ham, 59, demonstrating why this VLS is so powerful, why the teams have gone to every breach to try and collect these weapons.
And West Ham doing a great job with the DDing there. You see that as a tactic used by NHers. A lot of people really hate it when you DD them in PvP scenarios, but it has to be done at this level. Remember, this is the highest level of NHPKing we see from content creators in the game. Here comes Pure Spam now.
Yeah, you see West Ham also rocking that sigil of specialized strikes, meaning every time he's able to use that, I think it's a minute cooldown, he gets 10% less special attack that it costs to use that spec. So even more VLS specs for the fights. He's really gone into this. Just
wow.
That's the play. Use your VLS as much as you can.
Absolutely. And Pure Spam on 53 HP now. He's absolutely running on empty.
Pure Spam's going to be happy with how he's done for his team, and he's going to hopefully trust in his remaining 2 members to get the job done. West Ham's got a mountain to climb if he wants to try and claw this back.
Remember that there will be 2 very superior NHers for the solo mission Snakes next against West Ham, so he doesn't have easy opponents to beat in the redemption procs for Pure Spam.
So close for West Ham getting the KO here, but Pure Spam managed to get the redemption on, get that extra bit of hit points back. West Ham going to primarily focus on barraging now, so he's not going to proc that redemption.
Oh, a big bolt proc for West Ham. It didn't actually hit high though, unfortunately for him.
Pure Spam clinging on to dear life. Can he do any more for his team? And West Ham just choosing to send another VLS spec. He can have less for his next opponent, but Pure Spam clinging on to dear life, doesn't die to the
He's
spec.
hanging on with his fingernails. He really is, and there he is. He's out of the game eventually.
West Ham, there we go. Pure Spam's first death of the tournament. He hasn't died all week. Incredible showing for him, and he had so much food going into this.
Now,
solo mission up next, the captain of the Snakes versus West Ham.
West Ham doesn't have long to recover here. West Ham has to really go for it. West Ham only on 1 anglerfish and 3 dose of brew.
Yes, it's going to be a very tough battle for him, but he's got this specialized strikes. He's got the Sigil of Lightbearer. VLS, can he use it? Can he get those specs in and make the difference? You see solo mission, how much he's changing back to Prey Melee. He does not want to get caught by West Ham. He does not want to get specced by this VLS and take a chunk of damage.
An excellent movement from West Ham. West Ham is moving all over the place. He's dipping in left and right, going underneath solo mission. He's frozen now, so he can't move. But here comes West Ham with the barrage. His Sigil proc there.
Yes, solo mission got that Sigil of Rampant, the extra defense bonuses. Also running the Gunslinger, so his bolts are going to be quite quick.
Here comes solo mission now. West Ham really looking like he's running out here. He's on 34 HP. He's not going to last too much longer. A good bolt on Rose for solo mission.
Oh, it's so close to West Ham being out. He manages to get that redemption proc there. Solo mission, still with almost half an invent of food left. West Ham, can you do anything? You've got 80% spec. But
solo
no.
mission gets the job done.
And that right there, solo mission Snakes winning their first fight. It was going to be a tough task for the Nuggets to try and overcome that food deficit. They did a great job, put up some great fights, but the solo mission Snakes are looking very, very strong.
And solo mission Snakes still had 1 participant remaining, am I correct?
Yeah, we'll see in the up and coming fights. Will Bitter get to fight at all, or are his teammates just going to do all the work for him while he sits there and relaxes?
He might get an easy ride, especially with people like Solo Mission just playing so well. That was a really great fight to see. Solo Mission really locked in there. The Snakes living up to their name. They really fought hard.
Yeah, no, that was a great fight. Hopefully, the first round, you know, you've got your nerves. You've spent a whole week, 100+ hours from every single competitor going into this. So you just want to get that first fight out of the way, calm yourself down and get ready for the next one. Neither team are out of this yet. The Dino Nuggets are going to have to try with all their might and beat the Smorcs when they next fight them.
Absolutely. No one looking nervous in this competition so far. Everyone really locking in and being calm. And we will get our next fight together when the mods are ready. Yeah. They will tell us and we will bring you our next battle.
Let's have a talk about that up and coming fight. It's going to be the Warriors versus the Brawlers up next.
Yep.
Oda Block's team
I can't wait to see
Bota's
Oda perform.
Team. Yeah, you know, I was speaking to Boaty, he's saying himself, knows he's going to be having a tough task, going up last, probably having to face Reese and Odablock potentially
Yeah.
in those fights. So yeah, it's going to be a tough fight for him. He's
Going to be challenging for him. I'm interested to see whether Odablock's gear will put him in good stead. He's got an Armadillo chestplate, if I remember, which is some superior tank gear, which should make him an even more formidable force. But just going back to that fight, I was really impressed by how Rakesy performed, actually. Rakesy was superb at NHing in that fight, I thought.
Yeah, no, you can see why he's a former Deadman All Stars winner. He wasn't picked up by the Nuggets this time around, and maybe that was a mistake. He was available for them, but they chose not to pick Rakesy up.
Sure.
And he's just taken them out of the first round.
Those VLSs for West Ham were really slapping. It was amazing to see 59 VLSs going into
He had
opponents.
so much special attack left ready at the end. Just want to see him just dump them, but Solo Mission smartly using that Prey melee whenever West Ham was unfrozen, so yeah.
Certainly, Solo Mission was playing his A game. It is his competition after all. He wants to bring his absolute tip-top NHing skills, and it was really excellent to see there.
So, Warriors versus the Brawlers. Up first for the Warriors, who have we got? What's their team lineup, if I can remember correctly? Our first opponent for the Warriors versus the Brawlers. Pip is going up first for the Brawlers. And for the Warriors, it will be MMORPG coming up. How do you feel about both of these players' PvP skills?
Well,
and how close it's going to be?
MMORPG maybe not known for his NHing skills, but he's really surprised me all this tournament. He's really locked in when he's been in Wilderness, when he's been in breach scenarios. He's performed well. So yeah, he's a PVMer that has turned PvPer.
He's done a great job grinding out gear for the team over the week, and we'll have to see how his tri-breading skills are. The Brawlers, maybe, I don't know, it's very, very even when you think about the gear they've got. Having those free DFSs, but then the Warriors having the free Zero Staffs, which will be very, very beneficial for those fights. If they're potentially being a bit more mage heavy, going for those blood barrages, trying to heal up as much as they can in this Outlast battle.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see how the Crystal Shields work out for them. Of course, Crystal Shields are a key component in most NH setups at this type of Deadman competition. And there's the Dragon Hunter one. What's this one called? This is the one from Huey.
Yep, Dragon Hunter 1. Boaty himself could not quite manage to get himself a Staff of the Dead. So the team, they went out and got him. Next best thing, maybe not, but it's better than an Aram Staff.
He went absolutely dry on those Staff of the Dead, didn't he?
Yeah, this wand is still going to give him a 10% magic damage, so it could be very useful. And him being the team leader, he said, no, everyone else, you can keep your better weapons. This will do for me.
I'm interested to see how Doobie Doobies does with his Nox Halley. He's an absolute menace in North Revs. If you go to North Rev Caves on any given day of the week, you'll find Doobie Doobies. He's an absolute beast. Well, looks like we have a fight coming to you. Who is it?
We are ready for round 2. The Warriors versus the Brawlers are all ready. I'm excited to see this one kick off.
Let's run it then. Warriors versus Brawlers coming to you live. The first time we'll see Odablock in this competition.
Here we go. The people are potting up, and straight away, Pip, there in the DFS, it just looks so menacing. Going off the bat with a Osmond Fang spec. He's chosen that as a spec weapon. It's going to be accurate, but it's not quite as good as some of the other weapons you could have attained during the week, being the Voidwakers, AGSs, and VLSs.
MMORPG went for a Dragon Claw spec instantly there. He's got the Dagon High Robes, which look very weak. Pip managing to get a Fang spec on MMORPG in robes. The Vesta Spear coming out there as well.
Oh, Pip just trying to Fang him as much as he can. He knows MMORPG's got that Sigil of Rampart, got that extra defense bonus. So he just wants to try and use the Fang. It's going to be the most accurate thing he can. And that together with his Sigil of the Swashbuckler, giving him the increased attack speed, might be the difference maker. Might be able to hit through this defense. There we see a 24. MMORPG desperately trying to get the freeze, and he does, stepping under and trying to compose himself, heal. But Pip seeding out instantly.
MMORPG really needs to break the momentum of Pip here. Pip really looks strong. Pip looks like he really wants this. Pip looks like he senses blood. Here comes MMORPG with the claws. He fakies the claws, goes into the Morrigan's javelins. It was a good move. It didn't come off for him. Here comes Pip with the Osmutan's Fang there.
Yes, MMORPG getting the free when it's needed. Just he wants to try and keep distance so he can stop Pip from meleeing him, because Pip, his whole style is going to be about trying to melee with the Fang as much as he can. And it's working out as we see him use up MMORPG's food right here.
Interestingly, MMORPG has a food disadvantage here. Pip is really looking better on supplies. You would think to see it. Pip is a competent NH'er. Here comes the Fang. It hits low, it was on prayer.
Pip, 60% spec, he's just throwing it in there. Oh,
Wow.
that could have potentially carried MMORPG. His team will be shouting about that one. He really needs to make sure he's using up all his food. And Pip, 50 bolt.
Pip really loves his Fang. He's essentially just ragging with this Fang at this stage. And there comes the bolt. The Fang was just a fakie just to get some bolt on robes.
But it's working out for him, that, you say, ragging strategy. He's got such high mage defense bonus with his Carols and DFS. He's able to just chase MMORPG down and he can't catch that freeze. MMORPG only having the Dagon High robes, not getting a set of arrows because his team may have lost one during the week that could have gone to him. Would that be of a difference maker?
MMORPG has barely frozen in this fight. Interestingly, Pip has really...
What is that there?
Spec. There goes the spec. Completely ineffective, unfortunate, looked incredibly trendy, but didn't do anything for him. But as I was saying, MMORPG has barely frozen. He actually gets a freeze there, but he's only got 17 HP left. There's not much he can do from this position.
Pip has done an incredible job. I don't know how he's got so much of a food advantage against MMORPG. He's come into this fight and completely destroyed him.
And I was surprised to see him go first for his team. In my book, Pip's a pretty competent NH'er.
Well, if he's their worst PKer, I want to see what's coming up next.
So here's the next warrior competent with the Zuriel staff. Is this the first time we've seen a Zuriel staff? It might be.
This is Mutts bringing it out. It's going to give you that extra chance of catching those freezes, which he needs to do. You've got to keep Pip frozen and keep your distance. You can't just let him do what he wants to do, poke you down with that Fang, because that seems to be working out great.
Now, Mutts, one of the most competent hardcore Iron Men in the game, if not the most competent hardcore Iron Man in the game. He does not like dying, so he will not want to go down to Pip. Dying is not in his playbook.
Yes, Mutts himself.
I've fought Mutts before in PvP Arena, and I can say he was a very worthy opponent. It's 1-1 as far as battles with me and him go. But here comes Mutts now. Can he get the freeze? He can't get the freeze. He gets the DD. Pip managed to catch a freeze. He caught the freeze finally. Here we go then. Will Pip make as much use of his Osmutan's Fang as he did against MMORPG?
Mutts was forced to tank in last year's final after spending so many hours practicing tri-building. Finally here he's getting to showcase his skills and he's doing a great job.
Here comes Pip then. Pip with the barrage. Both opponents standing on seeds, so if they freeze on these tiles they won't be able to move. Mutts catches the freeze. Both opponents catch the freeze. So Mutts decides to seed. Pip decides to match it with the seeds.
We're
it's
seeing
a dance
more plant
here.
flowers. Mutts does not want to be in melee range with that Fang. This is probably going to be the strategy from the Overlook Warriors. Keep your distance and as many seeds as you plant. Soon you're not going to be able to plant anymore.
Interestingly, I was about to say Mutts hadn't spec yet. He did go for the Voidwaker spec into the tent whip. That's a really interesting play.
Mutts has got that Sigil of Rampant and Sigil Pyre Protection. If he can get his prayers correct, he's going to be taking so little damage. But Pip, he doesn't care. He just wants to Fang him. He just wants to poke him down. It's doing a great job. It's working.
Interestingly, the Morrigan's... there goes the Voidwaker spec for Mutts. Mutts has also got the Morrigan's Throne Axes, and they haven't really come into much effect in this fight so far, I feel.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned either. Mutts rocking that Sigil of the Meticulous Mage, giving him that extra 40% mage bonus so he can catch these frees easier, and it's going to be great if he wants to try and chuck in some Blood Barrage with that Zero Staff. Really try and get his hit points back.
Pip's spec has regenerated, so he can go for another Fang spec here. He'll want to do that before he's out of food. He has one triple eat left, and then he'll be out of the game. So what can he do here to make life as hard as possible for Mutts in the next round, whoever Mutts manages to fight?
Mutts keeping his distance well there, gets the refreeze. Pip is not going to have a chance to poke him with that Fang, and this is where Mutts can dominate the fight. In that range mage battle, he's going to have the advantage. Although, I say that, he didn't manage to get himself a Dragon Crossbow, one of the most powerful range weapons, having access to those Dragon Opal bolts. He's only rocking the Rune Crossbow.
Absolutely, which is also problematic, as it doesn't have a spec bar. That can be difficult. Now, Pip, only with one Manta Ray left in his inventory.
Mutts has managed to get himself that 50% spec back. Will he chuck in the Voidwaker spec anytime soon? It's going to be hard for him to hit this off prayer, as Pip knows that's what he wants to do. He knows a lot of Mutts' attacks are going to be mage-based, so he's just keeping that prayer up all the time.
I think we'll see a Voidwaker spec soon. Yes, I read it, I knew it, because he used his tentacle whip to put him on melee prayer. The Voidbreaker actually hit fairly low though. I think that was a 36. Here comes Mutz then. Mutz needs to finish this now.
Yes, this is what he needs to do. Mutz needs to finish this and then start working on the next opponent. Boaty Brawlers up 1 man at the moment. Pip doing an amazing job lasting for so long. Having that tank build, having that DFS.
Great redemption proc for Pip. Mutz is going to try and finish him with Mage. Here comes Pip with the Osmuter's Fang.
Mutz. He doesn't have a Suffering himself. Didn't manage to get it, so he can't get that recoil damage back into his opponent. Is that going to be a difference maker in this fight?
Pip going for his last Hail Mary, Osmuter's Fang spec. He's really out now.
He's clinging on for dear life, and he's doing damage still. Doing a great job of surviving. Mutz using all of his food almost. He's down to 1 food and 2 brews, but he does finally manage to take out Pip.
A superb showing from Pip there. He really worked well. He got a good chunk of Mutz's supplies down.
Really solid job by him.
Absolutely.
And up next is going to be EVscape. See what he can do. Immediately takes the Voidwaker spec to the head.
Mutz not hanging around here. He wants to put the pressure on EVscape. Who out of these 2 opponents do you fancy in terms of skill? Who is the more competent NH'er?
Well, from what we've seen right there of Mutz, he's not just a PVMer. He's doing a great job at tri-breeding. EVscape already almost dying to the barrages of Mutz.
Mutz could get an outright KO here if he's looking this good. He doesn't have any spec though, so that is going to be an issue for him.
He really needs to do all he can, make a dent in EVscape's food, because at the moment, it's going to be a tough battle for the Odor Block Warriors to claw back. And as I say, claw back, EVscape.
The double burning claw spec there. Love to see it.
Doesn't manage to get a burning proc itself, but he's done great damage with those. And his Mutz, 1 sip of brew left. That's all he's got.
I think that was a smart play by EVscape. He just needs to take out Mutz. Mutz is a very good NH'er. EVscape needs to think about his next opponent, because as the basis of the teams is, he needs to put as much pressure on the next opponent as possible so their team can win this fight.
EVscape rocking that Sigil of Barrows. First time we've seen that. It's going to give him extra 40% accuracy when he's using one of those Barrows weapons. So his Aram Staff is going to be good at catching the freezes. And that, paired up with his Arcane Swiftness, he should be utilizing Mage a lot during these fights and trying to get that extra damage with those 2.
Mutz with 1 brew sip left and 88 HP. He won't use it until he absolutely needs to. There goes Mutz with the whip. He's going to catch a barrage here, surely. No, EVscape catches first.
EVscape, ping disadvantage, but he's not letting it affect him. He's used to this. He plays on it every day. Coming in with a claw spec again, not managing to get it off Mutz's prayer. Mutz seeding under him just so he has a bit of time to breathe, recover, think about his next move. He's out of food now, but he can still do a good job of damaging EVscape and getting his team an advantage in the next round.
Interestingly, I think Mutz went for a blood barrage there because his health seemed to recharge there. 55 HP is all he has left. And here comes EVscape. Can EVscape finish this before he's out? Surely he can.
Whacking Mutz with a Fang, doing a great job. That accuracy is needed to knock down through that Sigil of Rampart and extra defense bonuses in these fights.
You can see Mutz really trying to take advantage of those blood barrages. That was 2 blood barrages in a row. He goes for a Morrigan's Jab, and now he's going to go for a Voidwaker spec.
Oh, the 46. Excellent work from him. He's almost clawed it back. He came into this fight.
I think Mutz might do this, you know.
He's doing a great job. EVscape down to 1 final food left, but Mutz has done a great job of clawing it back. And again, the barrages. The barrage
My
back
money's
to back.
on Mutz. My money's on Mutz.
That Zuriel staff is doing the work. That work they put in throughout the week at the breaches, showing up here, is doing an excellent job.
Mutz can't get caught like that again with the Morrigan's Javelin. He might get, that was certainly a chance. Oh, and EVscape gets it done.
He falls here, but he did an absolutely amazing job bringing the Odor Warriors back in with a fighting chance. Up next from them, we've got Mika stepping in. Mika also rocking that Zuriel staff. And a halberd, he goes in. We only just saw it. Instantly KOs EVscape with that Noxious halberd.
Yeah, there is the Noxious halberd.
Neck and neck. This is the closest fight we've seen so far. Both teams down to 3 members, and everyone has full food at the start of this fight.
So let's see then, Mika versus Port Khazard. What a tasty lineup we have here. The first time we've seen Port Khazard in this competition. He is a superb NH'er.
And look at the gear the team have trusted of him. He's got the Boaty Brawlers only VLS. He's also rocking that Armadillo chain body. He is looking stacked, and it's going to be hard for Mika to overcome this. Mika rocking that sigil of swashbuckler, so we're going to see him whack.
Whoa.
Oh! Whack with this halberd again and again and again. Port needs to keep distance.
Mika unlucky there. If the halberd had hit higher, he might have even killed Port Khazard in outright gameplay there.
Excellent work from Mika. That sigil swashbuckler doing great job. A lot of fights is going to be about muscle memory of attack speed, and when you're putting sigils on top of that change attack speeds, it messes with all of that again.
Wow, a huge Halley, a huge bolt proc, an opal bolt proc for a 53 there, massive.
Both people need to take a deep breath and heal up some food. Back on full HP now.
Possibly the most open fight we've seen so far in this battle.
Yes, Mika choosing not to go for many.
Wow, a 59 VLS.
Oh! Mika, what is happening? Is the pressure getting to him? This man has been in many Deadman mode finals before. He won last year with the Dino Nuggets, and yet he's getting taken down by Port Khazard.
Port Khazard not known for being a PvPer, but this performance is absolutely exceptional from him. He is one of the best PVMers this game has ever seen, possibly the best in my money. So here he comes now.
Doing a great job right here. Mika keeping that distance. Goes for the Voidwaker spec. 43, gets some damage back, doubles it up.
That's
on
the
prayer
composure
that
of a
time.
good player. You know when to spec, even if you're on the ropes. Mika only has 88 HP now, 0% spec, so he just needs to make a dent in Port Khazard's
He's
supplies.
clawed it back well though. Mika not being phased by getting down on food. That's what that Deadman experience is going to be used for. He's been in many finals. He's got to the 3rd or 4th place in a lot of these Deadman modes, so he knows that these fights can go either way. He's just got to stay focused on what he needs to do, get his prayers right, get those attacks in.
A staff bash there from Port Khazard, an absolute collector's item. We don't see that often from this guy.
Yeah, Mika with that halberd, able to keep two
Wow.
tiles away at all times. So
Good movement as well from Mika. He's been learning. Oderblock's obviously taught him a thing or two. Port Khazard on 1 brew sip left.
oh, it's absolutely incredible. Mika clutching for dear life. Port choosing to dump one of his last VLS specs into him. Just try and finish him off. Mika 20 hit points now. Both players out of food. Port down to 79 hit points himself, and he's just waiting. He's just waiting. Give that time. Get as much spec as he can back, because if he goes into the next fight, he's going to want to be able to use it.
Absolutely. And Mika is down. Port Khazard managed to finish him with a bolt. Wow, what an exhilarating fight
Oh, that was intense. And we've got so many more fights to come. Up next, stepping in for the Oderblock Warriors, we've got Reese, one of the greatest PKers. He was Oderblock's first pick for a reason. He was Oderblock's pick the first time last tournament for a reason as well. Reese, very experienced at PKing. Let's see what he can do against Port Khazard.
He certainly is. He's also already taking a battering from Port Khazard. Port Khazard wanted to make use of the blood barrages just to keep himself in it for as long as possible. A massive 28 blood barrage, actually. I don't think Reese was ready for this much mage action from Port Khazard.
Yeah, Reese there, rocking the sigil of the Lightbearer. He did not get the sigils he wanted throughout the week. He grinded and grinded, but just could not get that RNG. Very rare drop on some of them. So he's having to rock that Lightbearer. He's going to use more Fang specs.
Reese chancing him there. Now, that's what we like to see from Reese. That's more of a Reese-style performance. You would like to see, and he gets the job done with the barrage. He actually made light work of Port Khazard there in the end, which was impressive to see. Now, he's got his next opponent.
Doobie's coming up. This is his first Deadman All Stars. He wants to show how good at PKing he is. He's had a great week. He's had a lot of fun. And now, straight off the bat, going with that Voidwaker spec on Reese.
Doobie, also a very competitive NH'er. Here he comes with his Nox Halley.
Yeah, his gear is going to be, again, focused very much for that Nox Halley. His team got grinding him out this. I think it's the only one in his team using that Nox Halley because he's so used to PKing with it normally. He just loves it. Great weapon to use.
So both opponents having a similar amount of hard food, but Doobie's going to have to eat up here.
Yeah, Doobie's managed to get that extra kill during the week, putting him up to earning an extra brew for his fight. And that might just be the difference maker, having that extra brew in this.
Reese with not a lot of spec. There goes Doobie with a huge Voidwaker
spec.
Wow.
He's KO'd Reese. Reese is down.
And Reese had 4 food left,
Reese.
but Doobie got the job done. What a superb bit of play from Doobie.
It's all up to Oderblock now, captain of the Warriors. What can he do to claw this fight back?
Here comes Oderblock then. Interestingly, barraging in his Varak skirt. I'm not sure that's intentional. Oderblock, mate, you've got your Varak skirt on. Please put your Amrim skirt on, please. Come on, you are Odablock. Play like Odablock.
No, I think this is actually a tactical decision with
Really?
his sigils. Yeah, he's got the sigil of the
Interesting.
meticulous maid, so he's got that extra 40 accuracy bonus. So he can afford to sit in this tanky Verak skirt for some of the freezes.
That's
when
me
he
told.
knows his opponent can hit him back. Right here, he's tanking it. And Odablock.
Is Odablock experiencing a
We're
connection
gonna pause for a second.
Odablock
'cause
DC'd. Interesting. So, both these competitors are gracious and respectful, and they will wait for Odablock to sort himself out.
Well, I'm thankful right now for the breather. I need that. God, these fights are so intense.
Superb fight.
Doobies. What is he doing? He comes in, he KOs Reese, showing how strong the
Reese will
Voidwaker.
not like that. Reese
That
will not like
noxious
that at all.
halberd. He is going to be pointing at the tracker, and all it's going to say is, "You're dead."
Yep, it will.
Doobies, great job there.
Superb job. Now, I really want to see Odablock playing at his absolute finest, and I want to see him with good connection. So hopefully we can get him back very soon.
It's going to be a very tall task for him, though. Doobie's still on a great amount of food, and after that, he's got to take down the captain of the Boaty Brawlers, Boaty himself, who's stacked. You see him stood there on your screen in that Missouri body.
Top. That's the benefit of grinding TOA all week. You get these chance drops of Missouri. Look at Doobies running around the arena here. He's trying to keep himself warm, trying to keep his clicks good.
Yep, this is what Doobie's getting in for the day. This is his cardio done. He doesn't need to go outside anymore. He's done his running around.
He can't let the pressure get to him either. The weight is only going to make the pressure mount up on him. Wow. I'm excited. I really want to see Odablock. I think he's, the exciting participant of this tournament.
Yes,
So,
a man to
hopefully
be
we can get him back.
feared.
He certainly is.
Man to
I know
be
all
feared.
about that, believe me.
We'll get him back in. He's done a lot during the week, roaming around. You see it on the streams. Every single person that he comes up against instantly runs. We've seen him telly in and everyone's trying to run off their screens. We've got the teleport delay in this Deadman All Stars, so they can't just instantly teleport. They just have to run for their lives, fearing Odablock.
Interestingly, Doobies is regenerating spec while he waits for Odablock. If you had it my way, Doobies would have to use a spec on one of the referees.
Yeah, we might have to get him chucking that spec down the refs, make the fight as fair as we possibly can. We don't want to give them any advantage. It's going to be a tall task for Odablock either way, though.
It is indeed.
It's been great watching their team go together during the week. I mean, Odablock said to me himself, his highlight of the tournament was him singing along while Mutz is tanking a fight and trying to keep a straight face that entire
That was awesome
time.
to see. Mutz really managed to keep his composure, even with Odablock singing down the microphone.
There have been a lot of. It's been great watching all week. What have been some of your highlights so far that you've seen throughout?
So the breaches have been epic, but personally, I'm just a fan of the open play. I'm a fan of when participants.
Yep.
I think we're gonna pause here right now. We're gonna take a breather. We'll get our competitors back, and we'll be right back with you incredibly soon. As soon as we can manage to get the arena set up with the next opponents. Going back to what the favourite moment was, I have to say, when Torvesta AGSG mauled Odablock, that was like nothing I'd ever seen
My
before.
only complaint was the time of day he did it. He did it at like 5 a.m. UK time, so I couldn't watch it live. That was a great clip to wake up to in the morning.
Hearing Torvesta's reaction, hearing his team's reaction, hearing Mammal's reaction, it was just gold, man. You don't get that kind of streaming very often, so it was beautiful to see.
There's so much content for us to catch up with. There's so much. If you want to go watch it back, which I'm sure a lot of us will be doing after the event, it's all over YouTube. These competitors, a lot of them uploaded their point of views, highlights of the week. For me,
absolutely.
Skill specs, Monkey Jail.
Oh, that was quality.
You can't beat it. It's just so typical skill specs. But
he finds a way to die every time in the most unique situations. It was good to see. Yeah. And he styles it out. It was funny, it was entertaining, and that's why we love having him in this type of competition.
Yeah, so they went this time around for more of a unique strategy. They wanted to PK early, and they wanted to lock down Desert Treasure.
Sure.
So at the start of the week, we saw them all camping day one Temple of Ikov quest, trying to stop anyone from being able to go across. When you go across, You're not allowed to have a lot of food down there because you've got to
No,
handle
true.
those limp words. And they did a great job of locking it down. Spark Max sat there for many hours, many shifts. Sea Engineer.
He did. And on Spark Mac, he spent a lot of time grinding out Dragon Defenders. He has a huge stack of them. His collection log is looking absurd.
Yeah, latest I heard was 80 plus, maybe we're into the 90s now before the final ended.
Unbelievable. What were they used for apart from the D Defender in the final? He didn't need as many as 80, did he?
No, I don't think he did, but well, you'll have to ask the man himself what he's doing with the rest of the
Fair
defenders.
enough. So here's a question for you, Robert. If you had to choose Void Waker or VLS, Vestas Longsword, which would you take into the final if you could only have one?
It's got to be that VLS. There's a reason all these teams are hunting for it and they're putting it on their best players. Having that special attack only costs 25%. It's just so beneficial. You're getting more specs throughout the fight and that extra chance to carry someone is there. Void Waker, you're higher hitting, but a lot of the time in these fights, your opponent's going to be playing mage as your mage heavy.
Very true, very true. I would have to agree with you, VLS is just a superb weapon, but don't discount the Void Waker for whacking, because if you whack with it and then spec with it, you might be able to catch your opponent off guard, as they might play melee.
But some of these opponents right here are some of our top hybrids and tribrids. Odablock, Reese, West Ham, Boaty, Doobies, as we're seeing. Doobies been great to watch so far.
Unbelievable.
Right.
We can actually cross live now to our correspondent in the States. Let's have a little chat to Foe. We'd love to see how Foe's enjoying these fights so far. Foe, how you doing, dude?
Oh my gosh, dude. First off, unfortunate that this is going on. We're going to try to get it figured out as quick as possible. The teams is working on getting, the fight reset where they were when the disconnection happened. So just hold tight. We'll get to that. But let's talk about this so far, man. Bodhi's team, Sigil of Restorations and DFSs, feels like it's making a massive difference here, right? I think you saw it with the first few competitors there that they just, were able to tank up quite nicely with the DFSs. Pip especially, just kind of big carrying at the beginning of this. And then I need to know what you guys think about this. Reese getting KO'd with 4 food left by Doobie. Like I did not see that coming.
Well,
I don't think anyone did. He's supposed to be one of the Titans. He was the first pick, wasn't he, for this team?
He was indeed, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's
going into some of these next fights. I don't know if Odablock will have kicked him from the team already for that display. Losing with 4 food still left in your invent. PK of his caliber should not be doing that at any stage.
Reese will really be kicking himself for that. It's unfortunate because he is a
you can kind of see it
nature.
happening though. We've got sigils in this, so KOs are going to happen. The DPS is a little bit more, unless the opponent has Rampart. The DPS can really stack up quite nicely. If I don't know, did his opponent there have Pious Protection? Because if he was off prey, that's an extra 5% damage on top. Even easier to get KO'd. So those kind of things can really stack up and play here quite nicely, depending on what the gear setups are.
I don't think Reese himself managed to get Pious. He was kicking himself out, not getting any of the sigils he wanted this week. Someone of his skill, he thinks he's going to be out in those prayers right, so he really wanted to get Pious, but I don't think he managed it throughout the week.
Yeah, he had Lightbearer and Swashbuckler there, huh?
Yeah, Doobie's that
Still, though,
Swashbuckler and the Halberd doing work.
Let's talk about match 1 as well a little bit. Solo mission Snakes versus Dino Nuggets. First off, V the Victim starting off this fight. I'm pretty sure that he did not come off Mage Prey for probably 90% of that. And that's his Rampart really carrying there. With, I believe, was his opponent was, who did we have here?
Up first for the Nuggets would be Verf.
We had Verf, right? So we had Verf with Sigil of, I believe, Aggression. But he also had Menacing Mage. He was a bit more, mage focused on this. So he just, camped the Mage Prey and did quite nicely with it. Rampart, I think we've seen, especially with that first round of fights, super strong. 4 out of 5 of the solo mission Snakes have it, I believe. And you can kind of see it show. They won with 2 players left. Like, it didn't even go to Ditterbitter. So
yeah, no,
I think that's going to be powerful going into the semifinals. I think it's going to be powerful if they make it to the finals. There's a lot of Ramparts out there, but I think Solo's team is the only team with 4 of them.
Yes.
I think one other team at least has 3 of them. So that is, everyone knew it going into this. I've seen a few comments of like, well, maybe Rampart's a little bit too powerful. Everyone knew the game. Everyone had the same set of rules, and people knew that sigils were going to be a big part of this event. So, since everyone's on an even playing field, I think it's just Solo Mission's team played it right. and they properly planned to get those sigils and farm those sigils. And some of the other teams, looking at you, Smorcs, didn't really do so. You know what I mean?
No, I definitely agree with you there. Their strategy of going for Monkey Madness too early, the place that's the best in the game, it had to be nerfed for sigil drop rates because of how good it was, and yet still, them camping there, bursting, barraging monkeys 10 hours a day. They didn't get all the sigils they want, it's RNG at the end of the day, but they put in so much work to hold down that island, get the sigils for themselves, and make it harder for anyone else to try and compete with that.
That's right. You know, I actually found that quite funny with the Monkey Madness 2 strategy. Obviously, we expected it was solo mission. We talked about that early in the week. But the demonic gorilla, you know, quote unquote lockdown, I don't think it quite played off the same way that the solo mission snakes hoped it would. I think I counted 13 rings of suffering outside of their team. So 18 total in the tournament out of what, the 30 competitors. That's quite a lot, you know, so.
Yeah, no,
they probably kept some from coming in, but it's super valuable. I don't know if people understand how valuable the Ring of Suffering is in this competition. Basically, if you have the normal set of food, 2 brews and 10 hard food, that's about 40 damage extra that the Ring of Suffering is going to recoil to your opponent. Whereas if someone's just in a recoil, there's a couple of competitors out there that just have recoils. I think Verf and Skidler might have been 2 of them. That's just 20 damage, and they don't get the plus 20 defenses from that, which means more splashing with the mage hits, more zeros. It's kind of like a scuffed rampart in a way, you know what I mean? So it's a very powerful weapon. Obviously, that's why the solo mission snakes tried to impede other teams going for that, but it's a big strategy play. I like to see that, you know, there's still that Deadman aspect that we get in, like, if you remember, Robert, you probably do, in the original Deadman modes.
Oh, those
like entire clans would lock down locations like this so no one else could play.
If you're able to
a couple times.
If you're able to lock down one of those quest locations, Shiloh Village was a big one in one of those first tournaments. You stop people doing that, they can't get piety. Here again, you stop people from getting sufferings, it's going to be massive for the finals. And
yeah,
Boaty Brawlers identified this early and had Pip complete Monkey Madness 2 very quickly so he could get this.
So guys, unfortunately we are going to have to go to a quick be right back screen. We'll get the fights loaded up and we'll make sure we start where we left off with Doobie Doobies versus Oda Block. If not, we'll just go to another battle. So keep it right here, keep it locked. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with you. We don't want to miss any action. Keep it here.
Thank you.
Welcome back, welcome back. We are once again live from Cambridge, England for the Deadman All Stars 2 finale.
Yeah.
We had a few technical issues there, Odablock disconnecting, but we are going to jump straight to the next fight and then go back to Odablock's fight and replay just that final fight between him and Doobie Doobies at the end there. So our next fight is...
We've got the Snakes versus the Smorcs. It's going to be a very tough battle here for the Smorcs, trying to overcome that food disadvantage from all the deaths in the week and from all the Snakes kills during the week. We'll see how that goes. Are we ready to chuck it into the first fight?
Are we ready, boys? I think we're ready to send it. The J-Mod's giving us the signal. Let's get into our third fight, Snakes versus Smorcs.
Excited to see this. Oh, how will Skillspecs do? Can his team pull off a miracle? Can they get some KOs during this fight? Let's see.
I'm finally excited to see some more action. Sorry for the delay, people. We are so happy to be back. Let's run it then. A tasty, tasty, appetizing fight, this one. Snakes versus Smorcs. Skillspecs team's going to show what they're made of here against a very stacked out solo mission Snakes.
Sparkmac up first, fighting against Victim. Victim having that extra brew advantage is going to be huge in this fight. We'll have to see what Sparkmac, maybe Little Willis, can do as he comes out with the claws first.
A double burning claw straight off the bat. Sparkmac in the Mystic top there.
Yes, Sparkmac has not got the best mage gear, and Victim's going to play on this. He's going to keep hitting with that halberd, trying to use his swashbuckler sigil as much as he can.
Sparkmac really with a gear disadvantage here. Look at what he's got compared to what Victim's got. Victim's got the Nox Halley. He's going to have to make use of that if he wants the DPS.
Sparkmac, the only member of the Smorcs to have that sigil of Rampart, so Victim knows this. Going to be using mage as much as he can, utilize the fact that he's not going to have that high mage defense.
Victim's burning claws hit a 0 off prayer on Sparkmac. Sparkmac really going to have to take the pressure off himself. He pops out of the DD. He hits a 0 bolt off prayer. Unlucky for him. Now, Sparkmac deciding to eat up here. He's going to go for a mage.
You see that Sparkmac right there hitting the sigil of the porcupine. So now every time Victim hits him, he's going to take back some damage to Victim. Sparkmac only on 2 food and a brew left already. He died a few too many times throughout the week and couldn't manage to get too many kills, so it's a very tough battle for him.
Sparkmac already all out of hard food. He does have 90% spec. Maybe he should have used that earlier on in the fight.
Planting some flowers, but he's not hitting back. He needs to keep attacking Victim, do what he can, get those hits in. Try and get any damage he can if his team wants to have a hope of winning this.
It looks like Sparkmac is being bested here. Surely he will want to use his Burning Claw specs before he dies.
He's got 90% spec, 100% spec now. Throw out those special attacks. Try and get that damage in. Sparkmac catching the freeze. No, he splashes and Victim stands under him.
Well, Sparkmac trying to freeze in his Dragon Crossbow. That will never do for him. Here he comes now. He managed to equip the staff this time. The freeze still hits a 0.
Fully out of food now, 41 hit points, and he's still got 100% special attack. Sparkmac, are you going to use the claws? Ninja Turtle, no, he's not.
No Ninja Turtling from Sparkmac. Sad to see, we'd love to see that, but here comes Victim now. Victim surely can put this to bed.
There we go, Victim.
Burning Claw scratch.
Goes for the scratch. It's not going to matter. He's still got plenty of food ready for this fight. Just utilizing Mage with that Purging Staff is going to have great bonus, and he's going into this next opponent with almost a full invent.
Yeah, Be the Victim looks like he basically just started the fight. He's got so much food. There go the Burning Claws and they hit low. Sparkmac finally found his special attack button and he goes for the double claw. What will he do now?
Is he going to throw in the third claw? He's getting low on hit points himself.
And he goes
Victim
down.
Taking him out.
He didn't use that third Burning Claw spec. Sad to see, actually.
It's all up to Sea Engineer now. We see him first time coming into the fight. He's got that Rev Scepter.
He has indeed. The Accursed Scepter is going to be doing good for Sea Engineer. I believe it does have a spec bar, is that correct?
It does have a spec bar, so he can one-tick his special attack, hit in instantly if he needs to.
I'm going to watch Sea Engineer like a hawk. I want to see if he can one-tick a spec off this Accursed Scepter.
Sea Engineer himself choosing to go for the Sigil of the Swashbuckler, so he's going to have that faster attack speed on his melee Fang. The Fang being so accurate, can it do enough damage to get through Victim's defenses? His Rampart Sigil, we'll have to wait and see.
Awesome faking by Sea Engineer. He really does know how to NH, but here comes Be the Victim. Be the Victim's looking pretty strong so far. He hasn't been managed to be broken down by Sea Engineer. Sea Engineer hasn't really managed to put the pressure on him.
He's Going for that freeze, not managing to catch it. He's got the sigils that's going to make him have extra accuracy with Mage, but he still can't catch that freeze. Doesn't have the Aram's top. Maybe that's the difference maker in this fight.
So here comes the victim, Sea Engineer with the Osmutan Fang poke.
Yeah.
Sea Engineer sitting in ropes here. He doesn't want to do that for too long.
We really want to see Sea Engineer poke with that Fang as much as we can. We saw how useful it was in some of these other fights. Pip earlier dancing around with that Fang, doing so much damage to his opponents that are running this Rampart Sigil. He needs to be getting into that melee range and just stabbing Victim when he can.
Here comes the Osmutan's Fang. Here comes the claws of the victim. More Fang work from Sea Engineer. He's really making use of that melee sigil.
Yes, Victim knows that Sea Engineer hasn't got much good range bonus. He's only using that rune crossbow, so Victim doesn't need to switch to range prey at all really. With all of his defense gear, he can just focus on mage and melee, because this is going to be Sea Engineer's primary styles, and it's going to make it much easier for Victim to just focus on this, and he might be able to take out a second opponent of the Smorcs.
Indeed, Victim may well clear Spark Mac and Sea Engineer here.
Doing a great job right there, just getting in that extra damage, going for that halberd. Every time Sea Engineer steps out, Victim's there, ready to click on him, ready to bash him with that halberd.
Sea Engineer even taking venom damage here. That's not good for him. He has got the Morrigan's Javelins, which he's barely utilised this fight. Yes,
he has got that anti-venom potion in Invent, but he just didn't eat it quick enough to...
As I said earlier, he hasn't drunk his ale of the gods yet. He was going to treat this like a bit of a jolly, it seemed.
Yeah, we've seen Sea Engineer have a great time throughout this tournament, going around DH bomb, and maybe that should have been a tactic he tried for the finals. Would that have been better odds of taking someone out?
It would have been entertainment, that's for sure. Now, here comes Be the Victim. Can he finish off Sea Engineer here? Both opponents are DD'd on top of Flowers, so interestingly, neither of them concede.
Yeah, Sea Engineer has done a good job though. Victim now only has
Big Burning Claw spec.
Only has 2 food left, so Sea Engineer, good job at trying to claw your team's way back into this.
But Be the Victim too powerful with that Noxious Halberd, and he takes off his head.
It's going to be all down to Sick Nerd next. What can he do against Victim? How is his hybriding skills? How is his tribriding skills going? I saw him before the tournament practicing for weeks trying to get better. Is it enough?
Sick Nerd is a competent NH'er though. He can be good. So let's see what he can do here. He's got the Eladinist Ward. That's going to give him some really, really good mage bonus.
He's almost got Victim fully out of food now. Sick Nerd. He's primarily running those melee sigils, Swashbuckler and Formidable Fighter. We want to see him going with this Fang like he's doing. Poke Victim down as much as he can. There again, off prayer, not managing to get any damage though.
Finally uses a spec though. He's going to use 2 specs. He's going to use 2 specs in quite a quick succession. There goes another Fang poke. He's really working with the Fang now.
Really utilising those sigil choices he's gone for. But Victim, standing strong, keeping distance now with that Nox Halley, being able to stand 2 steps away and still just hit your opponent, and is so beneficial in these fights. Sick Nerd can't reach him. He can't melee him back.
Now Sick Nerd is the one to take venom damage. He needs to remember that he's got an anti-venom in his inventory if he should need it. Be the Victim attacking for distance.
Be the Victim, great work. He's almost got Sick Nerd fully out of food as well. Can anyone stop this man?
Be the Victim really performing well in this final.
Yes, he's a very competitive person. He told me he did not want to lose any first round fights to anyone, and he's doing a great job so far, taking out his opponents. 2 in this fight, maybe even a third if Sick Nerd can't manage to stop him.
I did say final there, but of course we are only in the group stages. We are early on in this battle. Here comes Sick Nerd with the bolt. Be the Victim trying to use that Nox Halley. He's completely out of food here. He's on 44 HP with no spec and only 1 dose of Restore.
Sick Nerd just can't catch a freeze. His mage gear not quite strong enough. He is bringing that Aram's Hood and Ward for the extra bonuses, but it's just not doing what he needed.
It's real last-ditch stuff from Be the Victim here.
But he's still managing to stay alive. The blood
barrage
barrage is coming in strong.
Awesome to see. He's really utilising all the techniques, but finally he goes
Nerd
down.
has killed him, but that was an incredible showing from Be the Victim, almost taking out 3 opponents on his own. The rest of the snakes might not get a fight today.
Sick Nerd. Deciding to get some early damage on Rakesy, go for that spec and just get it out of the way. Now we can lock in and just try and get the last bit of DPS, but Rakesy really not hanging around here. Rakesy NHing well, as I said earlier. I think he's looking pretty hot in this competition.
Here is someone we've all been waiting to see. captain of the Smorcs, skill specs coming up. Let's post your Smorcs in chat for him. Let's see what he can do. He's got that corrupted volatile staff. Will he be utilizing that special, or is he going to go for his Void Waker, do you think?
Let's see it. And I want to see that volatile spec in action. That'd be really, really interesting to see.
He's gone very heavy on the mage sigils. He didn't get the defensive sigils he wanted throughout the week. They spent a lot of time training, but they just couldn't get that RNG together. Couldn't get what they needed.
A sigil proc for specs. Skill specs here with the Void Waker. Will he double it? No, he's gone back to the rune crossbow.
I think that's the first we've seen of it. Menacing mage sigil, healing up skill spec can be very useful in these outlast fights, trying to get that hit points back. Is it going to be enough to outcome the food situation? Snakes having such a high advantage of this.
Rexy having to lock in here. He doesn't want to get cleared too early by skill specs. He has got this in the bag in terms of food and supplies, but skill specs will be a tough opponent to defeat.
Both players stood apart. Both players have those halberds to try and melee each other back. And Rexy, with that sigil of Rampart, he's just tanking it. He doesn't even need to pray correctly a lot of the time. He can just soak up that damage. Skill specs can't hit through his sigils, and they're taking a 47 back.
Big 47, Noxious Halley there. Skill specs, interestingly, has no spec left, so I guess we won't see that corrupted volley spec.
No, I don't know if this fight's going to go long enough to regen another special attack for him. He has got it all to do if he wants to try and win for the Smorcs.
Indeed, and he is low on food. This is truly a captain's performance, though. He is digging in. Rexy is just performing so well, though. It's hard to break him down. That purging staff, so accurate with the freezes. It's also pretty tanky as well.
Yes, the Snakes have done a great job throughout this week acquiring this weapons while locking down the rest of the map, locking down Monkey Madness, trying to stop other teams from doing that. They've played it really well, and their team members, their strategists. You've got a solo mission. He is top, rank 1 when it comes to any temporary game mode, leagues, dev mode. You're going to see him there, rank 1. So the planning coming into a tournament like this is crucial, and his team did a great job setting themselves up for an early, dominant start, winning those first couple breaches and being able to...
They certainly did. And skill specs here with only 2 food left. Let's see how he performs when it comes down to last-ditch stuff. He goes for the bolt off prayer on Rexy. Rexy goes for the Halley here. Rexy now getting the DD. He wants to take the pressure off himself and make sure he times his next attack well. That's a great Halley by Rexy. Skill
specs fully out of food now, clinging on for his life, down to 14 hit points.
Oh, Rexy gets it done with the barrage. It was a superb KO. He knew what he was doing, and now he's got a tough opponent to face next.
The final member of the Smorcs, Perp stepping up, the most competent PvPer. He's got that real Void Waker. He's got the hand of Dino in his invent. Is it going to be enough to bring him good luck? He's not died once since acquiring that hand, survived many breaches, deathless after getting that. Will it be enough to take down 4 members of the Snakes?
Interestingly, Perp only has an RCB though. It's a weakish range weapon. He goes with the Void Waker.
Off prayer, hitting that 40. Great job by Perp there. Running the sigil of Arcane Swiftness, Menacing Mage and Meticulous Mage. So his magic is going to be very crucial in this fight. He's got that speed up barrage. He's got that chance to freeze more likely and get healing back if he can utilize it.
Perp getting caught in ropes there by the dragon crossbow of Rexy. Rexy now going for the DD. Perp, can he catch a freeze? He does catch a freeze. Will he go for a Halley here? No, he doesn't.
Perp doing a great job in this fight. Back-to-back barrage is doing great damage, taking down Rexy's food. Rexy, more of a weaker hybrid, but he's done a great job so far. Up until this point, Perp, however, just dominating him. There again, special attack off prayer.
Good work by Perp. Super work by Perp. I thought Rexy would read that as it took a tick or two for the Void Waker spec to go off. But Perp now putting the pressure on Rexy. Rexy running on absolute fumes now. 45 HP in a dream. He's got 30% spec and nothing that will spec with 30%.
You see right there, Rexy throwing in the javelin. The javelins they picked up from a breach.
When they hit, they hit.
From Smorcs' team themselves. They couldn't loot them themselves, and Rexy doing great work with them. Now going with the halberd back to back. He's clinging on for dear life, but can he take out Perp himself? Perp only has 2 sips of brew left. Will he use both of them here?
Absolutely last ditch stuff now. but Perp can surely finish this. Rexy only has 27 HP. Here comes the Fang. Now it's time for redemption heals. Will Rexy get any redemption heals here? 12 HP. Will he get any redemption heals whatsoever? Perp going in with the Fang now. That's not ideal for a redemption heal. He wants to barrage if he wants to beat a redemption heal. Rexy going in with the Morgan's javelins. Are they going to hit twice? No, they don't. They hit a 0-second time. That's another huge
Rexy's taking him out.
Wow.
Two members of the Smorcs have managed to take out two members of the Snakes, however, my bad, have managed to take out the entire Smorcs team by themselves.
Unbelievable.
That is crazy.
Unbelievable. Skill Specs really didn't manage to do the damage he needed to for his team there.
Snakes dominant so far. That's 2 wins in a row for them. Very, very good work by them. Dittabitter still hasn't had a fight.
Amazing. I want to see Dittabitter fight. He's come under a lot of flack this tournament, but I think he will throw it down if he gets to an H. So hopefully we do get to see Ditta fight at some point, but he just hasn't need to. He's sitting back, drinking his Mountain Dew, eating his pizza because he is chilling.
With that win, the Snakes have advanced as the top seed in this group. They're going to be fighting on in the semi-finals later, but the Smorcs still have one more chance. They still have a fight up against the Nuggets later on. We'll see if they can take them out. Which person is going to come second in this group? Who's going to advance?
Quick bit of news for you. We are going to pick up the Oda block fight after this, and we are going to try and pick up from where we left off and replicate the battle that he was having with Doobie as best as possible.
Competitors' food will be put back to where it was, special attacks put back to where it was. Make it as fair as we can.
As soon as the mods are ready to bring us that fight, we'll cross straight live to it. But wow, what a battle we just saw with Snakes and Smorcs. Superb stuff.
Perp doing a great job there.
Perp locked in.
Like, Skill Specs' team, they needed to not die so much during the week, have that extra food, and they would have put up a great showing against some of these other teams. But it's very difficult for them.
We didn't see the best performance from SparkMac. I hate to say it. I love SparkMac. We're all a massive fan of Spark. But dude, he just didn't manage to get the momentum in that first fight.
He left his special attacks for so long. Maybe using that earlier in the fight would have been useful. But
absolutely,
up against that Sigil of Rampart, it's going to be hard.
Sea Engineer, how did he perform?
Not too bad, as expected, I'd say. Felt like he could have used melee a bit more. He had that Fang to poke, but also his Sigil choices very heavily mage based. Maybe he could have done more blood barraging to try and recover some of that hit points.
Sick Nerd performed well, I felt, as well.
Yes.
Sick Nerd really locking in this time, and he managed to get some good DPS on his opponents.
As for the Snakes, so Victim and Rexy, 2-man squad doing it by themselves. Victim did absolutely amazing to start that off, and Rexy at the end there clinging on for dear life, taking out Perp.
Yeah,
great showing from him.
Rexy one to watch for competition MVP here. I have to say, the way he really fought like an absolute lion there.
Shall we toss it over to Foe, see what his thoughts are after that battle?
Let's chat to Foe. Foe, can you hear us, my dude?
I can. So I've got some notes to talk about on this one. First off, I think the big thing here is obviously, Rampart. Rampart, we talked about, is super strong, but it's not just that kind of like ran this fight. There was a massive food discrepancy going into this one with, the team that had the most kills, about 40 of them, versus the team that had the most deaths, about 40 of them. That was about a 450 HP discrepancy there, with the extra brews and food that, Solo Mission's team had versus the lack of that Skill Specs' team have. But it's not just that, it's a gear discrepancy as well. Purging staff on almost everyone, that is plus 37 mage accuracy. If you put that up against like a toxic Staff of the Dead, that's 25 mage accuracy. So this thing means you're almost always going to hit those mage freezes, and it has more mage defense than all the other staves as well. And I think 4 of the Solo Mission Snakes have that. That's going to be something to watch this whole time. Every member has a Noxious Halley, I'm pretty sure. Blood Furies, Ring of Suffering, Morgan Javies, and they're going up a team that is in, well, their first 3 members had half Mystic sets. Their members don't have good sigils, and they all have about half of an inventory of food. It's just, you're going to run all over them. That's why we saw 2v5 on that one, unfortunately. I don't think that another team would be able to run 2v5 against the Skill Spec Smorcs, but just unfortunate how that one went out. Also, how about Victim going 1v3 nearly there? That was pretty ridiculous.
Very brave performance 5v the Victim. He is obviously a very competent NH'er, but to see him take out 3 opponents basically is quite special, and maybe he's vying for that MVP of the competition.
Yeah, Maybe he will be. We'll have to see. Have a vote with everyone after this. Who will be the best performing player over these finals? We've still got a lot of matches to play though, so anything could happen. Will someone get a KO that's going to change the game, like we saw earlier with Doobies and Reese?
Yeah, absolutely. We did see that, and yeah, I'm just sad we didn't get to see some pure spam action in that last fight, man. We're all a massive pure spam fan, and yeah. I think we want to see some more NHing from him. I think we're nearly ready to cross to the next fight, but we just need confirmation from the mods. So yeah, Foe, are you enjoying the, what time is it over in the States, Foe? Tell us.
It's 11 a.m. for me on the West Coast.
Worth getting up for then, this. Most content creators stay in bed
I didn't go to bed. I got off a flight that was 4 hours late. I got home and I slept for about 30 minutes last night.
30 minutes sleep, cool.
I'm rocked up on caffeine today, and I'm just going at it, dude. Honestly, if you think about it, I got more sleep than I would have gotten if I played the tournament. So, you know, all in all, I'm pretty good in the last week.
Very, very true.
That's one thing that really shocked me. Watching this tournament unfold for the last week.
Yeah.
They have to work incredibly hard. They have to stream for so many hours.
Oh, man.
The good news is, sorry to cut you off, Foe. I have exciting
news. Go on.
We can go to our next battle, which is, of course, the rematch between Doobies and Odablock. We're going to pick up the action right there. Let's cross live to it right now. Here we go.
Let's do it.
This is intense. Are they ready? Let's see this. Can Odablock do it? He's got to take out Doobies. He's got to take out Boaty if he wants to claw this back and get a win for the Odablock Warriors. Doobies doing fantastic. Still has 3 anglerfish and brew and a bit left.
Now, you're about to see some absolutely impeccable NHing from Odablock. He is, after all, a superb PKer of all styles, but NH is especially one that he is competent at. Wow, Doobies coming in with the barrage into the Nox Halley. Doobies really going for the throat here. I don't think Odablock is experiencing connection issues again.
Don't sleep on Doobies. He is out there in the Rev Cave PKing every day. This man knows what to do. It may be his first All-Stars, but he doesn't feel under the pressure. He's given speeches out to his team. He's ready for this. He knows what he needs to do, and he's ready to try and take out Odablock.
But of course, Odablock is the king of PvP, and he knows how to recover from these kind of situations. And as we see, he faked his staff to go back to the Void Waker, and Doobies is on the ropes because of it. Now, can he catch the freeze? He catches the freeze on Doobie.
That double Void Waker there, both off prayer, crucial for clawing back some hit points. Odablock needs to kill Doobies quick so he can have as much food remaining going against Boaty, the last member of Odablock, Boaty Brawlers, after this fight.
And Doobie now is out of food completely. He's on 51 HP. He's going to be clinging on for dear life, but Odablock gets the headshot with a 54, off with his head.
That's one of them done. Boaty stepping up there with his Dragon Hunter wand.
I can't wait to see how this Missouri body goes. Will it be the tank gear that he needs to defeat Odablock? Let's see.
Both players very stacked on gear. The leaders of their team been given the best gear they can have to fight this. Boaty having that Fang for a spec. It's his only spec weapon. He doesn't have a great carry potential like Odablock's Void Waker, but Odablock only at 20% spec. He needs to try and win that and claw that back.
Things less than ideal for Odablock here. Boaty is really looking strong with his gear, but he goes for the DD to try and take the heat off himself, goes for the bolt. He is a competent NH, so when he locks in, he will really, really lock in.
Yeah, Odablock getting so many kills throughout the week, giving himself those extra brews of been coming in clutch for these fights right here. He's still got a decent amount of food, and Boaty's seeding away so that Odablock can't use his Noxious Halberd while he's a tile away.
Boaty really needs to eat up here. He crucially does have 100% spec here. Odablock, it looks like his spec has regenerated to 30%. Has he got anything he can spec with here? No, he doesn't.
Boaty going with the Staff Bash. He might be regretting that later when it all comes down to the final hits. He needs to lock in, get those freezes, get those blood barrages, and fang Odablock down.
This is still anyone's fight. Odablock has a ton of food. Boaty still has a good amount of food himself. Boaty going for the fang spec there, and it catches Odablock a bit off guard, I feel.
Odablock's got that arcane swiftness sigil and meticulous mage. He really needs to be using this mage as much as he can. It's going to be his strongest combat style, attacking with 4 ticks instead of 5. Having that Zero staff on top of it to blood barrage and get his hit points back. Needs to make the most of this.
Boaty just can't seem to break down Odablock. Once Odablock is on a charge, you really can't throw him off. But he does manage to get a bolt, which is nice on Odablock's robe. Surprised to see Odablock not switching to his tank gear there.
Boti, one of the only people running that Sigil of the Gunslinger as well, which is going to give him faster range attacks. Are we going to see him utilize that crossbow more? And he's now fully out of food. Odablock somehow, how has he managed to claw this back? I didn't even realize this. Odablock's taken the lead.
Odablock is in the lead here, but he hasn't got a lot of food himself. Boti running all over him, going for the mage here. He's going for the mage. Thought he might fake it. Both of these players will probably be using Entity Hider, as that's the meta now for NHing. NHL Entity Hider banned. Forgive me.
Boti down to 39 hit points left. Odablock also out of food. Anyone could do this. Boti with the 40 bolt, clawing it back. Both players blood grudging.
There goes the fang. And here comes the barrage of Odablock. Can he finish this now? He wants to be as unpredictable as possible. He goes for the barrage.
To get it.
Boti taking down Odablock. What a tight battle.
Odablock Warriors, unlikely defeat in round 1. Doobies did a great job in this fight. KOing Reese, making Reese die with so much food left. Reese, that fight's on you, maybe.
Yeah, that fight is possible.
That could have been a game changer if you used up that extra food.
It was a sublime bit of NHing from all competitors really there. Odablock, I just don't think he was quite at his best. I didn't see the slick one-tick performance that I usually expect from Oda.
He still, though, managed to do an opponent and a half worth of food. And you're coming up against the best PKs from the other team when you're in this position, position 5. These players know what they're doing. And for Odablock to take a player and a half worth of food there, very good. They're not out of this yet. They have another fight coming up later with the Titans.
Don't forget, Boti also had that amazing tank gear, that Missouri body. No one else in the team, I think, no one else in the tournament has Missouri, if I'm right in thinking. So, yeah, impressive stuff from Odablock to get that much of DPS on Boti, to be fair.
Yeah, and he's doing this from not his standard setup. He's not using his home setup right now because of the issues we had earlier. So it's going to be hard for him. It's going to be difficult. It's just extra bonus, extra difficulty for him. But when you're that good at PKing, he knows what to do still. He's
sure. I bet Odablock could beat me on a very crappy laptop if he wanted to. So, yeah. So, we have another battle that we are going to queue up very, very shortly. As soon as the JMods give us the signal, we will cross live to that.
Yes, this is going to be the Warriors versus the Titans, I believe. It's going to be the first time we're seeing the Titans fight.
Yeah.
Torvesta, their captain, coming in with that max gear. How do you think he's going to perform in this situation?
Well, I think when Torvesta goes for it, he really, really goes for it. I think can we cross live to the fight? Now, here's the Torvesta Titans gear if you were interested. Yeah. So take a look at that Armadillo chain body that Torvesta will be rocking. He PK'd that from the clutches of Odablock himself. And now we're about to see the rematch between these two captains. It'll be very interesting.
A very important thing to note on this is Torvesta's team has 4 sigils of Rampart. The strongest sigil we've been talking about it constantly because of how good it is. That 100 defense bonus to all your melee stats, all your range defense. It's going to be very hard for the Odablock Warriors to try and get through this. And Torvesta Titans coming into this as 6th seed with food disadvantage potentially because they haven't got many kills throughout the week. They've just been dying on repeat. But they have great gear, great sigils. It could be anyone's game.
Interestingly, Mr. Mammal has the first AGS that we will see in this tournament so far. And every member of their team has an Osmuter's Fang. And Lake also has the ornamented, kitted Fang as he's been grinding out a lot of PVM. Lake, an exceptional PVMer, has also managed to get himself a quiver. That's what you want to see, right? Some pure DPS items there.
You expect nothing less from a man like Lake and his skillful PVM. Mr. Mammal last year showed us with that corrupt AGS last time, a weaker version. He's so good with it. He managed to KO opponents with a weaker version of his AGS. What can he do with a real one?
Interesting to see here. Lake also has an AGS, so Mr. Mammal and Lake going for big KOs, hopefully, with the AGS. I want to see some 75 hits. I want to see some max hit headshots. That'll be excellent to see.
They don't have 5 suffering, so this could be...
Interesting, interesting. Can we see some gear potentially from the Odablock Warriors? I wonder if the mods can show us some gear from the Oda Warriors. That would be cool to see. Possibly not, but here we go then. Actually, this is going to be some gear from the Odablock Warriors. Old Warriors looking absolutely stacked on food. That's one thing they do have. They have the food advantage, is that correct?
Yes, they do have that food advantage. And Odeblock himself having the 4 brews, and Mutz himself having the 4 brews. Mutz getting off to a great start this Deadman mode week. He got, I think, 3 early kills, and kills like that when opponents don't have food, can't fight back, is very beneficial in getting you these extra brew strategies from their team to go PKing early, as it might end up working out well for them in the finals.
So 3 Rings of Suffering for the Odeblock Warriors, 2 Light Bearers on Mutz and MMORPG. Interestingly, Mutz and Mika both have Morrigan's Throne Axes. We haven't seen too much action from the Morrigan's Throne Axes so far in the competition. I really want to see them pop off. We've got a Fang. Reese has got the Fang. Will Reese manage to lock in this time? And will we see a better performance from him? I know he's a good NH'er. I know he's a superb hybrid PKer, and I really want to see him perform to his best in this competition. So, the mods are giving me the signal. We are about to see some combat. This will be the Odeblock Warriors versus the Torvesta Titans. Let's take it away.
Mr. Mammal up first. Let's see how he's going to perform. He's not warmed up. The Odeblock Warriors, they just had a fight, so they'll be more ready. They're more calm, more composed. This is Torvesta Titans' first match of the competition.
Here we go then.
But it is make or break for the Odeblock Warriors. They need to win this fight. Otherwise, they're going to be out of the competition.
Huge AGS fakie from Mr. Mammal. I'm not sure what he's doing here. It feels like he's got connection issues the way he's
Curtis
playing.
starting off very strong, uses both claw specs and manages to hit with both of them, getting that food advantage.
Mr. Mammal with the Ghost Barrage there. Mr. Mammal is now responding. Here we go.
Mr. Mammal pulls out
There's
the AGS.
But Curtis with the Morrigan's Javelin. Here comes that Vesta Spear. We love to see the Vesta Spear. Oh, it hit a 48.
I didn't think we were going to see this being used at all, but it's
10.
working. Farmer versus Farmer. Curtis is doing a great job.
It's scrappy so far. It's definitely one of the scrappiest fights we've seen. It's just pure ragging. Will Mammal catch the freeze? Now he does. Now we have seen Mr. Mammal NH pretty well. There's the AGS. That was a chance on MMORPG for sure. He could have killed him.
That could have been a difference maker in this fight. If he had died there, MMORPG would have not used like 6 food and 2 brews. That would have been a big game changer for the Torvesta Titans. Mr. Mammal's magic setup, so much stronger than MMORPGs. I would have expected we're going to see him using more mage in this fight just because he has an advantage of it.
Mr. Mammal not looking too good on supplies here. He's only got an Angler and 2 doses of brew left. He goes for the DD to try and take the heat off himself. Here comes the Fang.
Yeah, Mammal with that Pious Protection. You need to be praying correctly to get that benefits, otherwise it's a disadvantage. And MMORPG is hitting off prayer a lot of the time. He could get that extra 5% damage bonus for every hit he does.
This fight's really opened up now, and now both competitors are on pretty even supplies. So here comes MMORPG. He's got Mammal frozen exactly where he was. There's the Vesta Spear. We love to see it. Another Vesta Spear.
Mammal with that gunslinger, but we haven't seen him use too much range during this fight.
And he does have Sigil of the Light Bearer as well, interestingly, so he can go for another AGS spec. He loves his AGS spec.
That's a great point. His special attack regenerating faster. He's now ready to use another spec. Will Curtis be expecting it? We'll have to wait and see.
I think he might well be brewed down and not have combat potion anymore, so we're not going to see a massive hit from him. Here comes that AGS. He fakies it well, goes straight into the bolt. It's good to see. There's the fakey into the whack.
He's constantly hitting MMORPG off prayer, but all of the hits are zeros. Even there, the special attack off prayer, 0. That's
so
Sigil of
unlucky for Mammal.
Rampart. 100 defense bonus is so crucial in these fights. Working a week to try and get that.
This is RuneScape being RuneScape. Sometimes you just don't get the DPS you need. Here comes Mr. Mammal now with the bolt. Can he finish off MMORPG here? Both opponents have very, very similar supplies. They're both pretty much out.
Yeah, a brew sip between them is all that they've got left. Who will come out on top? Mr. Mammal wielding that AGS. 0. Could have carried MMORPG right there. And MMORPG with the claws.
They hit low and a 0 for Mr. Mammal with the AGS. What more must he do to get some RNG? I'm going to have to be hitting up the Jagex servers after this because Mr. Mammal's RNG is broken here.
The 4 special attacks he got in this fight with that Sigil of the Light Bearer, that could have been very different. It could have come out different if the RNG's on his side and he doesn't hit those zeros, but he's got the bolts coming in now. He's got the Fang, but he's choosing to fakey it. Just bolt him down, your Sigil of the Gunslinger, and take him out.
Surely one of these opponents must finish it now. There goes the bolt. It's low. MMORPG has pit here. Will he go for the Vesta Spear?
Anyone's game, neck and neck. 11 hit points between them. Who's going to win? Both hitting 0, 0, 0. MMORPG in there with a kick, and he goes down to Mr. Mammal.
A very
Great
good
showing
fight.
from both opponents right there.
Wow, that really went down to the wire though. But he'll have to compose himself because we are straight into our next fight. Who have we got?
Mutz is coming up next to try and take out Mr. Mammal. He needs to try and make quick work of him. He has got that brew advantage. So if Mr. Mammal is able to take an extra few hits, few bits of damage, it's going to really knock into that and give his team a great chance throughout this fight.
Mutz will surely sweep him aside with the swiftness. But Mr. Mammal going for blood barrages here, just trying to keep a bit of health. He's faking the AGS. I think he's trying to actually hit with it. It's very slow. It's not clean. It ain't pretty.
I
there
don't
we
think
go.
anyone was predicting that.
No one predicted the 10 tick AGS, but Mutz did go for the Void Waker and get the job done. Interestingly, he decided to use some spec and just get Mammal out of the way.
Use that spec up, get your opponent, move on to the next, get it recharged, and we'll see what he can do against the next opponent.
So here comes Alfie. Now, Alfie, will he have the energy for this fight?
Alfie, one of the people with the least amount of food in this tournament, and that's going to be a big deciding factor in these fights. Although,
Great Fang spec from Alfie.
straight away, going in with that Fang, getting the damage is going to even up some of the food situation straight away. One of the only people in this tournament using the Sigil of Rampage. If Alfie's switching combat style after every single attack, it's going to increase his accuracy and damage, and he can do some great work on Mutz.
Interesting tactic there. Let's see Mutz go in with the... Oh, there goes the Morgan's Javelin into the Void Waker. He was unlucky. There's the whip hit. Mutz loves that. Mutz loves a Void Waker into a whip. That's his special combo that he loves to do. So here comes Alfie with the freeze. Alfie's now got a freeze on Mutz.
Sigil-wise, the Rampage on Alfie, Rampart, Adroit, he's got a great set of sigils. It's just that food that's going to potentially be the deciding factor in this fight.
Pretty even on supplies. Mutz still with those brews looking juicy in his inventory. He'll draw on them if he needs to. He's got 50% spec here. When will he go for his Void Waker? Will he use it while he's DD'd as some kind of ninja tactic?
Mutz quickly stepping in and out of Alfie, stepping under him so he can't hit him as much. Trying to get some of those blood barrages back, heal up this fight and extend his food, extend his life.
There go the Morrigan's Javelins of Mutz. They haven't really come into effect so much. They're still hitting zeros. Mutz is going to go for the freeze here, it looks like, trying to take the heat off himself. Alfie getting the Fang in robes, taking the opportunity to get a Fang whilst Mutz is in his robe setup.
Catches the freeze and immediately steps back under. He now might want to use some of his mage, some of those blood barrages with this Zero Staff, trying to get some hit points back. But Alfie predicts this. He's going in for the prayer mage. And when Mutz has got a Void Waker spec, if you're praying mage a lot, you're going to be doing less damage.
Be fine. So Alfie here now on full health. He'll have to go for the DD on Mutz to try and make Mutz really have to work for this.
Yeah, Mutz already though almost having another special attack back. That light bearer ring he's using might be coming in clutch.
Certainly is. Grinding TOA is paying off. So here comes Mutz now. Both opponents frozen, I believe.
Yeah, Alfie rocking that suffering, but Mutz, maybe this light bearer is doing enough, getting those guaranteed hits with the Void Waker spec, having that recharge lots of times. Mutz be useful.
Mutz has a full brew as advantage, but going for the Void Waker spec there on Alfie, it still hits low. Alfie just praying mage, just does not want to get hit by the Void Waker. He can relax now because Mutz has absolutely no spec, and there's not much chance that Mutz will get another spec in this fight.
Mutz has those brews left, but he doesn't have any combat potions after this, so he's going to be on lower stats for his melees and range, so he needs to sort of use them now and then focus on using magic, because that's going to be his style that's going to be strongest after this.
Mutz with only 57 HP. Surely he has to go for some blood barrages now to try and clear this opponent.
Both teams neck and neck though. Alfie doing a great job to try and take out Mutz. He came into this at a food disadvantage and he's almost taken out Mutz. He's doing a great job. Both people
so
out of food now.
Wow, 51 HP for Alfie, 29 HP for Mutz. Surely some blood barrages have to happen for whoever really wants to stay in this. Mutz getting the amazing... So will Mutz Void Waker? Yes, he will. He managed to get the spec regen to go for a Void Waker, and he clears his opponent.
Was that 5 special attacks we saw from Mutz during that one fight? That is incredible. Having that guaranteed damage
That light bearer really coming clutch. Now he's got to contend with Eliop, and Eliop is a competent NH'er and just bolts him. And Eliop even dropping the emotes. He's a cocky boy.
He waves him away. Eliop, known for Mage Bank PKing, but
now he's got to contend with Mika. Now Mika is a formidable force. I feel that when Mika locks in, I saw him fight against Odablock in the warm-ups to this tournament, and he was fighting pretty well. They did some practice fights together before the Deadman All Stars tournament even began.
this is a different situation though. Having to get used to PKing with sigils, Mika having to change up his whole style, swashbuckler sigil, using that halberd more and more, and it's just going to be new for him. His normal style, he loves having that VLS to spec multiple times in a row, try and catch his opponents off guard. He loves using Blood Barrage heavy in the fights and try and get an advantage that way, but it's
there goes Mika with the first Void Waker spec of this fight. He went for Void Waker early on. He needs to make use of that spec regeneration here. Now, will Eliot manage to catch a freeze on him? Mika's got great footwork here, DDing underneath him, checking in, checking out. Here he comes with the Noxious Halley.
Eliot came into this fight with a big food disadvantage after those 6 deaths during a week, but he's clawing it back. Mika trying to dance around and just use that halberd as much as he can, catch Eliot off prayer, using his bolts, using his mage, using his halberd, whatever he can do to try and get an advantage.
A Void Waker spec, unfortunately, on prayer for Mika. The contrast between this fight and some of the earlier fights we had in this round are light and day. These two opponents are really competent NHs, and you can see that they're switching back to their tank gear within each hit. They're not missing prayers, they're going for fakies, and Eliot getting a nice fang there on Mika.
Both opponents doing a great job to get those prayers correct. They're running almost identical sigils, both having ramp up for the defense moments, both having pious protection to get that extra defense, extra damage reduction when you pray correctly. The difference being Eliot having that arcane swiftness to speed up his attacks, whereas Mika's got the swashbuckler to speed up his melee attacks.
Eliot taking the chance to speak to Mika. He has no food left whatsoever, and he's just composing himself to go for that last bit of damage. Good work by Eliot there. He was composed. You can see the skill of him coming out now. He's got absolutely nothing left. He just has to throw everything at this. He's going for DDs on Mika, and with the flower, it's especially good for him.
Mika trying to catch the freeze, and he does. Getting it back, being able to hit with melee off prayer a couple times in a row. Get that damage in while he can. Eliot's fully out of food. Mika just needs to try and clear him out and then start doing some damage in the next fight.
Eliot's really clinging on here, and this is what you tend to see happen. That's a great Noxious Halberd by Mika on Eliot. Oh, he could have finished him there. What you tend to see happen with these fights is when they go down to the wire like this, it really opens up and people start to miss prayers, people get sloppy with their NHing. As we see there, a staff bash from Mika. Thank you for proving my point, Mika.
Both players now fully out of food. Mika with that HP advantage. He's just going to try and finish it off. He does. He gets in there and kills him with range.
Good work by Mika there. Solid bit of NHing. Now, he's got a new competitor to contend with the Dazan's Quiver and the Armadillo chestplate. Is this Lake? It's Lake.
Lake fully stacked on gear, but again being down a few food at the start of this fight from all those deaths in Deadman mode. He's not too experienced with the game mode. This week was his first time ever logging into a Deadman server, but how is his PKing ability? His team think he's really good. That's why they put him there, second to last. They believe in him.
Well, Mika already managing to take a chunk out of his supplies here. Mika getting caught by the Morrigan's javelins off prayer though, but he's still managing to not get frozen. Mika again getting caught by the Morrigan's javelins. He's lucky.
Mika always stepping out 2 tiles away so he can get a melee hit on his opponent, but Lake can't hit him back with that fang. He's doing a great job of trying to get any little advantage he can with that.
Lake with the AGS there. I think Mika read that on prayer. He did get caught on ropes, but he did get his overheads right. So Mika now on absolutely nothing. He has 37 HP. He does...
Oh, Lake, 0 AGS. He could have taken out Mika right there. Very unlucky for him.
Unlucky there, unlucky there. So Mika now still trying to stay. Look at the movement. Odablock's taught him all about movement. Here we go now.
Lake just needs to start hitting his opponent back. Has he got a shield on right now? It doesn't look like he's wearing a shield anymore. Is he just choosing not to use his crystal shield at all? He's got the Dragon Defender on. There it is.
Yep. But he will need to switch back into that crystal shield if he wants the optimal tank setup. He's got the Darok's legs, which are absolutely juicy in terms of tank here. He goes for the C to get away from Mika, but Mika also has the Noxious Halley, so Mika can attack however he wants, where he wants, but
Mutts managing to take him out there. The quiver, the bolts, very strong with range from Mutts.
Lake there, yeah, Lake.
Lake, my
Yeah,
bad.
no. All good. It's an exciting battle. We're seeing a lot of NHs. So, who have we got up next? Tell
Reese
us, Robert.
coming in. He needs to get this win. He needs to take out Lake. He will not live it down if Odablock Warriors go out of this tournament, and it's his fault for losing that food in the first fight. He really needs to put in work and show why he's such a great hybrid, tri-hybrid in this fight.
Absolutely. We need to see Reese, a strong performance from him, that's for sure. So here he comes with the barrage. He's not going to hit many barrages on an Armadillo top and a Crystal Shield, that's for sure.
Mika has done a great job of removing a lot of Lake's food, though. As you can see, he's only got 2 left. Reese should have quite an easy time of taking him out, but the zeros from the Fang, the barrage is splashing. He can't do any damage at the moment.
So unlucky from Reese. Lake is really digging in here. Lake has only got 2 food left and Reese is looking good.
Bolting back, getting that 36. Lake does not want Reese to be able to DD under him, using those flowers constantly to try and move away, and he gets the freeze for himself.
For those of you unaware, the flowers will allow you to move 1 tile in a certain direction if you're frozen, and they're especially useful in NHPKing for when you get frozen and your opponent stands on top of you.
Lake doing a fantastic job right now. He's done so much damage to Reese and he hasn't had to eat at all. He's still got 1 food left, uses it now, but he's clawed his way back into this fight, doing a great job for his team.
Lake really on the ropes here now. He has 75 HP left. Let's see what he can do. Can he get another chunk of Reese's HP down before he's sent out of the game?
Reese down to 5 Manta Ray now, and he takes out Lake with the barrage there. Great job. Should have a good time going into this next fight against the man himself, Torvesta, leader of the Titans.
Let's see it, Torvesta. Come on now. Torvesta versus Reese. The battle of the Brits here. Here comes Torvesta with the bolt. Torvesta fresh. Torvesta wants this with the Void Waker. Off prayer on Reese. Reese goes for the barrage and seeds to move himself under Torvesta so that he can take a breather and eat up to full and plan his next attack. What's he going to do? Goes for a bolt.
Torvesta needs to get Reese down and out of the fight as quick as he can. He's got a massive task ahead of him. He's got to beat Reese and Odablock. He's the last man standing for the Devils right now. What can he do?
Surely it's a huge task for Torvesta to beat Reese and Odablock. That will be massive. But Reese is almost out. Reese's only job is to make sure that he gets a big chunk of Torvesta's HP down so that even if Odablock disconnects, Odablock can get the win.
Sorry, you throw me off there. Torvesta, the Sigil of Rampart, and he's one of the only competitors using aggression in this fight. He's going to take more damage, but also has that chance to deal more himself. Go for these KOs, go for that Void Waker, massive hit. I think he can hit 70s plus with that, with this Sigil choice.
Reese fully out here now. He has 71 HP. What will he do with this? Here he goes for a bolt. He diagonal steps on Torvesta, then goes for the Fang. DD's back on top of Torvesta, goes for the bolt. Now Torvesta is unfrozen. Torvesta will surely want to get the barrage here. I don't think Torvesta is going to want to stop till he gets a barrage on Reese. There we go. Reese doing well with the seeds.
Seeding away, does not want to have Torvesta next to him. He just wants to be able to make it a range mage battle. Doesn't want to give Torvesta the chance to DD underneath him. And he's now going to go ahead and start flicking that redemption prayer, trying to get that proccing and heal him up.
Ooh. Good stuff by Reese. He hit a 35 into a 34 Fang, I think, something like that. Here he comes now. Oh, Torvesta looking like he's being battered by Reese here. Reese is absolutely locking in. Come on, Torvesta, you got this, man.
Reese clutching up this fight. The moment he went out of food, he locked in, was ready, just did everything he could to give Odablock the biggest advantage coming into this fight. We've seen these two players, these captains, fight during the week. At that time, Torvesta came out on top, but who will be the victor here today? Torvesta sporting the Staff of the Dead in his invent that he got from Odablock as a reminder. But what can he do? He's out of food already. Odablock on full food. Surely this should be easy for Odablock.
Odablock will surely blow him away. This is the fight we wanted to see, though. This is Torvesta versus Odablock. Odablock full of vengeance in his heart. He wants to make Torvesta look very silly if he can, possibly. And here he does it. Sweeping Torvesta aside here. What a battle we just saw.
Great battle right there. Reese managing to come in, clutch it up. It was an uphill battle for the Titans. That deaths in the week costing them the food advantage, and I just have to say, Torvesta Titans, you did well. For the
But
Oda Block
Block did
Warriors, did
better.
better, you know.
Very good, very good. Yeah, it was awesome to see Oda Block finally get that chance to wreak his vengeance on Torvesta. But Torvesta did what he could. It just wasn't enough today. Obviously, Oda Block looks like he's playing better now. Looks like his connection is sorted and looks like he's clicking well. He was fluid. He was ruthless. And it only took him 3, 4, 5 hits to kill Torvesta. So let's have a look at the standings of the group stage so far. So talk us through it, Robert.
Group A, the solo mission Snakes have won so far. They're going through on top as the victors of that group, but it's still all to play for. Who will win out of the Dino Nuggets and the Skill Spec Smorcs to secure that seed into the next bracket? Whereas in Group B, it is all to play for. Torvesta Titans sat there without a win, only a loss, but they still have to face the Brawlers. If they can take out the Brawlers, tie up this field, it could be anyone's game.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see the Boaty Brawlers versus the Torvesta Titans. That will be a hotly contested battle. Who have we got next? Do we have the Nuggets versus the Smorcs next? Is that what we can expect?
Yes, the Nuggets versus the Smorcs. I am looking forward to this one. Can the Smorcs pull it out? Can they win? Show us your skill in PvP against the former champions.
I'm excited to see how Dino puts Skill Specs himself to the sword. I know Dino has been frustrated by the way Skill Specs has been playing this week. Skill Specs wants big open play. Let's take a look at the gear that the Dino Nuggets are rocking.
They've got those 3 rings of suffering, which is going to come in clutch. They've also decided to go for recoils on the other members of their teams.
Did they not have light bearers? They didn't grind any TOA this week.
They did a lot of TOA. I think they've just decided that these are going to be better for them in the fight. Getting that guaranteed damage back on your opponent is a game changer. In that Outlast fight, it's all about how much food you have, how much food you can take off the opponent. So having that 1 damage back is very important, even if you don't have the Ring of Suffering.
Excellent. I think we can expect better performances from Verf and Coxie this time. I think their nerves will have evaporated and they'll be ready for it this time.
First time seeing both of them tri-breeding in an event like this. So now they've got that first fight out of the way. That fight where they're coming up against opponents with so much food advantage. They know from the start that they've got it all to do. This time around they can relax a bit, get into the rhythm, start the fight and just compose.
It should be a very even battle, I think. I hope so anyway. So that's the Nuggets versus the Smorcs. That's coming next. And after that, we'll bring you the Boaty Brawlers versus the Torvesta Titans.
I am incredibly excited for that match. Can the Titans claw it back, take down the Boaty Brawlers and manage to lock up that group in a 3-way tie?
I sure hope we see some Torvesta Titans on the charge again, because if we do get that 3-way tie, then we do replay. How does it work? We replay the...
So the first seed is going through automatically, the highest ranked seed.
That's
and then
right.
We're getting our lower seeds will have a rematch. In
Awesome.
this case, that would be the Oda Block Warriors going through with...
I'm glad someone's paying attention. Thank you,
Brawlers
Robert.
versus Titans again, so anyone's to play for in this.
Excellent stuff. So, Nuggets versus Smorcs. As soon as we get the signal from the JMods, we'll bring you that matchup. Going to be very exciting indeed. I can't wait to see Dino and West Ham again, because those guys are some of the best NHs in this competition.
They did a great job in that last fight against the Snakes. I mean, they had a tough time, but they still did more damage to their opponents than they got damage back. They just didn't have enough food from the week, but they are great tri-brids. So we'll see if the rest of the team can step up a bit, make it a little bit easier if they're doing some more damage to their opponents, and then make it easier for West Ham to then go and take out 1 or 2 opponents at the end of it.
And the Smorcs, how do you feel Skill Specs is playing this week?
Skill Specs has had a fantastic week. I am sad I'm not going to be waking up to put on his streams throughout the rest of the tournament.
Agreed.
Been so fun to watch. I've really enjoyed them. And they're still in it. They've still got a chance. They can still switch it up and take out the Nuggets here.
Absolutely.
They've got a good amount of food. They did die a lot, but they got a lot of kills back
Sure.
throughout the week.
And
Even that up.
if there's one thing Skill Specs is really great at, it's bringing his team positive morale. So I think, you know, with skills to rally behind Skill Specs, I feel like, yeah, you've got to be in a good position.
Herb showed us in those fights how competent he is at tri-breeding. Could he be the difference maker in some of these fights?
Herb really surprised me. Is he on Aussie ping? Am I correct to say he's on Aussie?
Yes,
Aussie
I
ping?
believe so. Yeah, so he's used to it. He plays this game for a living. He knows what to do. He's
And for those of you who don't know at home, am I right in thinking the servers for this Deadman tournament are based in America?
Yes.
Is that correct? So they're American East, meaning that everyone kind of has a fair advantage or disadvantage in terms of ping. That's how the fights work as far as I'm
Yes,
as far
you
as I'm
are
aware.
correct. So some competitors who are in the US are going to have an easier time. We're going to have like no
Very
click
true.
delay. And then other people around the world, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, they're going to have a slight bit of delay, but
Yeah, they couldn't put the servers in EU because that would make it difficult for other competitors.
they're used to this. They know what they've signed
Absolutely.
up for. Perp was Skill Spectre's first choice for a reason. He knows how good of a PK a Perp is.
Sure.
Perp,
Looks like we have confirmation from the JMods that the next battle can begin.
I
So we
can't
have
wait.
got... Who have we got, Robert?
we've got the Nuggets versus the Smorcs. Let's take it away. Who will come out on top? Who will be advancing through to the semi-final?
I want to see a surprise upset from the Smorcs here. Come on.
Let's go. First up, we are going to have Spark Mac. How can he do? He runs in with the claws straight away. He's been told by his team he needs to try and use those claws as much as he can throughout this fight because he was leaving that to...
Yep. And here comes Verf now with the freeze. Verf now with the freeze on Sparkmac. Now, Sparkmac is fully frozen. Verf with the bolt here. You see him one-tick his staff after every attack. That's to make sure he's in his most defensive iteration and he can't get hit by Sparkmac. Sparkmac isn't doing that as much. You'll see Sparkmac just bolting. He's a less experienced hybrider and that's possibly why he doesn't switch to his staff between attacks. Now, Verf coming in with the claw. Doesn't manage to get a big claw off prayer, unfortunately. Sparkmac read it well.
Spark Mac, he has competed in these Deadman 1v1s before. He knows how to try red. He knows what's at stake for his team. He's going to do everything he can to try and get an advantage. Going with the claw there, unfortunately getting no damage. The Smorcs did not manage to get too many great special attack weapons during the week, so the Burning Claws, not ideal, but he's trying to do what he can with it.
So, Verf looking in charge here. Here comes Sparkmac with the claws though on Verf. Just as I say that, curse of the commentator. So here comes Verf with the staff bash now. That was unlucky for him. He's going to go for the barrage. Will he DD now? Yes, he's making use of the DD. And there goes the Noxious Alley.
Verf up a bit on food right now. Spark Mac chucking out his Sigil of the Porcupine there. If Verf hits him now, he's going to start taking back... Verf's going to start taking back damage, but he's hitting 0, so the Porcupine's completely useless. It's not doing its job.
It isn't, unfortunately for him. And Sparkmac is now on lower food than Verf, that's for sure. It's still pretty tight though. Verf with the coal in his inventory, that's not going to do him any good whatsoever. I believe that's just there for inventory management.
It is pretty neck and neck though. We can see here, it's only one food in between it. Sparkmac, what can he do to try and bring this back? His mage gear not quite as good as Verf's, but he has got that mage's book to make up for the fact he's only got a mystic top.
Both opponents still have spec here though. Sparkmac could go for a Burning Claw spec, whereas Verf could go for a Dragon Claw spec.
See him right here. Sparkmac catches the freeze. I've not seen this menacing mage proc once. He's not getting that heal back. Sigil choices, maybe that's something they should have worked on throughout the week instead of Warriors Guild so much where you're not getting sigils. That could be the difference maker in these fights and he's at a disadvantage because of it.
Interestingly, only one dose of brews separates these two opponents. I can barely get the words out. This fight is so entertaining. Here comes Sparkmac though, with a freeze on Verf. It's so open. Both of these guys, not particularly known for NHPKing, but they're really, really digging in here. It's an exciting battle to see.
Verf down to his final few brew sips now. He's rocking that Sigil of Aggression so he can get extra damage, but every hit he takes, it's going to be more damage as well back to him. Not sure if this was the best choice, but right now, all he needs to do is as much damage to Sparkmac as he can. Can he clutch something out? He's got
Great Burning Claw work.
He's got the claws left. He's got 2 specs ready. Can he do any damage? Hits the 0.
Oh, he decided to go for the double claw, which would have thrown many people off because they would have prayed range on the second claw potentially. But Verf now looking like he's really out of energy here. He has 7 HP left and Sparkmac gets the job
Well done, Sparkmac, managing to take out Verf there. Great showing, good job, but it was neck and neck throughout that fight. Sparkmac, not on much food left. It should be an easy task for Coxie coming in here to try and take him out. And he goes straight away, gets the bolt off prayer. Unfortunately a 0, and he's now going to try and catch the freeze on Sparkmac.
Here comes Coxie. Staff Bash was unfortunate, but can he catch the barrage? If he can clear Sparkmac, he fights Sea Engineer in this next battle. So Both opponents get frozen.
Coxie just going to chuck in that Voidwaker spec, try and get his opponent killed straight away, save the food for the next fight. He chucks in the second one, and he's down.
Coxie decided he just wanted to clear Sparkmac as quickly as possible because he has got the mighty Sea Engineer up next.
Neck and neck, both teams on 4 members, both teams having all their food basically for this fight. Sea Engineer not really got a spec weapon. He's going to be having to use a Fang, which we see there hits through Coxie's defense, 30.
A very tough battle indeed straight off the bat. Here comes Sea Engineer. I believe he just used a Morrigan's Javelin spec. I saw the Javelin, it was green. I believe that's a special attack. So here comes Sea Engineer now. He seeds away from Coxie.
Coxie seeding to try and catch him up. He wants to be in that melee range. He wants to be able to utilize the hybrid. He's worked all week. He grinded out for his team. He got every single member that wanted one a halberd.
Very good to see. So we've got a Fang versus a Halberd here. Both of these two melee weapons are very strong, but who will come out on top? Let's see. We've got Coxie with slightly less food, I'd say.
Yes, it is. Coxie...
Fairly even.
Coxie was trained up by West Ham in the week leading up to this tournament. So we'll have to see what he can remember from that, what he can pull out in this fight. You've got to think, though, these are people who've spent all those weeks practicing, and then they come into a tournament spending hundreds of hours not doing any PvP, and they're not going to have that muscle memory built up yet to just go straight back to it, so it's going to be difficult for them to get in there.
Yes, all things considered, they are both NHing very well. So both opponents have pretty low spec. Coxie with 30%, Sea Engineer with 20. Coxie could try and wait for spec, or he could go for a Fang spec. Does he have a Fang? No, he doesn't. He has Voidwaker, so he'll have to wait for 20% more spec if he wants to actually get some damage with that corrupted Voidwaker.
I want to see Sea Engineer meleeing with the Fang more in these fights. He's got that swashbuckler. He got that Fang. It's going to be accurate. He's going to be attacking faster. He needs to make the most of it to hit through the defensive Coxie, hit through that Rampart Sigil. His bolts are not doing enough damage. He just needs to use that Fang.
So here comes the Fang of Sea Engineer now. He is starting to use that Fang. He's finally switched it on in his head. He's going to make it more available to himself. Now here comes Coxie with the bolt on Sea Engineer. That was in robes. Sea Engineer going for the freeze. The Mystic Top just not giving him enough mage accuracy to catch that freeze. Coxie dancing around all on top of him. It's great to see Coxie pulling out some great footwork here.
They are neck and neck. One food difference between them. Coxie has regenerated a special attack. He's got that Voidwaker for the guaranteed damage. When are we going to see him pull out and use it? He's got frozen 2 tiles away. He can still use his halberd if he wants to.
Coxie now with a spec. When will he decide to use that? Surely he's got to use it soon. His opportunities to use that final corrupted Voidwaker spec are going to be limited as his food runs out.
Yes, the Engineer running away. He does not want to be in distance of Coxie. He wants to keep the fight at a distance, keep it a ranged mage battle, so he doesn't keep getting beaten down by that. But he can't catch the freeze. Coxie gets it and immediately steps back under him.
So here comes Coxie. He does utilise that Voidwaker spec. Did it only hit a 19 off prayer? Was that off prayer? I couldn't tell.
Only hit a 19. One of the lowest hits we can expect, but that is a corrupt Voidwaker. That's what you're going to see. If you don't go for the real one, it's going to hit less damage. It's going to be less accurate.
Indeed. So Sea Engineer will want to finish this now, but Coxie has still got one food left. Coxie going for the Noxious Halley. Sea Engineer going for the Fang. Another Fang spec from Sea Engineer.
Neck and neck between these two opponents. Who's going to come out on top? One food remaining. We'll see them use it in a minute, I'm sure. Coxie catching the freeze and stepping back under. Stepping out diagonally so Sea Engineer can't melee him back. He can't reach him. But Coxie, he can stand there and melee with his halberd because it's 2-tile range.
It is indeed. And I think this is good. This fight is just going to come out to who's luckiest to catch the freezes. And Coxie catches a big blood barrage there on Sea Engineer.
3 in a row.
Finished off Sea Engineer. Great to see from Coxie there.
But it's still anyone's game to play for. 3 opponents left from the skill spec. Smorcs, Sick Nerd running in now. He wants to take out Coxie and even up those numbers once again.
Coxie won't get much time to celebrate for killing Sea Engineer here. He has to battle Sick Nerd straight off the bat. Catches the freeze on Sick Nerd. Sick Nerd goes for the Fang on robes. That was critical. That hit a 0 though. Here we go now. So Coxie with the Noxious Halley, still DDing, still making use of epic footwork.
30 hit points left, but he's making it work. He's getting so many free hits on Sick Nerd as he moves around the battlefield, making sure he can't get hit. Well, as I say, Sick Nerd unfreezes and gets that Fang spec down.
Big 43 Fang spec there for the KO. Now, what can Sick Nerd do against his next opponent? Who's he got?
Skidler coming up into this fight right now. He is a man who knows how to tribrid PK, and we're going to see it in action right now.
Skidler loves to call himself a washed-up Ironman, but actually he's a superb NHR, and as you said, I think he has a lot of skill in this discipline of PKing. So, there we go with the Void Waker!
He KOs Sick Nerd! That's
what
incredible!
A banger.
Sick Nerd going to be kicking himself there. He had a brew and a half and 3 anglerfish remaining.
Congratulations, Skidler. That was
well done.
Great bit of NH play by Skidler. Congrats to him. That was super to see.
And this is why they've given him that real Void Waker. Skidler is the man to use it. He got so lucky in the week. He carried his team through. He got so many of the drops and he's making them work.
So now he has to fight Skill Specs. They're both on fairly good amounts of supplies. Skill Specs here with a slight advantage, the extra brew. But what will Skidler be able to do? He's got that corrupted volatile staff here. I doubt he's going to opt to spec for that when he's got a Void Waker. Here comes Skill Specs. Once Skill Specs gets in his rhythm,
yeah.
I think he's going to be pretty hard to defeat.
Skidler with that Sigil of the Lightbearer though.
Whoa.
He's going to have special attack back soon. Skill Specs dealing a great amount of damage. Both players going low. They just need to heal up and make sure they're not dying with food remaining.
Skill Specs managed to get an Onyx Bolt proc there. I believe he brought like one single Onyx Bolt to this fight, if I remember correctly.
I think he's got a few more than that. It's
Okay.
only Bolt choice, but will it be enough? Will he get enough healing from this? He's got the Halberd. He's got the Void Waker and... Oh!
He doubles the Void Waker, but Skidler reads it well, predicted the double, decided to try and get the DD to take the momentum off him, but he couldn't because Skill Specs was doing the flowers. Skidler could have put Skill Specs in the bin. But then Skill Specs could have put Skidler in the bin back. It's just so open, this fight. Skidler really giving it to Skill Specs here. You love to see it.
Both players now out of food. Both could have killed themselves.
This is scrappy stuff from both opponents, and Skill Specs getting through by the skin of his teeth, even getting a redemption proc after Skidler was dead.
Only just manages to survive. We've got the Captain up next. Captain v Captain. Skill Specs going in with the Staff Bash. He's got 21 hit points left. What can he do?
That's all he can do. I think he's almost out now, and he is. Dino will just succumb him to a bolt. Too easy for Dino. Dino wasn't going to let that level of scrappy NHing get any further in the tournament. Sorry, Skilly. Dino is taking you out. So, Dino now. Dino versus Perp. This should be good.
Perp, the strongest and last member on the Skill Specs team. He's got that Fang. He needs to do what he can to defeat Dino. He throws in the Void Waker spec right there. Does not manage to get it off press, only hitting the 23. He's got the hand of Dino in his invent. How is Dino still managing to bridge with one less hand?
Yeah, Dino been complaining of wrist injuries for a while now. Not sure what he's been up to. Let's see now. What can Dino do?
Dino, captain of the Dino Nuggets. Winner last year. He does not want to go out like this. He wants to put on a good fight. He wants to advance to the next stage. We'll see what he can do. He's got it all to play for. He's got a food advantage over Perf at the moment. And failing this, he's got West Ham behind him to take it. Do it if he can't. And
Dino really utilising movement there. He did a Void Waker spec into a Noxious Halley and stood 3 or 4 tiles away to get a big rubber band effect. There he goes with the Noxious Halley again. 54 Noxious Halley. He doubled it and he could have taken out Perp there, but Perp was very lucky not to get headshot there. That swashbuckler sigil and formidable fighter doing great work for Dino. Perp not realising how quickly it's going to attack him again. Gets hit off prayer both times and he could have gone down to it right then. Interesting to see. So Perp only on 1 hard food and 3 doses of brew left. Dino on a little bit more food. He's got 4 whole manta rays if he needs them. Surely he can finish off Perp before he runs out of supplies. He's a superb NHR. We see it right there. The formidable fighter proccing, but it's hitting on prayer. Only hitting that 6 damage instead of the 10 extra bonus. Dino just choosing to go back to back to back to back with the halberd, doing damage to Perp, who's now fully out of food. It is a superbly strong weapon. You can see why he chooses to use that Noxious Halberd so much. Even through prayer, it can hit 30s, 35s, something like that. So it's a strong weapon. So here we go now. Perp managed to get the DD. Perp could go for a Fang spec here, but instead he goes for an Accursed Scepter whack. Dino showing why he's the captain, managing to get Perp fully out of food. He just needs to do that last little bit of damage. 57 hit points remaining on Perp.
Can Dino take him out, or will it be up to West Ham? He's got the food advantage, so he should be able to secure the victory right here. And he does with the Void Waker spec. He takes out the skill spec Smorcs. They are out of the competition, and the Dino Nuggets.
There's one more competitor. Am I correct to think there's one more competitor? Yes, there is. So, who have we got? Who are we looking at here? We're looking at Dino versus Skill Specs. How is Skill Specs? I thought Skill Specs went down.
I thought Skill Specs died, and he's run back in to try and avenge Perp. Okay, you've confused us once again. Skill Specs, he's not happy with only dying once. He wants to go in and die again, but the fight is already wrapped up.
This is classic Skill Specs. He comes to a final fight, and he'll decide to die twice. Yeah. Or will he? Will he just take out Dino for the fun of it? I think he is. And with that, he's going to put Dino away. Dino has, of course, advanced his team to the next round. This is just a bit of play fighting from the two boys. Love to see it. Skill Specs getting involved because he can.
He is so sad that Deadman mode's over. He just wants to play it all week long, all next week long. And he's going to have to wait until the next one.
He's just trying to get as much airtime as possible, I feel. He's just trying to use up as much of the stream's publicity as he possibly can. Would be hilarious, though, if Dino could finish him off for a second time. Come on, Dino, do it for the memes. Let's see you take his head off.
Skill Specs. You've come in, you're trying to avenge Perp, and it's not working so far.
I feel like we need a J-mod to come in here and ban his account to get him out of here. Here comes Dino then. Surely he can finish this, and not just Halberd. Off press still doesn't.
How many redemptions are you going to see? Round of applause for Skill Specs.
And the ref has come. Here comes the ref blowing a kiss emoji to tell Skill Specs, you are out of there, mate.
Well, we see it there. The Dino Nuggets advance. Skill Specs, you didn't quite do enough. The Skill Smorcs lost too much food during the week. They couldn't claw it back with the gear they had. They couldn't use their PK ability to advance. And from Group A, that is fully decided now. We've got the solo mission Snakes going through as our top seed, and the Dino Nuggets advancing as the second seed.
Wow, what a battle we just saw there. That was epic to see. Skill Specs getting involved there in the end. Very cheeky from him. The referee's going to have a word.
It is classic Skill Specs. As you can see, he just wants to go on. He just wants to die again. You can't blame him. He's
Absolutely
having fun.
Not.
Great to see.
But we saw some great NHing as well, didn't we? We saw Dino really doing what he does best and lock in, apart from when Skill Specs comes back for round 2. Yeah, it was a strong performance by both sides, I felt.
It was a great fight. Unfortunately, that is the last we're going to see of the Skill Smorcs for this Deadman All Stars. They are out of the tournament, but they had a great week. I really enjoyed watching them. Can we get some love in the chat for the Skill Spec Smorcs? They did a great job.
Absolutely. Skill Spec Smorcs doing really good. We are ready to move on with the next fight, but we should speak to Foe first. Should we see if we can cross live to Foe?
Check in with him, see how he thought about those last few fights.
I'd love to get his take on things. Foe, can you hear us, my dude?
I can. So starting out on this one, we had the Skill Spec Smorcs down, I think like 5 or so total overall food versus the Dino Nuggets. Dino Nuggets had that 5 food advantage as a team. It was helpful this time versus their first match, Skill Specs' first match, that SparkMac didn't leave specs on the table. You saw him utilize those Burning Claw specs a little bit earlier this time, whereas I think last time he might have died with about 50 to 60% spec, so that didn't really help out. He did really well in his fight, took him down. Sick Nerd KO'd with 6 doses of brew and I think 3 hard food by Skidler. That was the big turning point of this fight. I don't know that it would have changed things, but I mean, really, it's just classic, he really Rizzlered it there, you know what I mean? Like this time it just didn't end in a chance. Unfortunate. Skidler, he brought massive value to his team with only 5 hard food and 2 brews. I mean, they trusted him with a Void Waker, even though he only had 5 hard food because of deaths during the week. He made it work against Sick Nerd. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them overall, but really good effort there. And Skill Specs finally got his first kill of the tournament. It was just unfortunately after he already lost and was kicked out.
That's one way of looking at it. Congratulations to Skill Specs for his only kill of the tournament so far. Skidler really impressed me as well, man. Skidler doing great work there.
Fantastic job by him, really making the most of the Void Waker spec and timing it precisely to get off prayer and do the max damage he can.
Yeah, he kept the nerves together there. Also, just want to say, I don't think that was Skill Specs' only kill.
Okay.
He did very well, and you know, honestly, shout out to the Smorcs because they provided some of the most content the entire week. The tournament would not have been the same without them. I loved the Temple Avakov lockdown. That was absolute content. Very smart play, being completely out of sight and being able to keep, you know, everyone out of Desert Treasure for the first day or two. It just unfortunately didn't work out overall, but really fun team to watch.
They had a strategy going into it. Didn't quite get the sigils they wanted, but overall they were a joy to watch. Skillspec stepping up as a captain in your absence, foe, and he's done a fantastic job, I believe.
Yeah.
He did solid.
Skillspecs and the Smorcs, I think they're everyone's secret favourite team deep down. You know, we all have a soft spot for the Smorcs. It's great to see.
Everyone but one team's. That would be Torvesta and Skillspec's rivalry. Unfortunately, we're not going to see them fight tonight. Torvesta coming up next. How do you think he's going to do? It's their last chance, their last hope to try and stay in the competition.
Now, I know Alex, and I know he's a superb NHer, so I feel like we're going to see the best of Torvesta come out here. But Boaty Brawlers are looking strong, and Boaty in that Missouri top. That tank gear is just disgusting and hard to work through. We've got thumbs up from the JMod, so we are able to cross live to the next match. Who have we got, Robert?
The Brawlers versus the Titans. This is going to be great to watch. It's all on the line right here. If the Titans manage to win this fight and tie up the lead, everyone in this group will be at 1 win, which will mean the Oda Block Warriors are going to go through automatically as that first seed. But the Brawlers and the Warriors will have to do a second fight. That's what I'm hoping for. I want to see 2 fights in a row. How can we get it?
That's what happens if you want to get your money's worth. So, Brawlers versus Titans here. Who can seal the final place in the next round? Let's see now.
Up first for the Brawlers, we've got Pip. He did a fantastic job last time round versus the Oda Block Warriors, managing to do a lot of damage and get the most out of his food. But he's up against Mr. Mammal with that Lightbearer Sigil, with that AGS. What can he do? Can he get a KO?
I'm interested to see whether Mr. Mammal will do some more special attacks where he holds his AGS for a good few seconds before hitting with it. Both opponents also have fangs here, so that'll be interesting to see who gets the most DPS with a fang. There goes Pip with his.
Mr. Mammal doing a great job off the bat, making sure he's making Pip use a lot of food. He's still holding that AGS, so might want to bring out the shield for the extra defense bonus before he goes back on this fight. Not managing to hit Pip or get any damage through his defense. Pip, Brawlers not having many of those ramparts. AGS from Mammal, 56. Great damage, great work. And his special attack can start regenerating instantly with that Sigil of the Lightbearer. He can have multiple specs throughout the fight, multiple chances to get a KO with this.
That was more stealthy from Mr. Mammal that time. He brought out the AGS spec and spec with it instantly. That was good to see.
You can see why his team have trusted him with this weapon. It's so powerful and so great to see in Mr. Mammal's hand. Pip going in with the Fang spec. Couldn't manage to get a better spec weapon during the week, so he's just utilizing this.
Wow, big 31 bolt into a 38 Fang spec as well, so that's really good to see. Pip using some big weapons for big DPS here, and Mr. Mammal having to run away from Pip because Pip is just fanging him so much.
Pip once again running around the arena, trying to make the most of that Fang, trying to make the most of his Swashbuckler Sigil. That's going to be hitting faster than normal. 4 ticks instead of 5. Mr. Mammal won't be expecting it to be hitting so quickly, and it's going to do a great deal of damage.
Pretty even on supplies here. Pip does have 1 less anglerfish than Mr. Mammal.
But that bolt right there could have just clawed it back. Mr. Mammal almost at 2 specs remaining. How can he make this AGS work? Will he be able to catch Pip and come in for that special attack once he's unfrozen?
Pip with 2 doses of brew here. Mr. Mammal back with the AGS. Unfortunately, it hit low on Pip. Unlucky for him. He got terrible RNG in the last fight, if I remember correctly.
Yes, he did, but he's still fighting his best. He's got 1 angler left and he's still got another special attack. Can he do work with this AGS? He's out of food as well. Mr. Mammal's done a great job of lowering him during this fight.
A super open fight. 2 very, very even teammates going at it here. Teams going at it here. Let's see now. Can Pip catch the freeze? Who will catch the next freeze? So Mr. Mammal catches the freeze and he goes for the AGS. Unfortunate for him. It only hit a 31. Unlucky. Pip getting the redemption proc. Now he's up to 27 HP.
Mr. Mammal doing a great job. We've seen him take out the likes of Ditterbitter in training, and here he is trying to take out Pip. Just needs a few more hits to do it. And there we see it. 30 with the Fang. Great job by Mammal. Takes out Pip. And that's a huge loss for the Boaty Brawlers. Mr. Mammal doing a great job here.
Good to see. Mr. Mauer really has taken NHing seriously. You didn't know he had it in his playbook. He's a superb PBM and not usually known for NH hybriding. So here he comes now on EVscape. What can he do against EVscape?
He really wants to avoid getting frozen. Just stand under, stall the fight out as long as he can. He's now got that 50% special. He can go in for the AGS again. EVscape, will he be expecting it? Yes, he is. He sees it. Mammal, not quite to get the timing he wanted with that. EVscape managed to pray the hit.
Interesting, EVscape's setup revolves around camping that Dragonfire Shield. Dragonfire Shield has pretty negative mage bonuses, so it's really not great for catching the freeze. It is tanky as well though, so as you can see, Mammal hitting pure zeros on EVscape.
Yeah, some of these less experienced Tribrids are using the less switches they can. Keep that tank shield on all times for the defense bonuses. You're not going to be able to catch as many freezes, but you are going to be able to have that defense bonus in case you're getting hit like he is right here. Zeros off prey by Mr. Mammal.
You can't blame him, it's a good strategy. So, EVscape now really in control. He just needs to finish off Mr. Mammal. He's got plenty of food. Mr. Mammal's still trying to work him though. Going for the Blood Barrage here. Mr. Mammal healing up to 31 HP. That's good to see. Here comes the Fang. It was off prayer. Mr. Mammal going for a Retribution, I think. Will he try and get a Retribution hit on EVscape here when he goes down?
Trying to get as much damage as he can. EVscape has taken him out, but he did a great job. Mr. Mammal right there. Exceptional work doing damage, taking out Pip and taking a lot of EVscape's food. It's going to make it an easier job.
So here comes Alfie now. Alfie will have a lot more food than EVscape at this stage, but EVscape is going to come back at him with the Dragon Claws. Goes for the double Dragon Claw spec. Alfie goes for the Fang here. I think EVscape just dumped 3 times Dragon Claw specs into him just to get as much DPS and rattle him for the off. Goes for the punch on Alfie. That punch was definitely not optimal. Couldn't find the switch he wanted in his inventory.
Alfie desperately trying to catch the freeze, get back into that fight, and he's finally got it. He can step under, relax a bit, try and get back into this, start fanging EVscape where he can, make use of his Sigil of Rampage maybe. If he wants to start switching attack styles, getting that increased accuracy to try and get through EVscape's defenses.
So EVscape with 10% spec, Alfie with 10% spec. Both of these guys will just have to rely on their outright weapons, such as the Fangs. Both of them have Fangs here. Can they make use of them? The Morrigan's Javelins being used by EVscape, but he just can't hit on Alfie.
Yes, EVscape having that Pious Protection, he needs to be getting his prayers right, or he's going to be taking additional damage from Alfie. Like right there, Alfie managed to hit him off prayer. I'm not too sure why EVscape's gone for this Sigil. It's going to be very difficult for him to like pray correctly against some of these opponents on that ping he's on.
And indeed, and Alfie is looking pretty good on supplies here. EVscape is kind of up against it now. He only has an Anglerfish and 1 Karamwan left, so let's see what he can do.
Alfie with that Rampart just tanking every single hit Eevee throws his way. Eevee's got the claws back, but again on prayer, all zeros, doesn't quite manage to do any damage.
Do you want to turn on sticky keys? No, we don't. We want to see this fight. So here comes EVscape. EVscape with the Morrigan's Javelins here. A 0 Morrigan's Javelins off prayer.
Alfie making the most of that Rampage Sigil right now. You can see it flying above his head when he hits. Every time he changes that style, getting that increased accuracy, that increased damage, trying to do what he can to take out EVscape. He's managed to get him out of food while Alfie himself has a whole brew left.
Alfie does have a brew left, but EVscape is really making him work for this KO here. Alfie catches the freeze. Surely he'll have to get a DD soon. EVscape manages to seed on top of Alfie. Alfie now can finish this surely. EVscape going for the redemption. Proc's a massive 23 HP now. Alfie can surely finish him off. A Retribution Prayer is being thrown up. EVscape on 21 HP. Alfie can surely finish this now with a bolt, with a Fang now. And he does a 43 Fang straight to the ribs for Alfie. Unlucky.
Great job by Alfie right there, clawing it back, taking out EVscape. It's going to be all to play for in this fight. We're neck and neck. The third opponent, Port Khazard, coming in for the boaty Brawlers with
Port
that
Khazard
VLS.
Not what Alfie wants to see right now. Port Khazard, an incredible NHer. We know he's good at PVM, but he is also exceptional at PvP. Always comes with the unique strategies, as we saw him do last year as well. So let's see what he can do here. He's going to one-tick as many switches as possible, as is the Port Khazard way. He's a very good NHer. There's the VLS.
Keeping that distance from Alfie so he can't fang him back. Alfie just needs to get whatever damage he can, help out his team, do the job. Here he goes. 37 bolt, that's crucial, and he manages to flick the redemption on time to get that hit points back.
Poor Kazard looking pretty low on health. He's going to have to eat butts. He gets a bolt off before he needs to eat. Now, he's got to compose himself as he's got another competitor coming up. Robert, you'll know who this is. Who's he got to fight next?
Eliop coming in for the Torvesta Titans right now. He starts off with that disadvantage on the food straight away, but it's pretty even now because of the work Alfie put in. Alfie really evened up this match. He's done a great job there. Port needs to be trying to get some of these blood barrages. He's got great mage opponents with that purging staff, but he's just hitting zeros. He
is indeed hitting zeros. It's unfortunate that the purging staff is really not turning on for him. Here comes Eliop with the fang, but poor Kazard goes for the anti-PK style void VLS off prayer on Eliop, and Eliop just didn't see it coming. Eliop ran straight into that one. He needs to be aware this VLS is so powerful, one of only 2 in the competition, and poor Kazard is making it work. He is, but it unfortunately hit a zero for him there. Now Eliop has composed himself here. Eliop needs to catch a freeze on Port Kazard. Gets hit with a fang on Robes. Didn't see if that was on prayer or not, unfortunately, but he gets barraged here now. Port Kazard is really going to turn this on Eliop. He's going to make Eliop work for it. Look at Eliop's supplies already. I told you Port Kazard was a dirty breed, and here he is. He's really, really locked in. Yes, getting free hits there as he steps under Eliop, making him eat so much he can just keep attacking him back and back, and now gets the distance going for that refreeze. Port is doing a great job. He's still waiting on that VLS spec to recharge where it could take out Eliop. He could have taken out 2 of the members of the team already. Eliop really struggling against Port Kazard. Obviously, Port Kazard is a very good NH'er, but he's also in great gear as well. Port Kazard got that Armadillo chain body, and Eliop is down. Unfortunate for him. He dies to the suffering. Both Brawlers showing how important these sufferings are and how impactful they are in some of these fights. It's really good to see. I mean, they started that last fight on equal food. You can see here, Port's still got half of his invent left. 5 food ready to go and try and take out Lake. So, some PBM on PBM action here. Let's see what they can do. Both of these guys really competent at PKing though. Here they come. So, Lake with the AGS. It hit low, it hit 0. Port Kazard now. Can he get an angle here to work him? He's decided to go for the seed. He doesn't want to get hit by that kitted Osmutan's Fang of Lake. Lake, incredible gear and incredibly strong sigils. We'll see what he can do. That first AGS spec he threw in off prayer. Managing to hit a 0 though, not what he needs to see. He needs luck to be on his side. He did start this fight on less food. What can he do with it? He died multiple times during the week, and that's going to be a big factor in these finals for who we're going to see take out the win. Lake looking pretty good on Bruce. He's still got a whole brew to his name if he needs it. Surely he can take out Port Kazard, although Port Kazard is no pushover. Port Kazard using movement here. As you can see, he's just so good with his clicks, so good with his ticks. He knows when to dip into his opponent and stand underneath and when to spring out. He's just so good at that. Yes, Port making use of that 4-tick Fang. If Lake tries to get a freeze on him, while Port's got the freeze on him and he can step under, he's able to get that extra free hit, stepping in and timing it perfectly. 5-tick Fang, if I'm correct. Is that correct? Yes, but he's got the swashbuckler. Of course he does. He does it. Yeah, it knocks a tick off his melee weapon. That's correct. I'm glad someone's paying attention, and that's definitely you. So here we go now. Port Kazard on the charge with that VLS. Here comes the VLS again. Maybe he can make use of VLS wax instead of using his Fang. That might be good in terms of damage, not in terms of accuracy. That's for sure. Port doing a great job clinging on to life here. I feel like he's had this food, had this hit point for a while, and Lake, he's now almost out of food. But big 40 bolt for him, big 40 bolt, and now Port Kazard is going to have to choose when he wants to start using redemption prayers, because that's all he's got left now. He just has 1 Sanfu Serum left. He's got 71 HP. It's going to be really hard for Torvesta coming into this fight. He's going to have to take out a few opponents unless Lake can pull out something special right here. Unlucky with the AGS, Port Kazard read that well. Port Kazard really not tuning out here. There's a 50 VLS there and a redemption proc for Lake. Lake's on 21 HP. Port Kazard really giving it to him with the melee weapons there. This is incredible. I did not think Port would be able to do this well. He's managed to take out Lake
entirely on his own. He wins the fight.
Fantastic.
Port taking out multiple opponents in a row. The Boaty Brawlers are looking so strong. Still 3 opponents of them, and it's only Torvesta. Port managing to catch the freeze, doing 22 damage straight away. Port making it look easy in this PKing.
Torvesta's got it all to do, but he does manage to get the bolt, and so he puts Port Khazard down. So who has Torvesta got to fight next? Torvesta is fairly full on supplies, but he has it all to do because he has 2 opponents to face if he wants to stop himself going out of this competition. Goes for the barrage. It's Doobie. Doobie's been playing well this tournament.
Doobies did fantastically in that first fight, but Torvesta right here, Sigil of Aggression, extra damage, not quite dealing enough to take out Doobie straight away. That could have changed the whole course of this fight. That could have been what the Torvesta Titans need to do to win this fight.
Doobie did well with the double leap there to prevent the second Void Waker from taking him out.
It's
Goes for the Void Waker on Torvesta.
It's a massive task for Torvesta, but that hasn't stopped him before. He managed to take out Odoblock during the week, and no one thought that was going to happen. So what can he do here? He's going to use that Blood Barrage to try and heal up as much as he can. Arcane Swiftness, he's got that extra heal, extra mage speed. But Doobie's coming in with the Void Waker, dealing a lot of damage, getting that guaranteed damage on when he can.
Doobies looking good for food here, but not looking so good for spec. Neither of these guys have much spec to their name. Torvesta might decide that he wants to go for a Fang spec, or will he wait and try and go for a Void Waker spec on his next opponent, which will be Boaty. So I think Torvesta probably not even cleared Doobie here at this rate. Doobie's really doing well.
Yes, he's got a lot of food still left. Torvesta's got a tough task if he wants to try and take out Doobies, and then Boaty. Doobies with that quick melee sigil, being able to halberd fast. Is he going to do it back to back? No, he's going for the freeze. He's trying to take out Torvesta where he can. Torvesta down to his final food.
No matter what Torvesta does, he just can't seem to get 2 or 3 attacks together on Doobie. Doobie now sprinting around this arena, pinging around left and right, going for the freeze here, going for the freeze KO, going for the Nox Halley. The Nox Halley was off prayer and Torvesta still didn't get it. Unlucky for Torvesta. He's really backed up against the ropes here.
Doobies just needs one little hit to finish off Torvesta, who manages to proc the redemption, manages to get some hit points back, but Doobies can hit him and kill him at any moment.
Will Doobies manage to seal this with a barrage KO? Torvesta going for the KO with the Void Waker. Doobie's read it well. Doobie's just playing it safe now. There's no need to die to Torvesta. He doesn't need to let Torvesta go any further in this competition. He can finish this with a barrage.
We see him take off the ring, and there we go. He's taken out Torvesta. The Boaty Brawlers looking incredibly strong. Boaty himself not even getting to fight in this. Torvesta Devils, unfortunately, that is their second loss.
Sad to see Torvesta Devils going out. But that does mean that there will be no need for additional replay, and we will be going through to the next rounds very shortly. So let's look at the Group B stage. Talk us through Group B, Robert.
Group B there, Boaty Brawlers securing both wins, beating the Odoblock Warriors thanks to Doobies himself managing to KO Reese, and then again beating the Torvesta Titans.
Doobie's really the carry for the Boaty Brawlers, I feel. Torvesta Titans, what can we say? They didn't manage to get a win on the board, but they fought well this entire competition.
They have had a tough time throughout the week. They got off to a bad start, dying a couple times early, falling prey to the skill Smorcs Temple of Ikov, falling down at breaches, not quite having the right plan, having the right strategy to progress through the week. Not playing aggressive enough potentially as well. They see that their team with the lowest amount of kills, you need to be out there solo PKing, trying to get kills back for your team, earn that food, which I don't feel like we saw this week with Torvesta and Eliop. Competent PKers, but they just weren't trying to roam around solo and pick up those free kills on other teams.
And unfortunately, it means that they're going to go out.
So we have got the Odoblock Warriors progressing as well to the next stage.
So let's have a chat with Paul. I'm sure he will have some interesting words to say to us. Paul, can you hear us?
I can. What's going on, my guys? So let's talk about this a bit. First off, we've got the solo mission snakes and the Odoblock Warriors coming up in the best of one. Is that correct? The semifinal matches are going to be best of one, and then the Boaty Brawlers versus the Dino Nuggets to see who goes on. And then the final is going to be the best of 3 overall. Really, this is kind of exactly what I wanted to see happen. I actually wanted to see Odablock and Solo Mission face themselves before the finale. I think these were these 2 teams the final 2 in the last Deadman All Stars last year. I want to say that they were.
Nuggets and Warriors were the top.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely. So we could actually see
getting knocked out by the Warriors in that lower bracket run.
Wow. Yeah. So we could see a rematch.
It's going to be exciting to see. Will the Odablock Warriors PK skill be able to come that food advantage of the Solo Mission Snakes? For me,
yeah,
the Boaty Brawlers have also looked really incredibly strong throughout these fights. Having those 5 sufferings is going to be very hard for the Dino Nuggets to come up against.
And Boaty's barely managed to
true.
fight because he's not needed to fight. The rounds haven't got to Boaty. Only once or twice he's actually managed to draw some blood on this battlefield because he's just not got his opportunity to fight because his team has done it for him.
Port Kazard in that last round, Paul. What do you think of that?
Oh my gosh. So this guy pulled his weight more than anyone. I think that was probably MVP moment of the entire series right now. We had him absolutely carry his weight. We got to see the Lake versus Port Kazard S tier off, the 2 like S tier PVMers that are in this competition, and Port was just on top. Surprisingly, the first 2 people I believe that he went against both had Rampart, and Port Kazard did not. And he still took them both down plus more. So Rampart isn't everything. The gear is a big thing, but skill is really everything here. He did what we expected Port Kazard to do. And we didn't even see the seed tech that he came up with last time, where he was basically flinching in PvP. I was hoping for that, and I don't know if that's been changed. Maybe we still see it, but
I believe
the Titans were on top of their redemption flicks, but it just didn't happen this time. Go on.
I believe that had to be patched after Port showing how strong and how powerful it was. So we're not going to see that this time around. But that VLS doing great work, being able to hit through that extra defense bonus of those with the Rampart sigil.
Yeah, and how about Mr. Mammal this time? Really pulling his weight versus Pip. He started a lot stronger this time, despite being down 2 food. Got the win there, and then Eevescape played very well, but it looked like Pious Protection might have been the wrong choice for him. He took a lot of off-prey hits, and that's just an extra 5% damage every time, so that kind of cost him a bit there.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. Mr. Mammal. I can see why Torvesta chose him now. He had 5 choices, and Mr. Mammal, he went for him ahead of all these other opponents. But yeah, great pick in the end.
Yeah,
definitely. Paul, you've seen all the teams fight now. Who do you fancy that's going to be the victors of this Deadman All Stars Volume 2? Who do you think is going to take this?
I really want to root for an underdog, but we haven't even seen Ditterbitter fight.
That says it all.
The Solo Mission Snakes have been so strong. The last time we saw them up, we only saw the first 2 competitors from their team. So it just seems like they've outclassed everyone with the entire week's worth of planning, with the entire week's worth of execution. It's not just what you get from the breaches, but they really put the whole package together. I mean, think about it. They're the only team that's decked out in Rings of Suffering. They're the only team that's decked out in Blood Furies. And I believe every one of them has a Noxious Halley, which is massively strong when you have a Blood Fury as well. It's just... they outclass everyone else in gear. It's going to be tough.
That seeding, coming first seeding during the week, it's given them weaker opponents in this first group stage. So I'm very excited to see how they do against the likes of the Odablock Warriors and potentially the Boaty Brawlers if they can make it through. Boaty Brawlers themselves.
I don't see Odablock Warriors
suffering.
being too weak here. I mean, what do we have with them? We've got 3 Zuriel staffs. We've got a Toxic Staff of the Dead. Like, they're pretty decked when it comes to gear. They've got Morgan Jabbies. I think they have Morgan Throne Axes as well. Like, they've got some really solid gear here. So, as we saw, all it needs to come down to is a lucky KO. We've seen several people get dropped by KOs already. That can change the momentum entirely. If that happens to 1 or 2 of the snakes, everything gets thrown in the air.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you, Fo, for your expert analysis. And we look forward to you coming back. Fo's actually going to be interviewing some team captains right after the break. But time for a quick 15-minute breather. Don't go anywhere. Still to come, we have the Solo Mission Snakes versus the Odablock Warriors and the Boaty Brawlers versus the Dino Nuggets in the semi-finals, as well as the grand final of Deadman All Stars 2025. It's all still to come, so stick around. It's going to be a quick 15-minute breather. We will be right back.
Hello and welcome back. Before we start our first semi-finals, which is going to be between the Snakes and the Odor Block Warriors, we've got our man in the field, Foe, who's got the captain, Solar Mission, and Odor Block here for some pre-combated words. Over to you, Foe.
All right, guys. So Solo and Oda, we got like what I would call like the two titans without, obviously the titans being kicked out already. We're gonna, not talk about that. But the two titans of the tournament, the two guys that I thought had the strongest draft picks coming in, the strongest teams overall coming in, the strategist side of the Solo Mission Snakes versus the, PvP prowess of every single member of the Warriors. It's gonna be good. Talking a little bit about like your fights leading up to this point to get you to the semifinals. Obviously, there were some big moments. A couple of people getting KO'd. Skidler, Voidwaker KO. Not so good for that fight. Reese getting KO'd as well. So like, there's some things to look at for this. This and obviously, I'm sorry, Skidler on a different team. But during those fights, there's some things to look out for these fights here. Solo Mission, how you feeling about it? Do you think your gear advantage and your sigil advantage is going to be, what really gets you guys through to the end here?
It's a very interesting one because it's food sigils versus that raw PvP talent. Like, I know I'm not as good as Oda. I know I'm not as good as Reese. I know Dit is not as good as those guys. We're relying on our first three to get a big advantage, and you're probably going to see a big surge from Oda and Reese to come back. And I think it's going to be very, very close because they also did get quite a lot of kills, second most kills in the tournament. Obviously, we got a lot of kills, but yeah, we're here specking with Morrigan's javelins, man. I don't know. It's good. Yeah, I'm concerned. The Morrigan's javelins.
I noticed.
Nothing, so yeah, we'll see.
I noticed that. Yeah, the lack of spec weapons. For 4 out of 5 of you, just the Morgan Jabbies, and then you got V the Victim with the Burning Claws, of course. But V the Victim and Rexy have been carrying for you guys in the fights leading up to this. I mean, one of your guys hasn't even been shown. The last 3 of you didn't even fight in the last time up. So the gear advantage might be what does it, but Big O, we've got you guys with some massive mage gear. I think you guys got 3 Zuriel staffs, the Toxic Staff of the Dead. You got some sick weapons overall. You got the PvP skill. I think what's going to change this, if anything, is going to be KOs. How you feeling about that, man?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think that obviously that we have raw PvP talent, like Solar Mission said. I think we're going to do, I would say better, if I'm being honest. But it all goes down to who has more food, who, performs right. And like you said, Rexy and Victim have been performing pretty well. Perform this fight. So maybe, whisper in their ear a little bit, tell them some good things and gas them up. And it's going to be a hard fight. I'll say that. I mean, I'm on a completely different setup myself, unfortunately. But, no excuses. We're going to try to take this home, and hopefully we beat you, because if we get you out, I think we win.
This feels like a final, man. I can't lie.
It does feel like a final. All right, good luck to both of you. I'll let you guys get to kind of prepping with your team, but I'd love to see a KO. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'd love to see a KO. That's the exciting stuff. So good luck, gents.
All right, let's do it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to throw things back over to the boys in the studio, and these guys are going to get prepped up for their fights.
Thank you, Foe. Thank you for the awesome interviews. Great to hear some intel there from 2 team captains. So, Robert, tell me, who do you fancy in this next battle? We've got the Solo Mission Snakes versus the Odor Block Warriors, and who do you think is going to come out on top here?
It's going to be a tough one. Like they said, that food advantage for the Solo Mission Snakes is massive. Some of their players getting maximum amount of brews, but Odor himself managed 8 kills throughout the week. He himself is on almost max number of brews and food, so they got a good chance to claw it back if he can use some of his special weapons and take out multiple opponents.
Oda's certainly on top form. I think as this competition progresses, he's only going to get better and better. His clicks will start to loosen up. He'll be playing more and more ruthless. Can Solo Mission and his team make up for that slight skill disadvantage that they have? They obviously have some really impressive gear upgrades and more food, more supplies. But Odor Block's team is really strong. We just saw some great play from him in the remainder of those battles we just had. The
Snakes themselves are doing well. None of their players are sort of standout PvPers, but they're all putting in a good shift. V the Victim, Rexy, everyone's doing a great job. We can pull up the bracket right now and have a look at the other fights that we're going to be seeing. We've got the Snakes versus the Odor Block Warriors coming up next, of course. Best of 1, but then we've got the Boaty Brawlers and Dino Nuggets. Who is going to make it to the final?
tasty battle that one will be. I just feel that Dino's team, with himself and West Ham on a team, and even Skidler playing really, really well, are a force to be reckoned with. Boaty, we do want to see him switch on with that Missouri body, but Doobies is also playing well for Boaty's team. Port Kazard is playing well for Boaty's team, so it's hard to call, it really is.
That last fight they had, it was incredible teamwork by them. Boaty not having to do anything. All he had to do was make the picks at the start of the tournament, choose the right players and let them fight for you. Dino Nuggets, it's going to be hard for them. They are at a little food disadvantage because of the deaths throughout the week. But Skidler, if he can do what he did in the previous fight, it's anyone's game. Great performance from him so far.
Skidler really coming out with the goods there in that last fight. It was awesome to see. Skidler really, really switching on. It will be a hotly contested battle, whatever happens. And as soon as the J-Mods give us the go-ahead, we will cross live to our next battle. So, who do you think is going to win versus the Brawlers versus the Nuggets? Make your call now, Robert. Who do you
Brawlers
think
versus Nuggets. My money's got to be on the Boaty Brawlers. They're looking strong this year. Excited to see them fight.
I think I would have to echo that. Boaty Brawlers are just on top here. It's going to be really interesting to see who makes it to the final. And as Fo was saying, the solo mission Snakes versus the Odor Block Warriors, that in itself feels like a final. That could be, you know, that is going to be a seminal match to witness, that's for sure.
It is going to be an incredible match. I'm sad that we're only going to see one of it based on how these brackets turned out. It could be anyone's to play for. Can Odor Block's lower picks deal enough damage, whittle away some of the food from Victim, Pure Span, and Rakesy, and sort of even up the fights, not make it too hard for Reese and Odor Block to go in there and try and finish out the job.
And as Robert just mentioned, this next fight is a best of one. So there will be only one fight, and if you lose this fight, you are out of the tournament. The final will be a best of three, so it will allow people to make up for unpredictable factors such as RNG. So if you get bad RNG in your first fight, then you might have, it might even out as the fights go on if we're doing a best of three system, which we will do in the final. This next round though, best of one, and if you lose that fight, you are out.
Anyone to play for. Anyone come away taking it in, taking a win here. We'll see what's going to happen. Refs right now are doing some pre-match checks, making sure we get fairness for all.
Absolutely.
That's what we want to see in these fights.
I'm keen to see Solo Mission, the man of this competition. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure you do, but Solo Mission organised this entire competition. It's his brainchild, so I want to see more action from Solo Mission. I'm also keen to see how Bitter fights, because he hasn't really had his chance to kick anyone's head in, and he is a competent Bridder, competent NH'er. I want to see him throw down.
It has been an incredible week, incredible finals so far. Do you guys at home, do you want to see another one of these happening next year? Let us know in the chat, see what we think.
And who do you want to see in it? Are there any new faces, unfamiliar names that you might want to see participate? Perhaps you want our very own Roberts in it. He is a nutty Deadman player, so I'd pick Roberts if he was on my team, that's for sure.
Right, that is that. We are ready. Semi-finals about to begin. Let's see it. The Snakes versus the Warriors. Who will come out on top? Anyone to play for?
Let's have it then. Snakes versus Warriors coming to you live. Let's see who's up first.
Oh, the Snakes, Victim coming in first. The only member of the Snakes to die multiple times throughout the week, so he has lost a couple of bits of those food. Might make it a bit easier for MMORPG coming into this, trying to whittle him down and get the KO.
Here we go then. Let's cross live to the battlefield. They've started combat already. So,
Victim and MMORPG both catching the freeze right there, both standing far away. Victim flicking back to his tank perfectly. MMORPG, he does not want to be in a mage battle like this. His mage gear is not as strong as Victim's.
It certainly isn't. It's funny to see him use the Dagon High. Was he looting Laren's keys to get that Dagon High?
I believe he was. A lot of Wilderness Slayer done throughout this week.
He's a PBMer, that's for sure. Here he goes with the Claws. The Claws doing well for MMORPG. The Victim having to recover here. Now MMORPG coming back with the oh, there's that Vesta Spear. We love seeing the Vesta Spear. It did hit some numbers last round for him, didn't it?
It did. He did a great job right there. Clawing twice in a row. Victim was not expecting it, so that second claw spec off prayer, dealing a lot of damage. MMORPG doing a good job so far. Victim coming in with a barrage now, catches the freeze. But MMORPG seeding out. He doesn't want to let Victim stand under him, get that momentum in the fight.
MMORPG was really going for the throat in the first throws of this battle, so now he's on 20% spec. He really doesn't have much to work with in terms of spec. He's just going to have to try and outlast V the Victim. When V the Victim switches on though, he will be surely the better Brid. He's been performing really well for the solo mission Snakes this tournament.
Both players running that Sigil of Rampart, having the increased defense, and it helps right there as Victim claws MMORPG off prayer, hitting only zeros though. That's the best spec weapon their team has been able to get, and it does 0 damage.
Unfortunate for him, but Victim still has some spec left, and he goes for that Burning Claw spec. I wonder when he was going to use it. He can still get another spec away. He's got that amazing Nox Halley though. He goes for the corner step, hits 2 zeros. Unfortunately, it's just not switching on for him. Here comes the bolt though. The bolt hitting 22. For the Victim taking a 0 bolt.
Curtis, he has that arcane swiftness. His magic attacks are going to be attacking faster, but his mage gear just isn't up to scratch, so he's choosing not to mage as much as he potentially could be with that sigil. Going for the runaway, keeping the distance, trying to get his head back in the game. He's down a lot of food now, just wants to try and compose himself and get all the damage he can.
Our cameramen doing an epic job here to keep up with the action. The action is pinging around across the battlefield. Here comes MMORPG with the DD on V the Victim. It's a 0 bolt. Did he get a recall proc? There was a big recall proc there against the claws. You take quite a lot of damage yourself when you're claws, so you have to be lucky not to kill yourself sometimes.
MMORPG seeding away, but he doesn't seed away far enough. Victim still in range with his Noxious Halley, 2-tile hitting weapon, able to attack MMORPG and catch the freeze again.
MMORPG is fully out here though. He's got 1 dose of brew, he's got 50 HP, he's got 40% spec. I don't think that's going to be enough spec. I don't think he's going to get the regeneration to hit another spec on V the Victim.
He needs to try and catch that freeze. He needs to try and just stall out this fight so he can at least get another spec and put damage in, but no, he falls down. Victim doing a great job as Halley knocking MMORPG out of the fight.
V the Victim really showing his mettle there. He's a competent Bridder and he's going straight in for his next battle. Who's he got? He's got Mutz. Now Mutz, we've seen him perform well so far this tournament. He's been really practicing hard. We've seen a lot of PvP action from Mutz. He's known as a PVMer, but he's really decided to specialize on PvP over the last month. So here he comes with the Morrigan's Javelin.
Mutz knows what he has to do. He's got great mage bonus, that Zuriel staff. He's got a mage shield switch for that extra mage bonus. All he needs to do is try and keep distance from V the Victim, mage him as much as he can, and that way, his Sigil of Rampart the Victim's got isn't going to be doing anything. Mutz just wants to try and get as many blood barrages as he can, get the food, get the heals back, and keep away from Victim, who's got that 2-tile halberd. He's got the Blood Fury that can heal him up if he's able to do some of these melee attacks.
There goes the Voidbreaker of Mutz. There goes a double Voidbreaker of Mutz. He goes for it again. Will he finish Victim off with a Morrigan's Axe here? There are Morrigan's Axes as well. Here comes Victim with the claws. Doesn't manage to get them away. Goes for the bolt.
Mutz doing an incredible job right there.
Superb work.
Takes out Victim and barely uses the food. This is what the Odor Block Warriors need. They need to keep whittling down some of this food to have a good chance of this fight. Mutz doing a great job up against Rakesy now, who comes in.
Now, Rakesy really has been performing well. Mutz and Rakesy are 2 guys who are really in form at the moment. Rakesy going for the halberd on Mutz.
Rakesy, the only person who won this tournament before for the Solo Mission Snakes. Can he win it again with the Snakes?
Huge 52 bolt for Rakesy. His Opal bolt's proc there, I believe. Here comes Mutz with the Morrigan's Javelin. Those Morrigan's Javelins have just not been powerful this season. I feel like they're just an underpowered item.
Yeah, they're not too accurate, so unless you can manage to luck out and get a hit, it's not going to do much damage. And when people have the Sigil of the Rampage for that extra Rampart, for that extra 100 defense protection, it's just not doing a good job. Mutz needs to keep his distance from Rakesy, just make the most of that mage bonus he's got, those blood barrages.
Mutz still with a decent amount of bruise here, but he needs to make sure he doesn't lose focus. He's already fought one opponent, and now he needs to really focus up and get Rakesy depleted on supplies before Rakesy has to fight his next opponent. Will Mutz catch the freeze, or will it be Rakesy? Who's going to catch here?
Yeah, Mutz so far, he's not really done much damage to Rakesy. Rakesy's still on almost full food. He really needs to get some of these hits in, and Rakesy going in manages to land that Morrigan's Javelin spec, 18 damage, ticks over to Mutz, whittling down this food. He's only got 2 brews and a sip left.
Will Rakesy decide to go for a spec soon? He has got 50% spec, but he's going to need to get it away on Mutz, because Mutz is going for the Void Waker here, and that Void Waker really caught Rakesy off guard there. Can Mutts capitalize on this? Mutts still has a good amount of brew. He's only got brew left, no double eats whatsoever, so he can't get too much damage. He doesn't want to get KO'd outright.
Mutts doing what he can. He's got stronger PKs to follow him, so he should be still confident in this Odoblock Warriors' chance for this final, for this battle.
Good bolt by Rexy there. Here comes Rexy again with the barrage. Rexy really in the driving seat now. Can he put the pressure on? He's got the Nox Halley out. Here comes the barrage now. Okay, so he's caught a freeze on Mutts. Will he choose to DD or will he keep his distance? Wants to keep out the way of that Void Waker of Mutts. Mutts now has a spec back, you see, so he can spec with that Deadman corrupted Void Waker.
Yeah, Rexy doing a good job here. DD and Mutts just getting the hits in where he can. He's now stepping away, 2 tiles away. Mutts can't Void Waker him when he's that far away. Rexy should know he has a spec back. He has got caught close to him now.
There's the spec from Mutts, and a 3-dose brew is all he has left to keep himself in it. A Blood Fury heal from Rexy. Rexy will like that a lot. A 0 Morrigan's Javelin. He could have killed Mutts with the Morrigan's Javelin. Those hit heavy, and as Robert said earlier, they don't hit very accurately, but when they do hit, they hit big. So here comes Rexy now.
Mutts smartly seeding away there to get out of Rexy's halberd range. He doesn't want to be frozen next to him and being able to get hit by that melee attack that's doing so much damage. Rexy, great job so far though. He has used 2 of his brews, but he's got brews to spare because of all the kills he got during the week. Still got a lot of food, and Mutts, it's difficult for him right now. He's on 50 hit points. What can he do to try and get back into this fight?
This is last ditch stuff from Mutts, and all he can do is Blood Barrage, it seems. There goes the Morrigan's Javelin, still hits a 0. Fakies the Morrigan's Axe again, I should say. Goes for the Void Waker slash, still hits 0. Rexy now can just wants to finish this. Doesn't want to lose too much food to Mutts, because Rexy has another fight to think about after this. Goes for the Morrigan's Javelins on Robes, hits a 1 only. There's Mutts back with the Void Waker spec.
Mutts doing what he can to stay alive in the final moments of this fight for him. Getting that special regenerated, so another Void Waker spec. He probably won't be able to get a 5th one in this fight, but he's done a great job so far, stalling out the fight, getting that spec, getting that guaranteed damage, and trying to take out Rexy.
But Rexy does have spec left. Let's see what he does. His only spec is the Morrigan's Javelin, and that's Mutts out the game.
Mutts, great job there. He did manage to get through most of Rexy's brews, so it's going to be an easier task for the competent PKers coming up next. Mika stepping into the arena. He has got that halberd. He has got those swashbuckler sigils. He's going to be going for as many melee hits as he can throughout the fight, trying to use that to his advantage, use that faster attack speed, try and get all the hits in he can.
There goes the Rexy, I think just used a Morrigan's Javelin spec. As Solo Mission was saying in his interview, all he's got is a Morrigan's Javelin spec there. Unfortunately, it hit 0 for him. It can be quite a powerful weapon though when it hits big. So there goes Mika with the Void Waker. Rexy manages to catch it there. And Rexy really doing well to lock in and just dig his heels in while Mika piles on the pressure. Can he take a chunk out of Mika's supplies?
Rexy likely not combat potted anymore though. He has gone through most of his brews, 1 sip of it remaining. Mika should have an advantage when it comes to melee or range hits right now. Mika also managing to get Rampart and Pious Protection Sigils very huge in this fight, as you can see, completely negating Rexy's hits from that defense bonus, and when he is praying correctly, it's going to be less damage. Mika, can he claw this back? He needs to. He's got 3 more opponents from the Solo Mission Snakes after Rexy. He needs to do all he can to try and claw this way back and give the Odoblock Warriors the best fighting chance.
You bet. And Mika only has 20% spec left because he's really been throwing all he can at Rexy. He really wants to clear Rexy so that he can move on here. But Rexy is just doing such a good job of tanking. He does only have 1 Manta Ray and 1 dose of brew left, but he is looking good. He's looking like he's in control. He's looking like he's getting good RNG there. And a bolt proc into a 49. Rexy could have taken his head off there. So unlucky not to finish off Mika. Finish off Mika, who had plenty of food left.
Mika, 1 hit point remaining at that point. If he died there, it would have almost certainly been over for the Odoblock Warriors. Rexy, fantastic job to catch him off guard like that. Mika needs to stay calm. He's been in this situation before. He's done many Deadman fights before. He just needs to try and get back in this. Use the Zero Staff, try and get some healing, get that food back, and give his team the best chance.
Tell you what, how is Rakesy still in this? He's been breeding Mika for what feels like an eternity now. He's digging in, he's getting Blood Fury heals off the Nox Halley, he's getting Blood Barrages to bring his HP up. He might just get back to 99 HP the way things are going right here.
Again, Rakesy almost takes out Mika with food remaining, and he has. He's used all of Mika's food so far in this fight. Now throwing up the redemption. Keep on the Heart Prey. He doesn't need to focus about anything else. He's done this job for his team. Put in great work, and it should be easy for the Snakes now. It's going to be so difficult, but we have got Reese and Odablock.
One GL from Reese. That's not many GLs. Here comes Mika now. So is Mika going to manage to take a good chunk? Oh, it's Pure Spam next. It's Pure Spam. Now, Pure Spam. We all love Pure Spam. He has a soft spot in our heart, but he is a naughty breeder, and he goes lethal with the bolt. The bolt proccing Mika's redemption there. Mika is back to 29 HP. Can he take a chunk out of Pure Spam's resources here?
Pure Spam right now, tournament kill leader, just about to add another one to his belt as he takes out Mika. Mika doing a great job. Flicks the redemption, gets it twice. Will he get a third? We'll have to wait and see. But he's trying to use that Nox Halley, but it's hitting 0 after 0 after 0. Pure Spam, the only member of the Snakes without Rampart, and he's still managing to tank all of Mika's hits.
Wow, it's good to see. Pure Spam is really working hard, but Mika is just digging in. Rakesy made things easier for Pure Spam, but it's not that much easier because Mika is just managing to find a Blood Barrage heal into a Nox Halley. It hit 0. Unfortunately for him, more zeros. Now he's getting unlucky. Will he go for a freeze? Mika just still digging in here.
He gets another redemption, and that's what they need. They need all of the redemption procs they can get. Mika, stay alive as long as you can. You need to deal some damage to Pure Spam. Make it so that Reese and Odablock have a fighting chance in this fight. He's doing well there. Blood Barrage, 23. That Zuriel Staff, going to give him extra health. It's going to be crucial in this fight. Can he stay alive? 37, doing a great job getting back into this fight now.
Will he catch the barrage to finish off? Will Pure Spam catch the barrage to finish off Mika? He finishes off with the Halley. Good work by Pure Spam. A good game. Mika fought very gallantly there, but now it's time for Pure Spam.
Mika doing an incredible job right there to whittle down some of Pure Spam's food before the Titans step up. Reese, first pick for the Odablock Warriors. He will be kicking himself after that death earlier in the tournament when he still had food. He needs to prove himself. He needs to show, but oh wait, Pure Spam almost takes him out with a bolt.
It's the battle of the Brits, but Reese is coming under a heavy fire from Pure Spam here. Pure Spam really locking in. Pure Spam, a veteran of this tournament. Reese, a veteran of the wilderness as a whole though. There's the bolt proc for Reese. Can he get the Fang spec? It hits a 12, not good enough for him. A bolt in robes for Reese. Reese, that's a collector's edition, mate. We don't see many bolts on robes for you. Now, will Reese go for the DD? He goes for the seed and DD. Interesting, now he goes for a bolt. It's a 39, pretty big.
Bolt's doing great work for Reese. Has that swashbuckler sigil as well, so we're going to see him focus a lot on melee. He does not have a good spec weapon, so relying on those Fang specs. Maybe if Odablock hadn't died during the week and he had an extra Void Wake or AGS, this could have been a different maker. It could have been easier to get him KOs in this fight.
But Sigil of the Lightbearer has to be twinned well with something like a Fang, which only requires 25% spec. So we should see Reese specking a fair amount in this fight. He's still got a fair amount of supplies, although Pure Spam is really digging in here to make Reese work for this.
Pure Spam doing a fantastic job getting those hits off prayer and predicting all of Reese's attacks. Getting that prayer up in time to tank the damage. Great job by Pure Spam. He's got this Pious Protection. He's gonna get that extra reducing damage for praying correctly, and he's doing a fantastic job of doing it.
I want to see Pure Spam go for that Morrigan's Javelin spec. I want to see it hit big. If you don't know, the Morrigan's Javelin spec will deal damage over time, if I'm correct, and it can stack with other weapons. There was the Morrigan's Javelin spec. As I said that, it hit a 0, so unfortunately it won't deal any more damage after hitting a 0.
Pure Spam with that Arcane Swiftness as well, utilizing it to step in, step out, get those Blood Barrages in, heal up as much as he can during this fight. He's doing a great job in the food situation. They're almost even on food right now. It's going to be very hard for Reese and the Odablock Warriors to try and come back from this.
Interestingly, both opponents on similar amounts of supplies. Only one brew dose separates them here, but who is going to lock in? Who is going to come out on top? A bolt proc for Reese, that'll be nice for him. Pure Spam can't catch the barrage, but can he catch the bolt? It's a 1 bolt, unlucky for him. Or was that a recall? That was probably a recall. Will he catch the barrage here? Come on, Reese. Come on, Pure Spam. One of you needs to catch a barrage here. This is too open.
Both players splashing and splashing. Pure Spam finally catches that freeze. Reese gets it back, so Pure Spam's not going to be able to get in range to DDM him, and Reese seeding away so that Pure Spam can't use that Nox Halley on him. Reese, got to focus on his prayers, got to focus on his attacks. One tick his attacks as quick as he can, so his Pure Spam can't predict what he's going to do, and it just becomes a mind game of what you're going to hit, what you need to prayer, who's going to come out on top.
Both these players won't be reacting to each other, they'll be predicting each other. This is what happens when NHing gets to this level. Both of these guys are incredibly experienced. They will be playing this like a game of chess, trying to predict what the next opponent's attack will be, rather than waiting to see it and reacting. So here comes Reese now.
Yes, Reese did a lot of his practice off stream. He didn't want to have any opponents being able to see how he brids, get an advantage of knowing how he fights and how they can combat it. But Pure Spam, it doesn't matter to him. He's doing a great job stepping away, again hitting Reese off prayer time and time again.
Good fakie there by Pure Spam, but the Nox Halley unfortunately hit 0 for him. Going to go for the Blood Barrage here. Reese only with 1 Manta Ray left. Pure Spam only with 38 HP left. But Pure Spam, interestingly, with 50% spec. Will he go for a Morrigan's Javelin spec? And Pure Spam with only 12 HP now. He's going to go for Redemption. Reese will surely finish it here, and he does. 32 HP KO.
Pure Spam dying there, but Reese is fully out of food. This is going to be a monumental task for him to try and take out. Solo mission.
The man
Captain
himself.
Of the Snakes stepping up. How can he do it bridding versus Reese? He knows he's not the greatest, but he doesn't need to be. He's got such a food advantage. He just needs to stay composed, get those hits in, do what he can, and he should be able to take a win for the Snakes.
He could really sit back and rag with the Dragon Crossbow here if he wanted to, but knowing him, he'll try and do this the trendy way. He's going to catch a freeze. He's going to show us what he's all about. He's going to show us that NH capability that he has in his locker. Let's see. Can he catch the freeze here?
You say he shouldn't rag with a crossbow, but he's got that Gunslinger Sigil. It could be his most powerful DPS at this point. Maybe he needs to start throwing some bolts at Reese.
Absolutely, because Reese is making him work for this, you see. And if Reese would get the KO on Solo Mission would never live that down. Both of these guys, great friends outside the battlefield, but it's great to see them going at it as if they were sworn enemies here.
Solo Mission coming in with one of the most foods of everyone in the tournament, and Reese is making him work for it. He's already taken out 7 Manta Rays and a Brew. Reese doing an exceptional job, showing why he's so good at PvP, showing why he has been picked for the Oda Block Warriors and just doing what he can to try and give Oda the best chance to try and take this win.
Reese has absolutely nothing to lose here. He's on 32 HP, and this will be the last 20 HP he'll have for Deadman Mode 2025. What can he do? These are the final attacks that Reese will have for this season's Deadman. Can he make them count? Here he comes with the Barrage. He gets the Redemption for 28 HP. He gets the Bolt for 12 HP. Here comes Solo Mission, finished him with the Staff Whack. The disrespect.
Great job there by Solo Mission. And you know what's going to happen? We might actually get to see a fight from Ditta Bitter. He's not had to do anything this tournament so far, but Odablock coming in. He needs to take out Solo Mission first to get the chance to face Ditta. We'll see if he can do it. He has got that Void Waker spec, but Pure Spam noticed. He's just sat there praying.
Call me biased, but I want to see some NHing from Odablock here. I want to see his true skills come out, because I do want to see Ditta Bitter in this final, in this semi-final rather. So Odablock with the Void Waker there. Solo Mission DD's on top of him to take the heat off himself. Eats up. That's a common tactic. You've got to do that when you've got a freeze on your opponent. Eat up to full before you plan your next attack.
Odablock immediately catching the freeze the second Solo Mission steps out. Expertly flicking to his tank gear, predicting his hits, knows what's going to happen. Doesn't manage to get the Void Waker spec off prayer, and that is the last Void Waker spec Oda has at the moment. He's going to have to wait a while for that to regen if he wants another chance of KOing.
And here comes Odablock now. I think he's going to put the pressure on Solo Mission. Isn't even bothering to catch the freeze for the moment. Just trying to get that Nox Halley. Solo Mission, I think, went for an Ice Blitz on him. We'll get a shorter duration of freeze. Odablock Brood down, also trying to Ice Blitz here. Here comes the Bolt on Solo Mission.
Odablock with that gear advantage, bringing in both Mage and range shields. The Odium coming in clutch. Will help him with his bolts. See how he can do. The Malediction as well for his Mage.
It's clean stuff from Odablock. There's the Morrigan's Javelin. It is a 10. He goes for another Morrigan's Javelin. Both
hits.
specs. They finally hit, so they dealt extra damage over time, but it was only 10 damage, sadly, so Solo Mission won't be able to reap too much of a reward off that. Odablock having a huge chunk taken out of his supplies by Solo Mission.
But he has managed to get Solo Mission fully out of food now, and he's still got 4 food and 2 brews remaining. He's got great chance with how good a peak area is. He might be able to do this. He might be able to take this all the way and win this for the Odablock Warriors.
44 HP for Solo Mission. If he dies here, Odablock will face Ditter, so that will be a tasty lineup. Those two having history that we all know about. Here comes Solo Mission with the Redemption proc. Solo Mission still in this. 25 big blood barrage. Odablock is trying to make sure his health is 99 HP going into his next fight. He just needs to finish Solo Mission off now.
Solo Mission managing to use absolutely every sip of restore in his invent, clutching up on these redemptions, doing a great job, putting in all the damage he can to Odablock, making it going to be easier for Ditto when he fights him next.
Odablock will not want to waste a single more supply on Solo Mission here. He just wants to clear Solo and get on with the next fight. Odablock's got a big challenge ahead of him. Ditter on full power.
Solo Mission's coming back. Can he
Solo
take out
Mission is
Odablock
coming back.
himself? He's doing great damage. Odablock just couldn't catch the freeze there, and Solo Mission doesn't have to focus about anything else other than attacking Odablock.
Solo has no prayer left.
He used so many redemptions and got them all that his prayer's fully gone.
Has he shot himself in the foot here?
It should be easy for Odablock to clear him out now, but Odablock's out of food.
So Odablock now just going for pure blood barrages on Solo. Now he's going for a barrage to try and get that, the DD potentially. Odablock is going to finish him here. Okay, so now this is a tasty matchup. We've got Odablock with nothing to his name whatsoever, 30 HP in a dream. Ditter will be relishing this. Look at them switching already to fakey their opponent out. Here we go now.
It's going to be an incredibly difficult task for Odablock right now. Ditter, the first we're seeing him fight all tournament, which shows how well the Odablock Warriors have done to take out the food of all the other members, something no one else could. Some teams couldn't even take out 2 members of their team. So yeah, Odablock Warriors putting up a great show here, but the food advantage is just so strong.
Odablock there with a very jammy retribution. Retribution there to stay in this. Ditter now needs to finish this. If Odablock would finish Ditter in this position, this would be very embarrassing for Ditter, but I believe Ditter can do this here. He goes for the barrage, he catches the freeze. He goes for another barrage. Odablock really flicking that redemption prayer, trying to get those heals. He's on 12 HP. Surely Ditter can finish this. Now 7 HP.
He catches it. He gets the redemption proc. He's got 2 sips of restore left. That's all he can do to make it work. He needs to KO Ditter with any chance if he wants to have a chance to win this. 30% special attack. He needs to draw up the fight, catch the freeze, stand under Ditter, make that special attack regen so you have at least a chance to Void Waker him and get this win.
But Ditter has managed to freeze Odablock, so surely he can finish this here. Odablock's still only on 22 HP, going for the blood barrages where he can, going for a bolt. Ditter didn't read it. It was a bolt off prayer. Here comes Ditter now. Come on, surely Ditter can put this in the bin now.
Again, just dealing no damage to Odablock here.
Oh, there he goes. He gets his big bolt. He gets a bolt for 29, and he
takes him out. The
barrage.
Odablock Warriors.
And there's the emote. Wow, the emote from Ditter. A bit of trash talking. The first amount of trash talking we have seen in this competition comes in the form of a raspberry emote from Ditter on Odablock. Wow.
The first we've seen of Ditter fighting all tournaments so far, and we didn't even get to see much of it. It's just the food advantage, how his team performed, did such a great job going into this. So he didn't have to do too much to take out Odablock.
He didn't. We did see him fight well, but of course, Odablock is always going to fight to the absolute death. Odablock is always going to fight till he's got nothing left. So you could see he was locked in. He was going to grind it out and make Ditter really work for it.
Yes, that was great to see. There's one more semi-final match to look into first. Before we find out just who will be the Solo Mission Snakes opponent in the grand final, we're going to throw it back to expert analysis from Foe, where he's joined by the captains of the Boaty Brawlers and the Dino Nuggets.
Oh, that's so nice. He called me an expert, my guys. Hey, what's going on, guys? So I'm here with Bodhi and Dino, the 2 team captains of the Brawlers and the Nuggets, and just going to go over some things from the last fights and then leading into this next one. So My guys, first off, congrats for making it to the semifinal round. Bodhi, my man, your team had fewer deaths throughout the week. You're going into this fight with more food. I know that Doobies has been absolutely solid with the hybrid skill so far. I know he's good, but it feels like he's just overperformed. So that's got to be feeling good for you. And then Skidler getting a nice Void Waker KO while he's only on, 5 food. I mean, you got something to look at there. They've got some strong gear. They've got some strong Void Wakers. You got to watch out for that. How you feeling about this one, man?
I'm feeling quite good. Going back to, again, Doobies, when I actually chose my team, a lot of people, I feel, didn't really know how good Doobies actually is, whereas I did. And a lot of people also don't know how good Port Kazard is because he's obviously a very known PVMer, but I also knew how good he was. And it's nice to have my team performing so well that I didn't even have to fight in the previous competition versus the Torvest, the Titans.
Yeah,
now, the Dino Nuggets.
Go on, please.
The Dino Nuggets, they're a scary team, but they have West Ham, they have Dino, and they have Skidler. And going back to it, Skidler was one of those people that everyone says is very underrated. His first fight, he didn't really get to perform that well because he had to fight the Snake's solid sigils, but his second fight, he performed very, very well. So even in our middle bracket, I'm excited to see Port Kazard versus Skidler. I'm very excited to see Doobies versus Dino, and I'm not excited to see me versus West Ham unless I win, because West Ham is not someone who is easy to kill, and the sigils he's running are terrifying. I might just camp for Amelia if I'm honest, but we'll see how it goes. I'm excited. This could be a very evenly matched up competition here with the two teams, so awesome. We'll see how it goes.
All right, and Dino, my man. So your team has a really strong melee setup, 2 Void Wakers, a VLS, and we've already seen how strong the Hallies can be, and I think you got 4 of them, so that's going to be powerful. Do you think you guys can secure a KO against the Bodhi Brawlers here?
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to try. I think we have the weapons on our side, like you say, we've got the Void Wakers, we've got the Hallies. I do think they have the gear and the food on their side, but I don't know. I think we're going to put on a show, and hopefully we can take it home.
And then one more thing, what do you feel about like the Osmumten's Fangs versus the Hallies? Which one do you feel is stronger overall? Because Bodhi's team's pretty stacked on the Fangs. You guys have the Hallies. It's a very different melee setup.
Yeah, so I think Fangs are probably better against Solo's team, who are like running Rampart, everyone. But our team didn't really get that lucky with sigils. We don't have much Rampart, and I don't think Bodhi's team do either. So yeah, I think the Halley might come out on top. I'm hoping the Halley comes out on top anyway, but we'll see.
Fair play. All right, anything you guys want to say to each other? Friendly, maybe not so friendly before this starts up?
Honestly, Dino, mate, may the best team win, and whoever wins, I wish them the best of luck in the finale against the Snakes, my friend.
Absolutely. I just want to see the Snakes lose. That's all I care about. So
it's all order to do, mate. If we can't do it, then hopefully you guys can do it.
You guys are too cordial. I want some trash talking or something. Give me one bit of trash talk.
I hope your hand is in pain, mate.
All right, back to you guys, Messiah and Robert in the studio. Good luck, boys.
Some great words there from the captains and foe. Thank you for that.
Well, we got our trash talking eventually. How it's come in the form of that one from Boti. So yeah, awesome to see. So we are about to bring you the penultimate match of Deadman All Stars, which will be the last match that is a best out of 1. And yeah, before we get to that match, I think we should talk about who we think is going to be the MVP of this entire tournament. Who are you liking so far, Robert?
There's been some great fights. Some players that really stand out. Skidler, like they say, getting that KO in the previous round, very beneficial. Doobies as well. He's been incredible. Managing to take out multiple people in a row and knocking out Reese while he still had 5 food left. That's going to haunt him at night.
I can't lie, I've slept on Doobies, man. Next time I see Doobies in the Rev Cave, I will be heading for the exit or trying to get the freeze log ASAP. Doobies is on fire. Skidler, as you say, played so well, got that outright KO with the Void Waker. You love to see it. What a play by him.
And we've also got to go to the Snakes. Their first 2 members, Victim and Rakesy, are doing a solid job for the team. Both of them people managing to take out multiple players from opponents during the fight.
Yep.
They may not be the strongest PKs, but their whole team is full of solid players that can take out some of the weaker members.
Absolutely. Rakesy especially, I thought he played really, really well. I was unfamiliar with his game. He's superb at PvP, and it's great to see guys that you don't usually know for PvP lock in so hard and play at a level which is very impressive.
Well, he was one of last year's winners for a reason. And maybe the Dino Nuggets should have picked him up again this time when they had the chance.
Yeah, Dino will be kicking himself because Race's playing so well. So, we are almost ready for our penultimate matchup. We will wait for the JMods to give us the signal and we will cross live to that.
So who in the chat, who are you thinking so far? Which players have been your standout performers? Not just in these finals, but through the entire week. Who has been the best performing player? Who's got the best luck, the most drops for their team? What do you guys think?
Definitely. Get it in the chat box below. We want to know who you're feeling, who you think who has surprised you this tournament, who's let you down this tournament. That's interesting to see. Is there anyone you thought would be better, you thought that would be dominating this fight that isn't managing to lock in? That'll be interesting to see. But yeah, so.
Coming into our next fight, the Boaty Brawlers, Dino Nuggets.
Yeah.
Gear, difference. Boaty Brawlers managing to get all 5 sufferings.
Unbelievable.
Dino Nuggets not quite able to get that. They only managed to secure 3 of them. Is that going to be the difference maker? Or will it just come down to Hallie versus Fang, like the team captains fought during the fight?
I think this one could really come down to skill because Dino and West Ham, I say it all the time, they are just 2 very, very competent NHers. They know how to play PvP. They do it all day. They do it for a living, for goodness sake. I just think those 2 guys might make the difference for Dino
They are,
Nuggets.
but you've still got Boaty, Port Kazard.
True.
Someone we didn't mention. He did exceptionally well in the previous fights, taking out multiple opponents.
And funnily enough, Port Kazard is critical of his own skill. He only wants to get better. He is just such a humble dude who obviously is superb at PVM, but also superb at PvP. What can't he do?
If he locked in and only focused on PvP, how good do you think he could be? Would he be one of the best? Would he be up there with Odablock as one of the best PKs we have?
Awesome
Who knows?
stuff. I am seeing a sea of thumbs in the air, which means we can cross live to our penultimate showdown of Deadman All Stars 2025. Whoever wins this will go through to the final.
This is a best of 1, but the final coming up after this will be a best of 3. I'm very excited to see how this all plays out. Boaty Brawlers and Dino Nuggets.
Let's get it.
Up first for the Boaty Brawlers, we've got Pip. He has huge mage defense. We've seen him run around in previous fights with that Fang, trying to dance around, avoid the freezer and just poke as much as he can. But then again, from the Dino Nuggets, up against him is going to be Verf. I feel like this is one of the biggest discrepancies of PvP skill we're going to see across these 2 teams.
Boaty Brawlers in the blue boots, Dino Nuggets in the green boots. Let's get it. Here we go. Pip starting off then. He goes for a Fang. Verf reads it well. Verf got frozen there. Pip frozen also. Pip seeds back to make sure Verf can't use his Nox Hallie.
Great job there by Pip. He's just going to want to keep his distance as much as he can when he is frozen by Verf. Verf, you see him here. Straight away, procs that Sigil of the Momentum Mage, getting healed back. That extra HP could be critical in this fight.
It's small margins here, so if you get blood barrages early on in your fight, that could be the difference. That could be all you need to go through to the next fight.
Both players splashing on each other, and Pip going again, wants to hit with his Fang, but now he's frozen. He's going to try and freeze Verf back and then seed away so he can't start using that Hallie.
So here we go now. Here comes Pip with a barrage on Verf.
Verf.
Seeds away again. He's just scared of that Hallie. He needs to make sure that Verf can't use that Hallie against him.
Verf still has both claw specs left. He needs to chuck one of these out so his spec starts regenerating and he can get that extra one potentially in the fight. Here we see it. He brings out the claws, but he's still frozen. There's the PvP inexperience. He didn't know when his freeze was up, so he stands there, claws out, unable to do anything.
Yep, you see it all the time, but there we go. So Pip is going to go for a Fang here. Managed to get the Fang on ropes. Verf didn't even eat that. Technically chance, unlikely to hit a 49 bolt there. Here comes Pip again with the Fang spec. Doing really well to that Fang. He's got a bolt proc for a 32. Verf is really on the ropes here. Fortunately, Verf catches the freeze when he needs to, and Pip is unable to deal more damage when he has momentum.
Pip with a commanding food advantage. We see Verf going in for the claw specs there. Uses both of them on prayer. Potentially not the right time. Will we even see him have enough time left in this fight to regen a 3rd spec and maybe go for that again? I'm not sure we will. Pip doing incredible damage to him.
Not at this rate, and Verf's on 0% spec himself, so isn't probably likely to do any more damage with his spec. So here we go now. Pip with the Fang spec on Verf. Just had that Fang left.
That Sigil of the Lightbearer coming in clutch for Pip. Utilising it very well, getting all these specs off as soon as he can.
Verf running on fumes here. He only has 19 HP. And Pip manages to get the job done. Unlucky there, Verf. You fought well, but that might be his last interaction in this tournament.
It's all to play for still. The Dino Nuggets sending out Coxie in next. Coxie's been practicing a lot. Dino picked him for a reason. We want to see how good he actually is in PvP. Can he do enough? Can he take out Pip here and then do a good chunk of damage on the next opponent from the Brawlers?
Maybe he won't take out Pip at all because Pip is a good bridder. However, Coxie has been practicing, as you said. Here comes Pip then. So, will Pip manage to get some action with that Fang? No, he doesn't. Here comes Coxie with the Void Waker. Good work with the Void Waker. He goes for the Dragon Crossbow. I thought he might fakey that Dragon Crossbow and double the Void Waker, but he decides not to.
Incredible work from Coxie there, getting all of his hits in a row, off prayer on Pip. Pip getting chance, he could have potentially died there, and again, Coxie bolting him to the head. 41 damage. Pip needs to focus on his prayers. He did so well in the first fight, but Coxie is dominating him.
Pip deciding to seed, as I would expect, to make sure he eats up all of his food. Coxie coming in with the Noxious Halley. Coxie now with the Bolt and stands on top of Pip to make sure Pip can't get the freeze. Pip manages to one-tick that freeze, and he's got Coxie where he needs to get him to deal some damage to finally make this more difficult for Coxie going into the next round.
Coxie doing a fantastic job right here. One of the only Dino Nugget members with Rampart making it work, taking very little damage in this fight, and it's just what his team needed. They're clawing their way back into this. He's going up against EVscape next. Can he take him out? Can he do enough for his team to clutch this win?
EVscape's a Raxor pet chilling outside the arena, watching all the action unfold just like we are. Here comes Coxie now. Coxie with the barrage. Coxie barraging him, getting barraged himself. Here comes EVscape. EVscape rocking that DFS camp. You don't see that very often in NHing, but if it works for him, it works for him. There's the big Burning Claw spec. Didn't hit, he doubled it. Interestingly, he does like to double his Burning Claw specs. Coxie going for the Void Waker. It was on prayer. Here comes the Noxious Halley. That was a 0-2.
Yes, that Burning Claw spec not really doing a lot for EVscape. Maybe he should have chose to go like Pip and used the Fang spec. They were working out very well for Pip in the previous fight. Coxie doing a good chunk of damage to EVscape right now. He's going to have to eat up soon.
Coxie may well get another Void Waker spec before this fight is over. He doesn't have any sigils which will deal him a Light Bearer style effect, but his spec is regenerating slowly, and very soon he will have another Void Waker spec.
This Sigil of Rampart advantage, but as I say that, EVscape managing to hit through his defense, 33 with that Morrigan's Javelin, and even throwing out another Burning Claw spec. It only uses 30% spec, so he's going to have multiple during the fight. Maybe he can get a big one, get that burn damage on Coxie. It could be a difference maker.
Those Burning Claws just really not doing anything in these final fights for me. They're just not good on tanky gear. Here comes EVscape, gets the barrage on Coxie. Now, can he put Coxie under the cosh here? Goes for the Fang. It was off prayer. It was unlucky for him. Goes for the Morrigan's Javelin. It hits a big 32. He's going to try and finish this with a barrage, but Coxie is going to eat up here.
Yeah, EVscape doing a good job there to throw out those Javelins while Coxie sat in his mage robes. But Coxie fighting back. Void Waker spec on EVscape. Only a 37. Off prayer. That could have been huge. That could have taken him out.
Nice, good switching back into the tank gear for Coxie. He's going to get the freeze here on EVscape. This will be the last opportunity he'll have to deal some damage. He's frozen himself now. EVscape switching back into the mage gear, switching straight back into tank gear. Good to see.
Both fighters are neck and neck. EVscape still with 2 food remaining. Both players out of spec, sat in a mage battle right now, keeping distance. EVscape going in with a Fang, but just can't seem to hit through Coxie's defense.
This fight has really evened up here. EVscape electing not to eat his 2 last food. He just wants to deal damage. He's going to be forced to here, surely. Eats 1 of the anglerfish, eats 2 of the anglerfish. Coxie now can put the pressure on while EVscape is blocked from doing damage. Goes for the barrage though, and now he can deal some damage to the Morrigan's Javelins and hopefully finish this.
It's all going to come down to this. Will Coxie be able to get those redemption flicks? If he'd gone for it there, he would have landed it. If he'd put the redemption on there again, he would have got it. No, he doesn't. Is that going to be a mistake that costs the Dino Nuggets the fight? He could have survived for much longer right there.
He could have stayed around for longer, but we have another fight to contend with now. He's got his next opponent. He's only got 19 HP EVscape here, and he's got Skidler to deal with, who brushes him aside with the Void Waker. Skidler been so deadly with the Void Waker this competition.
Skidler makes quick work of him, chooses to spec early, get him out of the way, don't waste any food on EVscape. move on to the next raid boss. That is Portkazard running right here, having some of the best gear in that tournament. That Armadillo chestplate, that DFS, VLS, all the acronyms. He's doing a great job and hits him off prayer. 56.
Wow.
Skidler's got to be careful.
Skidler will not be enjoying this at all. Flying by the seat of his pants here, but Portkazard is putting on the pressure. Here comes Portkazard. Can he get the barrage? Skidler opting not to barrage. He's just trying to deal any damage. Oh, goes for the sneaky Voidwaker. He's lethal with that Voidwaker. It was unlucky, really. Portkazard was just full health, so he didn't manage to get too much damage away with it.
Portkazard absolutely dancing around the arena right now. We're trying to make it as hard for Skidler to click him as possible so he can't catch those frees. He can't get back in the fight. Doing a great job.
Unlucky for Skidler here. He's really being put under the cosh. There's too much going on for him to contend with, especially with Portkazard making use of so much movement here.
Skidler is doing a great job getting the prayers correctly. I would have expected to see Portkazard going for a more heavy melee style with that swashbuckler sigil, making his melee attack one tick faster. But instead, we're seeing a lot of just keeping distance, going for those freezes.
Expect to see another one of those lethal Skidler Voidwaker specs soon, because he does have 50% spec. There it is. Thank you, Skidler. You read my mind. I read your mind. Here we go now with the Noxious Halley.
Yes, that Sigil of the Lightbearer really coming in clutch in some of these fights. I feel like the people who have gone and used that with their Voidwaker specs really getting that additional damage, and been a great choice to see.
Indeed. Skidler now making use of the last food he has. He makes use of a seed to get on top of Portkazard. And what will he decide to do next? He's got his Fang out, but he switches it straight for the Dragon Crossbow.
Skidler is making the choice. If he can sit under Portkazard for as long as possible, his special attack is going to regen faster. He's going to get that spec back before Portkazard. But
it's an interesting strategy.
Port right there, he has VLS, so he only needs 25% to spec. He's going to get more specs in potentially than Skidler is.
Skidler unlucky with the freeze here. Portkazard right on top. He's right on top of Portkazard, but Portkazard will surely finish this. Portkazard trying to freeze. Skidler, there's another. He may have used 4 Voidwaker specs in this fight so far.
That is incredible work from Skidler. Getting the hit off prayer with melee, getting that extra spec again, 59 damage. All that damage matters in fights like this. It's Outlast. Portkazard down to his final 2 brews. Skidler really clawed this fight back. Great job from him.
Skidler with some superior NHing there. Unlucky though. He really locked in there, but Portkazard managed to get the job done.
A gear disadvantage.
Absolutely.
The amount of food he managed to use from Portkazard was incredible. And Skidler himself died so many times throughout the week. He started that fight on little food.
And Portkazard now has it all to do against Dino. Skidler really helped out Dino there, because Portkazard is running on fumes now, and Dino is just going to seal the deal here. I think he might even drop another Voidwaker spec just to get this done. Will he do that, or will he save it? Let's see then. I think, yeah, there we go. I thought he might just do double Voidwaker just to get them done.
Get that spec, get him out of the way, reduce the chance that he can start using those redemption procs. And
Portkazard's the type of guy that will take chunks of food out of you before you get to your next fight. So now he's got to contend with Doobie. These two old sparring partners, Dino and Doobie, love to fight each other. Doobie learnt from Dino. It's kind of the master versus the apprentice. Doobie being the apprentice, Dino being the master. But what will Doobie manage to do here? Will he manage to cause an upset and overthrow Dino? Let's see.
This really is anyone's game so far. Both teams have a great chance to win this. Both teams have 2 great PKers left for them. It's going to be great to see what they can come up with. Dino, he's at a little bit of disadvantage right now, taking some damage from Doobie. He's going to need to focus up, do what he can to make this as even as possible.
Interesting. They're both going for lots of DD action. Dino getting a nice Halley there. Doobie with the Voidwaker. Dino didn't read that. Doobie getting some good damage on Dino there. Dino now hitting the bolt on Doobie in robes. Hits a 0. Unlucky for Dino. Dino now getting the freeze, and surely he's going to pile the pressure. Watch Doobie do some madness with the seeds now. I reckon Doobie will eat up and then seed himself and try and catch the freeze. Will he do that? No, he's just locking in.
Both players out of specs. Both players with those halberds. Will we see a melee battle going on here? Dino's sigils are primarily focused towards that, but we're not seeing him use it too much. And when he is, it's not paying off. Hitting those 0s on Doobie's defenses Doobie's running that restoration sigil, getting hit points back every time he deals damage to Dino.
Doobie looking pretty good on supplies here. Dino having to really work for this, and Doobie with a big 31 with the Noxious Halley. Goes for a double Noxious Halley, tries to double it to catch Dino off guard.
Dino about to be out of food, 1 Manta Ray left. Doobie still with half an invent. He's done a great job. There again, hitting Dino off prayer, 36 bolt. Dino, all he can do is hope. He's frozen Doobie. He's eaten his last food and he's waiting. He's got 40% special attack. All he needs to do is wait till this is 50 and it'll give him a chance. Maybe he can pull something out of the bag and get a KO. But he's been frozen instantly by Doobie. Doobie, as long as you don't stand next to him, he's not going to have a chance to spec.
Oh, unlucky for Dino. His plan was to wait for... Oh, Doobie's drops the piece. I know those two are good friends outside the arena, so that was all in good humour. But Doobie's now got it all to do. He faces his final competitor here. It's West Ham, of course. And we know how good West Ham is in NH breeding, especially on the Ancient Spellbook.
It's going to be a difficult task for West Ham. He needs to take down 2 opponents, a food and an invent and a half worth of food. But if anyone can do it, it's him. We saw it last year. He took out multiple people in a row, every single fight, and he comes in there 0 with the VLS.
Wow.
Very unlucky.
Doobie's hitting back with the Void Waker there. That was pretty risky for West Ham there. West Ham got hit a 22 Void Waker, and it was unlucky that Doobie's didn't get more HP there. Could have possibly even killed him. That might have been a chance.
West Ham correctly predicting the prayer though. He's very good at NHing. He knows how to read his opponent. He knows what Doobie's going to do before Doobie even does it himself. We're going to see him do his best to get all his prayers correctly. As I say that, Doobie's great job, bolts West Ham, getting it in off prayer.
Doobie's with only 1 food left and 83 HP. Let's see how much food he can take out of West Ham.
West Ham running Sigil of the Lightbearer. He just wants to spec as many times in this fight. And he's also got specialized strikes, reducing that special attack every time he's able to use that. But it does notify your opponent you're going to try and spec, because you get that icon above his head when he goes for it.
Indeed, it broadcasts it, which for a PvPer like West Ham is just too obvious. You can't catch him off guard with that. And there he does. West Ham uses that Sigil. Doobie counters, but Doobie is going to go for a barrage here. Goes for a blood barrage, just trying to keep himself in it. Attacking with the Halley from distance. He's on a seed. He can't move in any direction now. He's fully barraged. So West Ham becomes unfrozen. West Ham frozen immediately, and Doobie is critically in Halley range.
He's doing
we'll see some Halley soon.
Doing a great job though. Doobie's catching the freeze whenever he can. Stay out of that 1 tile melee distance. Don't let West Ham get those VLS specs on you while he's got it.
And West Ham has 80% spec left and Sigil of the Lightbearer. There it is, and he finishes with a VLS spec straight to the heart for Doobies. Unlucky Doobies, he played well, but West Ham is obviously a very superior breeder. Who's he got left?
Boaty, the captain of the Brawlers, coming in against West Ham. 2 people incredibly good at PKing. West Ham getting the best of him so far, getting a couple bolts off prayer to start it off. Seeding away, does not want to get hit by Boaty's melee.
Boaty here in large and in charge. He's got good gear. He's got amazing tank gear with that Missouri top. We love to see it. Goes in with the Fang, hits low, doubles the Fang. Tries to catch West Ham off guard, but why triples the Fang? West Ham is really ready for this. West Ham knows what he's doing and goes for the BLS.
He read every single attack there. He gets the prayer, keeps the prey melee on. You wouldn't usually expect someone to spec you that many times in a row. At this level, people know what their opponent's going to do, and you're never going to spec people multiple times.
These guys are just so dialed. They're predicting each other. They're reading people's minds.
Oh my God, West Ham!
No way! Boaty out the game with a West Ham BLS 50.
Boaty had so much food left. West Ham clutches up. He takes the win.
The tank gear did nothing. The tank gear did nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Wow. The BLS cutting through there. That's why we love the BLS. And when I asked you earlier which spec weapon you would pick, and you said BLS, this is why. This is why.
We said we wanted to see KOs in this competition, and West Ham has just delivered.
The mother of all KOs.
Boaty, Brawlers, oh my God, you had so much food left, Boaty. You need to be knowing West Ham, it's all he's got. It's all he can do.
So unlucky.
Melly, keep it up.
So unlucky, and Boaty said before this fight that he might just camp melee for the entire fight to mitigate against that exact thing happen, but he got caught lacking and he got a 54 VLS to the dome.
Maybe he should have done. That might have been the play in this fight. He had it all done for him. Doobies and his team had done a great job throughout the fight.
It was all set up for him, wasn't it?
Getting that food advantage.
Yep.
And then, in an instance, West Ham showing why he's first pick material, showing why Dino chose him over everyone else. Trusted him with that VLS.
That's what you get from experienced Britters, and we know West Ham is just one of the most competent NHs in this tournament, and that is what happens when you come up against someone like West Ham. He will catch you, he will figure out your weakness, and he will exploit it. And Boaty, he doesn't have many weaknesses, but he let his guard slip just that one time, and West Ham capitalised.
Oh my God.
What a fight.
What a fight. I cannot believe that's just happened. And well, if I didn't have an MVP before, well, West Ham showing why he's so good at PKing. Oh.
So, who does that tee us up for the final? Is that the Solo Mission Snakes versus the Boaty Brawlers in the final?
No, it's not. Boaty Brawlers just lost.
Boaty Brawlers just lost.
Solo Mission Snakes versus the Dino
Nuggets. Of course, sorry. I am
Dino
experiencing
Nuggets.
so much PvP, my brain can hardly cope.
Last year's champions back again.
They are. Can they
again in
defend
the
their
finals.
title? That's what we want to see.
We're going to have a best of 3 for this fight, or it's going to be very difficult for them versus Snakes. We saw round 1. Ditbit didn't even get to fight when they were against
Yes, he didn't. So we need to see more action from Ditterbitter. That's going to be exciting to see. We're going to see West Ham lock in again and play to his absolute maximum, I feel. West Ham is completely warmed up now, and he will be fighting tooth and nail, I believe, to win this final.
That was an incredible performance from the team, showing the final brackets now. We've got the Solo Mission Snakes up against the Dino Nuggets.
That confirms it. That's our final that we're looking at. Solo Mission Snakes versus Dino Nuggets.
Best of 3.
And we have got Foe on the line ready to chat to us. Foe, we need to get your take up from that battle because that was sensational from West Ham. Foe, tell us what you thought of that.
Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, so exactly what we talked about with the captains right before this match, when we asked Dino, like, hey, what do you think about the chance that you guys have to KO your opponent and really flip the script there? It looked like the Bodhi team had wrapped it up. They had 2 players left. Doobie was doing awesome. He unfortunately, went down to Westy, but he took out a ton of his food. All Bodhi had to do was come in and seal the deal. And the VLS did what VLSs do. And that's why people put so much attention on the breaches during these tournaments. And, Dino comes out on top again. So we get a rematch from last year. I like it. But, man, I'm just excited that we finally got to see some actual action that ends in KO and finishes an entire team. Unfortunate for Bodhi. The team put in some awesome work over the week. I love to see the Bodhi boppers early on in the tournament. I hope we see more of that in the future. But nothing but props for Dino's team. I mean, that was a great comeback there. Very exciting.
Incredible work from him.
Could you call it, Foe, at this stage? Could you call who you think is going to progress to who is going to win this entire tournament?
You know what? Right at the end of that fight, I was actually taking some notes on what I was going to ask Bodhi for the finale because I thought they had it wrapped up and I had to delete everything. We've got 2 massive teams here. We've got we've got these guys in the call with me, Dino and Solo Mission, getting ready for your fights. First off, Dino, I got to hear your take on this, man. Exactly what we talked about. What did you think about that? Tell me, what was going through your head and kind of the celebration that you guys had seeing Westy take him out like that.
Bro, that's why he's my boy, right? VLS, incredibly overpowered weapon in the hands of someone like West Ham, who is already incredibly overpowered. I don't know, it was weird. He was down so much food, and obviously Boaty's good, and again, mad respect to Boaty as well, but he does take risks, and if anyone's going to capitalize on them risks, it is West Ham, and that is what happened.
Honestly, man, I mean, being a captain last season, my team saw what Westy can do with a VLS firsthand. I think he opened up on Ditter. Basically, 4 out of 5 hits were VLS specs, and all of them were off prey. He's nasty with it. We all know it, and he really showed it there. So, props on that one. Solo, a completely different question for you because we've already talked a lot about your strategy leading up to this. Let's talk a little bit about your team's gear strategy that you took over the week. Could you explain to the viewers kind of what your method, what your planning and execution was for the major weapons and jewelry that your team sought out for this week?
I noticed you said jewelry there at the end. And that's
Well, there's two
very
things there, not
interesting.
just one thing. So you
It's
guys did
all
something
about the
that no one
jewelry.
else did. Let's talk
It's
about it.
all about those rings of suffering. These teams, they forgot to get their Zenite shards. They left it to day 7, day 8. Like, are you serious? We had 5 people with Monkey Madness too. It was just far too tempting seeing these guys complete the quest later on. And you'll notice from the setups that we're one of the only teams that has 5 sufferings. It's a massive difference maker. And we were attacking people at the Demonic Gorillas all week. As for the other gear, it was pretty much on the fly. We didn't plan to get Purging Staffs. We didn't plan to get Dragon Crossbows. We essentially had to because we got pushed out of the breaches. The Allied forces took us down on the beaches of Varlamore. After that,
absolutely cinematic.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that might be one of my new favorite moments in Old School history right there. Unfortunate for you guys. I know that I actually saw a lot of clips of you, the victim, being a little bit triggered by that, but it's understandable. When you have 15 people attacking you, that sucks. But I think that also shows you guys were a pretty big threat this time. Not only that, you guys have Blood Furies as well, which no other team got. And we've seen that that's been quite useful with the Noxious Hallies, especially when you are limited on food in these tournaments. So hope that works out for you. I'm very pumped that you guys went pretty hard on Wild Gothic Sleeps. I was actually talking up that strategy a lot leading up into this, and I didn't actually know if a team would try it out because that Purging Staff is just strong. You can argue that it's as strong as a Zuriel Staff in this. So I like the shift in strategy and trying to have to play a different way because you knew you were going to be targeted at breaches if you kept going and really farming those monsters. We could have had a World War 4 or 5 there, just like we saw in Zaya. So very exciting, and good luck to both of you in the final.
Thanks. Good luck, Dino.
Thank you. Good luck. Good luck. I want to take the snakes down.
Hey, I think everyone else does as well.
I need something else. Yeah. Take the snake down. It's not very strong, Dino.
I can't trash talk Solo. I love him, but for his team and his strategy, oh my god, do they deserve?
Hey, can you trash talk Bitter then?
No comment.
All right. Robert, back to you guys.
2 guys who are just so polite. They can't trash talk each other because, as we see, they are 2 good mates after all. But yeah, that confirms it. Snakes versus Nuggets in the final.
It's going to be a good one. Can their PKers...
Before we cross live to that fight, Robert, tell me about your season, how you felt this has gone. What has your highlight been of Deadman Mode All Stars Volume 2?
Deadman All Stars. It's been an incredible week. I've watched many hours, as you do while you're at work, with the iPad screen on, showing you everything that's going on. Some highlights. It's got to be skill specs. Monkey Gel.
Yep, Monkey Gel.
Clip for the ages. I expect we'll see that for a while. What about you?
Personally, the AGS Gmaul of Torvesta on Oda Block, we don't see much Granite Maul action in Deadman mode. You just don't see too much of it. So to see a KO from an AGS Gmaul, that was just magical. And I think that clip will live down in Deadman Royalty. And we may never see something as epic as that again. So yeah, that has to be a favourite moment of mine.
All the breaches this time round, having to have six tabs open on the screen at once, trying to be able to watch all the teams, where they're coming in from, because there's going to be massive amounts of combat on the screen at any one point. Everyone's going to die. It's great to see.
It was amazing to see. I'll tell you what, let's ask Foe. Foe, are you still there? Dude, tell us your favourite moment of Deadman All Stars 2025. What's it been for you?
You know what? Something that I haven't seen yet in All Stars was a really heavy melee strategy for the first breach. We saw the Bodhi Brawlers do it with the Tomatlis. It was a super interesting strategy. They actually planned this out pretty meticulously leading up to it, where they had Tarn's Lair that they had to get their Slayer experience from, but they had to smuggle the Slayer experience out of to boost it early. So they had to telly out at the right moment to get the XP drop. Otherwise, it would have been nulled because it was an instance. So there was just a lot of work that went into that to farm for the Glacial Tomatlis. And then going into the breach and basically one-hitting people like Lake and Multi, you just don't see that kind of thing. And it was a risky strategy because if anyone was able to get DT done, then you're just going to get lit up by them. And I think they did get lit up a couple times by some mages, but that plus just the Torvesta Titan strategy of locking down, somewhere that requires 20 Limpwort roots so you have no food. I mean, that was just gigabrain. And it was just interesting. You know, unique strategies like that I love. I've done that before in Deadman mode where I tried to lock down Intrana with a buddy of mine, and I had clans very, very upset with me over that. But it's fun. That's what makes Deadman mode unique.
The Smorcs did a really great job of that. That was fun to watch. Everyone, the anticipation as you see them trying to complete that quest, kill the demon, get teleported over, and you know there's a team waiting for them, ready to pounce.
Also, you're right. That was the Smorcs, not the Titans. That's my bad there.
It's all good. It all blurs into one after so much PvP action for this week. And Foe, last question to you. Do you think we could see a return of Foe in Deadman All Stars for next year? Do you think that might happen?
Oh, I'd love it, dude. I really wanted to be a part of this one. I was very fortunate to get invited to this one. Unfortunately, I had a family vacation planned, so I had to step out of this one. But if I get the invite next year, I will be in it, and I will go through another week of 20-hour days to do whatever I can, because this tournament's probably the best content that happens all year right now. Other than the leagues, league is way up there for me, but this is just awesome.
Awesome. Family has to come first, Foe, but it's been fantastic having your commentary along with us. So thank you for your expert take. And I hope we see you in next year's season. That would be epic.
I appreciate you guys.
Awesome. So, Robert, here's a question for you. If you had to take part next year, if you were honored enough to take part next year, which team would you most like to be a part of?
Well, I'd love to be a part of any of the teams. It's a great event to be a part of. Someone like Skillspecs, your captain, you know you're in for a fun week.
Yeah.
But I'm a competitive person. I want to win. So I want to go with a strategy that's more aimed towards winning the week rather than too much fun, I would say. So
who would that be then? Who's gonna win it for you?
Solo Mission himself, having that lockdown, plans like that to stop other people doing content and following it through the entire week, that looks very fun to do. But at the same time, the boaty brawlers, the boaty boppers, who wouldn't want to be part of that, running around bopping people? Maybe I'll just skip out on the Zami trips though.
Yeah, the Zami trips, you go very dry. They aren't a lot of fun.
What about you, Messiah? Where would you like to be?
It's a tricky question. Honestly, I'd be honoured to be on any team whatsoever, but I'd say I'm torn between the Dino Nuggets and the Torvesta Titans. The Torvesta Titans may not have been as competitive in this season, but maybe with me on their team they might have been. But Torvesta Titans, Torvesta is just such a cool guy, and you know, I'd love for someone like him to take me under his wing, and yeah, his team would be awesome.
That's absolutely true. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which captain you're on. It's also about the other picks in your team. Are you going to gel with them throughout the week? You're spending long hours with all these people in Discord calls.
It's a miracle that more people didn't fall out in this season than did. I think as we come to the end of this season, everyone is good friends. And I have some very exciting news for you guys, because I'm seeing a sea of thumbs in the air from our JMod team here at Jagex headquarters, because we are about to run the final of Deadman All Stars Volume 2 2025. Robert, who's going to be fighting in the final?
We have the Solo Mission Snakes and the Dino Nuggets.
Wow.
Who will come out on top? Best of 3. Let's see the teams get into action. Up first, it's going to be Verf. It's going to be Victim. Very, very difficult task for Victim coming into this fight. Verf, might I say. Victim's got that extra food, so Verf's going to need to try and do what he can, put in the damage, help his team out, so that West Ham has an easier time towards the end of the fights. So
to remind you, this will be the best of 3. So we're going to see these teams fight 3 times, potentially twice, potentially if someone wins twice in a row. So let's see now who's going to win this Deadman All Stars final. We've got Verf now locking in with his dragon crossbow. He's not managing to do any damage here. Victim's running all over him. There we go. Verf's finally come back into action. He's venomed here. He needs to sip his anti-venom.
Verf right there, as soon as he got frozen, Victim was able to step out and get multiple free hits. He wasn't able to get any damage, but just needs Verf to be trying to attack him back during these situations. Verf, this time round, going for the claws early. Foe's on my screen. I can't see what's happening.
It's awesome to see Foe. We love seeing Foe, but right now we just want to see some PvP action. Foe looking great there.
It looks like Verf's doing a great job getting a lot of damage from these barrages.
Can't see too much of what's going on right now, but there are the Burning Claws. The Burning Claws still hitting low. A double Burning Claw spec there. to put him under pressure.
Victim not dealing too much damage. Verf able to tank it all, and Verf has done a great amount of food damage to him already. He's doing a great job in this fight. He's learned from his mistakes in the previous ones, used those specs early, got a bit of momentum, and is using the mage where he can to try and get that advantage, that healing coming from his menacing mage sigil.
So who's looking good on spec? Both opponents have 10% spec each. There's been some regeneration for V the Victim. He's trying to DD underneath Verf to plan his next attack carefully. Goes for the Halley. Verf ready with the Halley.
V the Victim will be kicked. Oh my god, Verf 55 Halbert showing the strength of this right there. Hits through Victim's sigil of Rampart. Almost taking him out. Incredible work from Verf. His team are going to be so excited for him doing all this damage to Victim. Victim said himself he will be so disappointed if he loses the first round to any of these opponents because he has such a good food advantage and he considers himself to be better than all these other first round PKers.
Pretty even on food now though. Verf will break his teeth if he tries to eat that coal. Here comes Verf with the bolt. V the Victim on full HP. Verf with the staff bash unfortunately. V the Victim catches a freeze. Goes for the Halley. Will he try and DD his opponent? Now he goes for the DD.
Verf doing a great job. V the Victim almost out of food. Verf himself has 2 Manta Rays and a brew left, and he's almost got special attack back. He could get those claws in. That could be the game changer in this first round fight.
This final going right down to the wire here because both of these opponents look like they've got an even amount of supplies here. I think we could see this going the distance. Neither opponent looks like they're really going to get a KO here.
Verf with that sigil of aggression, it's actually working out for him this time. If he's leading the fight, he's able to get that extra damage every time, and it's a great choice for him. Again, with the helmet.
2 big hits there, trading massive blows here. Both opponents having to eat up here, and they're both on empty with 1 brew sip each. Victim drinks his brew sip. He's going to now put the pressure on Verf.
Victim right there, lucking out of the Blood Fury proc on that massive 54 hit on Verf. He's now sat underneath him. Verf gets the spec out. Only a little damage.
I think this is the best we've seen Verf play so far. He's really, really working for this.
He's done incredibly well in this final match. It's anyone's to win. He's down to 20 HP. He gets to 47 on Victim with that Halberd. The Halberds are doing a great job.
Wow. Superb trading blows here. They're both hitting zeros there. Neither of them can finish it off. This could be anyone. V the Victim could have died there. Verf could have died there. V the Victim gets the Halberd and eventually the Halberd switches on. It's a GF from V the Victim and Verf is out.
But crucially, that food advantage Victim came into the fight with didn't matter in the slightest. Verf doing an excellent job to take him out. Victim getting a claw on Coxie straight off the bat, but Coxie finishing him with a barrage. It's anyone's game.
Coxie making light work of that. Just wanted to move on to the next fight. Decided to dump specs early on in the fight and get his opponent out the way so he can face his next opponent. Who's he got?
He is up against Rakesy. We've seen Rakesy doing really well in this tournament, but Coxie himself hasn't been doing too bad. He's got that sigil of Rampart. He's got a sigil of Gunslinger, so he's going to make great work. Stepping in and out, getting those free hits when he can with his range, having that faster attack speed, and he's got the Corrupted Voidwaker 51 off prayer. Rakesy is crumbling.
This isn't like Rakesy. Rakesy not playing well in this final game. Maybe the pressure of this being the final is getting to him slightly. Here we go though. Can he catch a freeze? Manages to barrage, but he's still not catching a freeze. Both of these opponents clicking well here.
Coxie managing to flick on his Carol set every time Rakesy goes for a freeze, and it means Rakesy just can't catch it. Rakesy finally deciding to do something different. He chooses to use his Morrigan's Javelins, but it hits a 0. Not the best special weapon they could have got this week, and it's showing. It doesn't compete with the Voidwaker of Coxie.
Still, neither of them managed to catch a barrage, and eventually Coxie catches the barrage there. So, can he make use of a DD? He does a nice corner step there, diagonal step. That's good to see. Coxie is really switched on here. Decides to go for another barrage. Now, Rakesy's frozen him. He'll have to lock in now and make sure that Rakesy doesn't deal damage to him while he's frozen. So, a bolt from Coxie, a nice Nox Halley from Rakesy, still hitting zeros here. Even more zeros. Oh, a big 32 barrage on Rakesy.
Coxie doing a fantastic job, constantly catching Rakesy off prayer there, and even bolting him in robes once again. This crossbow with a faster attack speed, Rakesy's not used to it. He's not used to a 4-tick crossbow hitting him, so he's taking extra damage when he shouldn't be.
Neither player really gaining more momentum over the other. It seems pretty even in these stages, even on food, even on specs, and even on HP. So let's see who manages to make the next passage of play work for them. So Rexy getting a DD on Coxie here, goes for a bolt, Coxie moving out from underneath him. Will there be a barrage? Still no barrages. This fight very barrage low. There's a barrage for Rexy. Now Rexy surely can put some pressure on Coxie. Good big barrage. Good big knocks Halley for a 47 with a Blood Fury heal.
Great work by Rexy there, composing himself, getting back into this fight. He did start with a brew advantage. Coxie has managed to close the gap, even it up. Very even on food right now. But Coxie sat there with 90% spec. He is going to have 2 Voidwaker specs to go very soon in this fight.
He is indeed. And Coxie with slightly more food. No, perhaps Rexy has more food here. Rexy has a full dose of brew if he should need it. And Rexy's dancing over him. Coxie gets the staff bash. That's not quite what we wanted to do. Rexy now trading staff bashes. They've rubbed off on each other. Both opponents staff bashing here, but Coxie manages to hit a barrage this time. He tries to go for the DD on Rexy. Rexy immediately sees it. It's a smart move because now Coxie can go for a Voidwaker. They're still only one tile. They're not one tile apart, so he can hit the Voidwaker from that distance, of course.
Coxie getting Rexy off prayer once again, getting that extra damage. Rexy using the Pious Protection Sigil, but if he can't get the prayers right, he's just going to be taking 5% extra damage from every time Coxie managed to get those hits in.
Coxie still has his Noxious Halley to use. He hasn't used it too much. I think he needs to use it more. Here's the Voidwaker. He's going to fake it. No, he's not. He's going to go straight with it. I don't think a fake is in his play, but huge Noxious Halley on Rexy. And he did use it eventually. It twinned up with the Venom to make life very difficult for Rexy indeed.
56 damage from the Halberd, stacking with that 6 Venom. Why is Rexy not anti-venomed at the start of this fight? That's 6 damage extra he could have avoided.
He could have had an anti-venom to keep him in this, but it looks like he didn't remember to drink it. There we go, though. I hope that 6 HP is not what separates this fight. Otherwise, Rexy will be very, very cross with himself indeed.
The Dino Nuggets doing a fantastic job PKing, breaking that distance, getting closer to the snakes, getting back that food advantage they had coming into the start of the fight. It is neck and neck now. Both players out of food. Coxie trying to flick that redemption when he can. Rexy just trying to hit him, do what he can, take him out.
I think Rexy's going to do this now. I think he's got this in the bag. He senses blood. Coxie's only on 14 HP. Goes for the blood barrage. Rexy trying to steal some more HP for the next round, and Coxie is down. So Rexy is going to advance here.
Skidler entering the arena.
Wow, Skidler. Remember what Skidler can do with that Voidwaker. Rexy will know all about Skidler's Voidwaker. And there it goes, straight off the bat. Skidler, maybe he could have waited a little longer to use that spec. It was slightly too predictable, but decided to go for blood and give himself momentum, which might be the smart thing to do anyways.
He has got that Lightbearer Sigil, so he can afford using a spec early on because it regens so much faster.
Well said.
Right now, he's just trying to take out Rexy. Rexy could die through prayer.
Wow, Skidler backed out of the Voidwaker spec though. That could have been a KO.
Yes, and Rexy crucially getting a 31 blood barrage on him. Skidler decides to go for the Voidwaker now, but he used up a couple extra food during it. Pure Spam coming in, chucking some words of love to his opponent. We don't want to see that. This is an all-out brawl.
It is indeed, but these guys are going to leave absolutely nothing on the battlefield here. Skidler's going to go for a bolt here. It's a big 35 on Pure Spam. Ian wasn't ready for that one. Another big bolt, a 40 on Pure Spam. Pure Spam's not going to be liking this at all.
Skidler doing an excellent job. Pure Spam one of the only members of the Snakes without that Rampart Sigil, so Skidler should have a good, easy time hitting through Pure Spam's defenses, but Pure Spam's got so much food, the kill leader throughout the entire week, not dying at all during the entire week, very impressive. We'll have to see what Skidler can do.
When Pure Spam locks in, this is going to be a rough ride for Skidler, that is for sure. Skidler on not too much HP now, and he's only got 1 Manta Ray left. He has got 50% spec. He probably better dump it to make life easy enough for Dino in the next round.
Yeah, Skidler's final Manta Ray being used right there. It's going to be a tall order for his team. He needs to get some more damage onto Pure Spam in order to stand a fighting chance in this.
Here comes Pure Spam now. Will Pure Spam manage to finish this? He does. So that's Skidler out of the picture. Once again, dropping a good fight. Very respectful from both these opponents. Now, who have we got? It's Dino, of course. Dino, the captain of Dino Nuggets, very, very humbly putting himself fourth from the position from last. So he's up against Pure Spam now. Pure Spam gets the barrage immediately.
Yeah, Dino, he knows how good West Ham is. That's why he's placed West Ham as the final boss in his team. Dino himself, having that swashbuckler sigil, we need to see him get into melee range and try and utilize that. He's also got the formidable fighter, getting those extra damage, extra accuracy. Can he utilize this to his advantage and take a lot of Pure Spam food out? There's still 3 members of the Snakes remaining that this team are going to have to fight through.
Amazing stuff, and what a scenic battlefield this has been for our final, by the way. The J-Mods really put in work making this scenery. It looks absolutely excellent. So here comes Pure Spam now. He's got a bolt on Dino, goes for a Morrigan's Javelin Spec, tried to be unpredictable and do 2 range attacks in the way, in a row, didn't manage to come off for him.
Yeah, Pure Spam doing fantastically right now. He started off the fight against Skid. They're a little bit shaky, but he seems to be in his element, as we can see, getting the prayers right, hitting his opponent off prayer, flicking to his tank in between hits. Everything you want to see in one of these fights done correctly. He's going to go in and staff bash his opponent, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. His team have got a good lead at the moment.
Yep, Pure Spam still large and in charge here. He just needs to sweep Dino aside to make things as easy for his team as possible. Dino is not going to be easy to beat though. Dino misclicking the Retribution Prayer though. That's a collector's item. You don't see him do that often.
Dino with that Toxic Trident, he can Venom Pure Spam if Pure Spam's not careful, but he seems to have had that anti-Venom sipped already, so it's not going to quite get that extra damage that he could in throughout the fight. Sigil of Barrows for Pure Spam as well.
Indeed. There's the Void Waker from Dino. Dino hit the Void Waker on Pure Spam. I think Pure Spam read that. But here comes Pure Spam now with a barrage. Goes for a Blood Barrage, in fact. Really trying to make use of his Blood Barrages to regain some health.
Yes, that Barrow Sigil of the Aram Staff going to be extremely accurate, getting 40% more accuracy, and the Arcane Swiftness means he can attack faster with Mage, get those extra hits in.
This is, of course, a best of 3 battle, so we will see these teams fight, and if the next round goes to a reverse win of 63 Void Waker. Amazing. Good stuff from Dino. He's being unpredictable. He's really putting in to the Kosh here, Pure Spam to the Kosh here.
Dino, amazing job. Pure Spam Sigil of Prior Protection working against him right there. Dino getting increased damage because Pure Spam's not praying correctly, almost taking him out. Pure Spam down to his final food in the brew.
Dino's really opened up. Both the competitors on basically the same amount of food. Both competitors just don't want to eat because they're prioritizing DPS. They're prioritizing damage against the other opponent. Sometimes in these type of battles, attack is the best form of defense.
Dino's still got a lot of work to do. Even if he takes out Pure Spam here, there's Solo Mission and Ditter coming up after him. It's going to be a tall task. But if he can keep doing Void Waker specs like that.
Nice.
Howard hits like that off prayer. Great job of catching Pure Spam off guard and finishes him off with the bolts right there.
Well played, says Pure Spam for Dino. So, Solo Mission, the king of this tournament. He created this, it was his vision, and now he gets Dino at his mercy. How is he going to start this fight? He's going to go for a barrage, splashes the barrage. Can he hit this time? Yes, he does. Now, he can really hold Dino to the Kosh here. Will he go for a DD or will he just keep his distance?
Dino himself's got nothing left. All he can do is flick the redemptions when he can, try and extend this fight as long as possible. It's going to be a very tall task for West Ham coming into this fight. Dino gets the redemption flick. Can he get another? Solo Mission still on full food. Dino has done 0 damage to him so far, and he dies.
Well, there we go. We knew Solo Mission would get the job done, and he got it done pretty quickly. So, Solo Mission now on his final competitor, the final boss of PvP. It's, of course, West Ham. Goes for the sneaky Morrigan's Javelin spec, but it just doesn't work for him. And now Solo Mission is backed into a corner with West Ham bearing down on him.
We've seen West Ham do this before. He has the skill to take out multiple opponents in a row, and he has the equipment ready to do it. He himself has got one of the Ring of Sufferings for his team. He's got the Quiver, he's got a Berserker Ring and VLS. All these added switches that someone like him is able to utilize, being that quick on the hands, being able to do the gear switches. He can be the difference maker that Dino Nuggets need in this fight.
Wow, if West Ham can keep up this level of pressure in solo mission, we should well see Bitter fight in this final as well, because West Ham is really putting Dino under the hammer here. Here comes West Ham. Watch how he always switches to his tank gear after every barrage. He's slick with it. He's really dialed. PvP is his bread and butter. He lives and breathes this, and he's really making solo mission work here.
He's doing a great job, but solo mission, utilizing his freeze ability, keeping the distance. He's got gunslinger. He can attack with range quicker. So he's just trying to 10-tile West Ham and make it a mage for mage battle. He doesn't want West Ham to be able to get up close and personal, start using those additional VLS specs and just try and control the fight this way.
West Ham has a whole heap of switches. Notice how the opponents line their inventories up so differently. West Ham going for more switches to deal more DPS, which will make things harder for him, but Solo Mission going for less switches, which will make his switching cleaner and crisper. These two styles are slightly different, and that's what you should notice from the inventory layouts.
West Ham getting those two VLS specs back to back, catching Solo Mission off guard, but unfortunately only had 34 damage in that hit before.
Solo Mission will have spec back soon. Will he go for a Morrigan's Javelin? I still want to see the Morrigan's Javelin proc a big spec. That would be awesome to see. West Ham going in with the VLS. Makes it look really stealthy with that sigil though.
Solo Mission's team not getting special attack weapons throughout the week, being forced to use these javelins, which again, you see how inaccurate they are, hitting 0 after 0.
Both competitors catching freezes at exactly the same time. This will be a battle of mage and range now here.
Very equal on food once West Ham eats up a couple of the last sips of that brew to be on equal hit points with Solo Mission, but he has got 80% special attack ready to go. He's got this VLS. Can he do it again? We saw in the last round him KO Boaty in the final bit.
Wow.
Is he going to be able to take out Solo Mission and do the same to Ditter?
West Ham double magic wand bashing Solo Mission there. Don't see that very often. Bitter is in the background waiting to come onto the battlefield. He'll be salivating. He really wants to get his teeth into West Ham here.
Solo Mission doing a great job. He's not the greatest tri-breeder, but he knows what he has to do in a fight like this. He just needs to get the freeze and keep his distance. Make West Ham not be able to utilize that VLS specs, and it's doing a great job.
But equally, the more he keeps his distance, the less he'll be able to use that Noxious Halley that he's got in his inventory.
But the trade-off is West Ham's not going to be able to spec him, so, and when he does come for it, pure Solo Mission has so much time to react because he's got to run across the arena.
There goes the VLS, there goes the VLS. Look at the distance there was between those opponents. Solo Mission actually had to switch to his Dragon Crossbow rather than Morrigan's Javelin. Here comes West Ham.
4 in a row, VLS specs, West Ham dumping it on Solo Mission's Prayer. It's such a powerful weapon, hitting through it every single time, doing great damage. Solo Mission now out of food. West Ham can take him down. He's got 1 Manta Ray left. It's going to be a tall task, but he could take the home for the Dino Nuggets.
A P-face from West Ham. But he has to compose himself here because he has to fight Ditter. Going for the VLS, faking it, now going for the one, going for the barrage. Now he needs to stamp on Bitter. He needs to make Bitter really work for this. He goes straight for the DD, he stands on top of him, he goes for the bolt here. What can Bitter do? I want to see him fight. Bitter is a competent NH'er. That's why he's last in the Solo Mission Snakes order.
Bitter, the final boss for the Solo Mission Snakes. He gets the distance from West Ham and utilizes that halberd, immediately hitting West Ham off prayer, going in for the Javelin specs, both hitting 0, and he's now going to try and whack him with that halberd. But West Ham, he's got a chance! Bolt! He just didn't go for the VLS spec there.
Bitter was alive to it. Bitter knew West Ham could do this and was just that little bit better than he needed to be, so managed to eat up. So, Bitter finishes it, and we have our first round win of the final. Congratulations to Solo Mission Snakes.
That was incredible to watch. Right there at the end, I thought, West Ham, he's got it all to do, but we've seen him do it before. We've seen him do it in the round 4. Can he do this? Can he take Bitter down for the win? Not in this round, but it's a best of 3. They've got another chance. They can do this.
They do, and that's all it's going to come down to. I think we now know in these fights, it will get down to the last 2 opponents. It will be a face-off between West Ham and Bitter to decide who is going to win if West Ham can clear Solo Mission, which he is managing to do in this position. It's very exciting. It's very open, But Solo Mission Snakes, that food advantage is just giving them the edge every time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but we've seen with these special attack weapons, anyone can win. You can get knocked out at a moment's notice.
Robert, do you think we might see another KO in this round? Do you think we'll be lucky and see a straightforward KO, or is this going to go to good old-fashioned
100%.
outlast?
Someone's getting KO'd in this next round.
That's what I like to
guarantee
hear.
it.
Sweet.
Ah.
I'll hold you to that. You buy me a beer if no one gets KO'd. Done.
It was great to watch though. Start rounds, Verf doing so well. Using those claw specs early and just keeping up with Victim the entire fight did so much damage to Victim, and that really helped give Dino, West Ham, the last opponents, that fighting chance in this battle.
And Coxie locked in now. Coxie's playing well. West Ham is just on fire though. I just have to say, West Ham's NHing is slick, it's smooth. He's really, really playing well, and it's awesome to see.
But Solo Mission, he is playing the fights well. He's keeping his distance. He knows what he has to do.
He doesn't want to let his team down. He is the team captain, and he's showing that he is a formidable force himself.
Right, let's check in with Foe. Foe, what were your thoughts on that first fight in the finals?
Yeah, that was a good one. So we saw something a bit different this time with Verf. I think this was the best that he's done so far in the rounds. He really went like pound for pound with Victim there, and Victim has been playing extremely well. So it was good to see Verf kind of pull it together there. He had some great Halley hits there. Skidler, I think having 5 deaths over the week cost him pretty dearly here. Being down so much hard food, he just couldn't get enough momentum going versus pure spam. Dino, he had a great off-prey Void Waker for a high 50 versus pure spam. It helped him catch up in the fight and really like even that one out. Brought it back, kind of level playing field there. And then Solo Mission, just really smart prioritizing the melee prey every time that West Ham was unfrozen. Didn't want to see himself fall in the same situation that Bodhi fell to. So that was unfortunate that they just couldn't pull it together there and couldn't get the same momentum going. Also, the 2 staff bashes from West Ham in a row, you don't see that from him much. Maybe just a little bit of nerves getting to him. But honestly, did you see the 4 VLS specs in a row that I think all 4 of them hit 30 plus on melee prey?
Well,
like the weapon is just so accurate, man.
Surely you've got to be thinking at that point, right, my opponent spec'd me 3 times in a row. He's not going to do it again. Maybe that was going to be the difference maker to catch Solo Mission off guard. West Ham chucking them all out there. He just needed to get those special attacks used. It was great to see.
Could be. And then I also noticed, just one sec, during the end there, as Ditterbitter came into the fight, I saw that he has an imbued heart, and I think that's the only one we've seen during this tournament. I didn't even notice it in his last fight, but he hit that right before that. So, I mean, that's a pretty big pull as well when it comes to mage defense, really, and mage accuracy for catching those freezes. If they get to him again, it's going to be tough to freeze them.
Definitely, definitely. We've seen a lot of people training Slayer throughout the week, so it's no surprise we're seeing one of these imbued hearts with that increased drop rates in the tournaments. Quick question before we throw it to the final match. Do you think we're going to get 3 games right here? Or will this end with the Solo Mission Snake again?
To get a 3rd, we need to see a KO from Dino's team. I think that's what it is. So the pressure's on Skidler with the Void Waker. The pressure's on Dino. Maybe Westy can pull it out, but I think those Void Wakers are going to, it's a higher max hit potential. I think that's what might do it. A Void Waker into a Halley Smack, massive KO potential. Most people are smart enough to pray melee right after that first Void Waker, so maybe we see a double, but I think it's going to have to come down to that if the Dino Nuggets want to catch up here.
Fo, thank you so much for talking to us once again. We have got a green light. We are ready to go. Robert, this could be the final piece of PvP action we see for Deadman 2025. Let's go live to it. Who have we got coming up, Robert?
Oh, can the Dino Nuggets claw it back? Take this to a game 3? I sure hope so. I want to see this go to all 3 games. I'm sure the chat does as well. Let's kick it off. It's going to be the fight we've seen before. Verf and Rakesy again. Verf did so fantastically in that last round. Can he keep up the momentum? Is he going to have confidence from that going into this fight against Victim? Does he think, I've got this now, I've got your number?
There's the referee telling him to pot, and this is round 2 of 3. This could be the final one, though, if Solo Mission Snakes manage to win again. V the Victim going straight in with the claws, straight on Verf. Is Verf dialed this time? Is Verf still full of energy? Will V the Victim get the better of him again? Let's see now.
Verf doing a great job there at the start, catching Victim off prayer with his bolts, with his barrages. It's just not happening to get the hits he needs. Victim fully camping that prey melee to start with. He knows Verf's got the halberd. He knows that's going to be one of the strong hitting weapons from him, and he needs to just pray against it where he can.
Be the Victim NHing well here. Verf is locking in. Verf is really opting for this style of just range bolting, although he doesn't there. He goes for the barrage. He switches to his barrage kit and then back to bolt. Be the Victim was ready for it though and came in with the Burning Claws.
Those Burning Claws actually starting to do some damage for once. We've seen him hit a lot of zeros in previous rounds, but when you can catch your opponent off prayer on robes, you're going to get some work done. Verf choosing to dump his specs, both of them onto the prey melee of Victim. Is this a mistake? Does he need? Could he have saved them for longer? Try and get him off prayer, get that KO potential.
Interesting to see. Interesting to see. Will Verf get the freeze here? Be the Victim. Oh, he goes for the staff bash, unfortunately. So be the Victim now. Both of these opponents just need to make it easier for the guys later on in the rounds. That's all they need to do here. As long as they can take a good chunk of supplies out of the other one, that'll be the best outcome for them.
Verf right there, bolting Victim on robes off prayer, getting that damage in, doing a good job to try and even up this fight. He's come in at a disadvantage based on food, but he's doing a good job trying to keep this close and give his team the best chance.
Verf slightly lower on food. Be the Victim looking pretty good here. Be the Victim does look like the more competent NHer. I'd say he has a slight gear advantage thanks to that purging staff.
Do you think he's going to be feeling more nervous now after how well Verf did in that first round? Or will he be confident knowing that he's got the win already from that first round? He's got another fight to fall back on if this all goes poorly for him.
I think Be the Victim will feel in the driving seat, and I think he'll feel calm and collected because he knows Solo Mission Snakes are in the driving seat now. They have one win to the Dino Nuggets 0, so Solo Mission Snakes look like they could seal it in this next round.
Verf, see him again, bolting Victim off prayer, but Victim catches Verf.
Oh, the double. Verf wasn't even ready for that. Be the Victim did really well to Fakey. Verf just wasn't ready. Here comes the Halley again. Surely, no. He misclicked it, surely, and there was a staff bash. Not ideal, but the bolt KO.
Oh
we
my
saw
God.
the KO in earnest.
I said there was going to be a KO. Verf still having that one brew sip remaining. Would it have made the difference in this round? Potentially not, because of how well Victim started to dominate that fight.
Great work from Be the Victim. RNG played a big part in that, but you got to play your lottery cards sometimes, and Be the Victim got lucky when it mattered. Here comes Be the Victim now. He's still got 5 whole manta rays and some brews to fall back on to fight Coxie.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task for Coxie, but he has been practicing with West Ham during the weeks leading up to this. He's got a lot better at try with PKing, so we're going to have to see if he can do what it takes to take out Victim and then dent Rakesy's food for his team.
I think that's the ideal strategy in Deadman All Prep. There's the Void Waker. The ideal strategy is surely to find the biggest, baddest PKer and fight them as much as possible to get your practice in, because that's how you learn, that's how you improve, and I'd say that to anyone who wants to learn hybrid PKing. Find some good PKers, try and practice with them, let them kick the SH1T out of you, and just get better off that. Here comes Victim now.
He seeds himself into melee range smartly so he can use that Nox Halley, but Coxie himself has one he could use back on Victim if he wants to. He uses it there, doesn't quite get the luck, doesn't get any hits, but he brings in the Void Waker again. That's the second one off prayer. Coxie doing a great job to predict what Victim's going to pray and spec at a crucial time.
Excellent stuff from Be the Victim to really make sure that he takes a big chunk out of Coxie, but Coxie really looks in control here. Coxie looks like he's practiced, like he's ready for this type of battle.
Yes, and we're seeing right there, Burning Claws coming in, dealing 0 damage. The Snake's not able to get any good special attack weapons during the week. No luck at the breaches, got fought off by all the teams, and these special attacks are crucial in these fights for getting these KOs.
So Be the Victim now has 99 hit points and nothing left. 78 hit points now. He has no food to work with, and Coxie is just going to come in. Surely more action with that Noxious Halley. There it is. And will he bolt here? Will he go for the freeze? I just think he needs to finish off Be the Victim in any way he can here to move on to his next opponent. Coxie's still looking really good on food.
He is, but Victim, any extra damage he can do to Coxie is going to be going to be a win for his team. He's done his job. He took out his opponent Verf, and he's done a great job of also lowering Coxie. It's going to be very easy for for Rakesy to come in and start finishing off Coxie and working his way through the rest of the Dino Nuggets.
Be the Victim with a good redemption proc there. If I was in Be the Victim's position, I would just spec, and that's exactly what he does. He just needs to get rid of all his spec. He's got 30% more. If he gets the opportunity, he should go for that spec. He's just trying to chuck the redemption on. Get your tank gear on, Be the Victim. You're more, there he is. And here comes Coxie. Will Coxie just finish him with the barrage?
Coxie
there he does.
He chooses not to use melee in that situation, doesn't want the chance of hitting 0 and proccing that redemption, choosing to use mage and gets the KO.
Well played there by Be the Victim. He's had a fantastic tournament. It's great to see. Rakesy versus Coxie now. Coxie with not a lot of food left. He's only got 3 manta rays left and a lot of empty vials in his inventory. So what can he do?
But he does have that 50% special attack ready. Can he utilize this and take out Rakesy? Or will Rakesy know that's what's going to happen and focus on praying mage? He doesn't! 58 coming in from Coxie. Rakesy crucially getting the freeze on him there so he can't follow it up with a halberd hit afterwards.
Good work from Rakesy to recover here. Rakesy has been performing so well this entire tournament and so well on the finals this evening.
Rakesy should be easy for him now. Coxie fully out of food. All he needs to do is keep whacking him. 44 coming in with that noxious halberd. Again,
Coxie could be down, should be down there. Coxie just took a noxious halberd and unfortunately for Rakesy it hit a 0.
This time round it's looking very dominant by the snakes.
It really
Rakesy
is.
has so much food left. Skidler coming in. What can he do to even up the fights? He's got the corrupted volley. He's got a real Void Waker. Can he KO Rakesy and bring the fight back to even levels?
If anyone can do it, I think it's Skidler. Skidler playing incredibly well this tournament. Rakesy and Skidler, both of these guys really in form, I feel. Here comes Rakesy doing a lot of DD work, skipping all over him. Here comes Rakesy now, trying to barrage, trying to go get some distance, but Skidler catches it. Now Skidler should get some momentum here if he turns off Retribution. There's the deadly Void Waker of Skidler. There's the double. He went for a double. Now he's done that because he has the sigil of the Light Bearer, so he's going to regenerate a ton more spec before this fight is over.
Yeah, that Light Bearer sigil being really game-changing in some of these fights. Getting multiple specs off when you have those Void Wakers, really crucial and can really change the outcome of a fight. That chance to KO your opponent, you're dealing great damage with these sigils. So getting that chance to spec someone, make them waste their entire invent of food in one hit can be really useful.
I was just about to say, Skidler still boxing incredibly clean. However, he did go for a Starfash there. That was unfortunate. Rakesy now will try and go for the freeze. Both of these guys want to catch the freeze because if you get that freeze, you can really work your opponent. A good Morrigan's Javelins on Robes against Skidler, but unfortunately it hit a 0.
Neither opponent can catch the freeze for a while. Rakesy finally catches it, so does Skidler. Rakesy having that Nox Halberd, so Skidler, they want to keep a little bit of distance to make it easier for themselves. So they only have to focus on those 2 prayer styles, range or mage.
Good stuff here, but Skidler only on 2 Anglerfish left. 2 Manta Rays, should I say. Anglerfish, same thing. Here we go though. Skidler might manage to get a bit more of Rakesy's HP taken out. There it is. There's the Void Waker. That's what he needs to do. He doesn't have any more spec left, and it's unlikely that he'll get another spec. But if he longs this fight out, he might be able to grab one more spec if he really digs in.
Great opportunity right there. Specs him off prayer. Doesn't quite get the RNG. Needs to take down Rakesy's HP bar, but he has evened this up. Rakesy now onto his last 2 remaining food, and Skidler's still dealing great amount of damage.
Definitely, Skidler has really brought this back for the Dino Nuggets here, putting the solo mission snakes under a great deal of pressure to make this final a bit go down to the wire and be that bit more interesting. Skidler trying to make use of redemption here. Rakesy trying to go to the barrage. If you barrage a redemption proc, you're going to hit it straight for the 25 headshot, just like that. It won't proc the redemption.
Yeah, crucially, these players know that every hit, if you splash, it's not going to proc that redemption. Can come in clutch.
And that's why players will try and do oh wow, there it is, a big Morrigan's Javelins on Dino from Rakesy. Good to see the Morrigan's Javelins doing some work finally in this final.
Rakesy starts this off fully out of food, and he's already done so much damage to Dino.
Going for the throat.
Keeps working him, using that halberd
He doesn't need to worry about anything other than dealing damage to Dino. He has no food. He's not going to eat anything. It's just a case of battering Dino the best he can. Dino will be ready for this, though. He knows Rexy's strategy, and there, he takes care of Rexy. Dino is large and in charge and gets the job done.
Rexy there managing to take out an entire brew worth of HP from Dino in those few seconds when he had nothing left, doing a great job. We've now got Pure Spam coming in, ready to fight Dino.
Pure Spam, an absolute gentleman of this tournament, really skillful player as well. Can he get the barrage on Dino? He's going for a blood barrage there. He wants to heal up as much as possible because it is all about little odds, and no one knows that better than someone experienced like Pure Spam.
Yeah, Pure Spam with that Sigil of the Barrows. He's only got the Aram Star, but having that extra chance to freeze with that Sigil and the Arcane Swiftness means he's going to focus on Mage more. He's going to utilize the blood barrages where he can, and the more hit points he has, the more damage Dino will have to do and take damage from those Ring of Suffering recoil hits he's got.
And you guys have seen how close these fights come down to. Sometimes it's just a brew sip or 10 HP in it. So if you can blood barrage your opponent as much as possible in these fights, you're going to get that tiny HP advantage, even if it is just one last sip of brew that you gain back from your blood barrages.
Dino really needs to try and draw this fight out a little bit longer. He's sat on 20% spec. He crucially needs to get that back to 50%. So he's got that Void Waker spec, having that chance to KO Pure Spam and even up this fight.
Pure Spam still with 100% spec. He does have the Morrigan's Javelins to deal some damage here. I think he'll use them pretty soon. As soon as he realizes he has spec back, 100% spec, he'll do some damage with it. But in this type of fighting, there's so much going on. It's often easy to forget you're sitting on 100% spec.
Pure Spam doing a great job there, predicting what Dino's going to do. Hits him 3 times with the halberd off prayer. Unfortunately, gets 0 damage from it, but it's great to see him being in Dino's head, knowing what he's going to do and just countering it with his skill.
Pure Spam really looking in control here. Dino just isn't managing to break him down. Dino has got a freeze here, goes for the Noxious Halley, goes for the Bolt, still can't really make this work. He's just hitting zeros, has to force himself to eat up here. That's all he's got to do.
Pure Spam planting a garden in the arena right now. Dino onto his last Manta Ray. Will it be enough? Can he do anything with this to try and even the fight up? He has got that 40% special attack back yet, and 58 halberd coming in. Great job from Dino getting Pure Spam off prayer of these hits. He's finally got that Void Waker spec ready. Will we see him use it?
That might be the tiny bit of momentum that Dino needs to get his team back in this fight. Crucially, he really needs to make a mincemeat of Pure Spam. He does get some DPS here. The Void Waker didn't hit particularly big, but he is looking to put Pure Spam under some immense pressure here. Equip a weapon, Dino. He does. He equips a Noxious Halberd, goes back in. He's going to spec. No, he's not. He's going to go for the Halley here. He's going to wait for Pure Spam to pop out. Pure Spam finally realizing that he's got specs. What will he do with it here?
Dino done a great job of taking down a lot of Pure Spam's food. He's down to 5 Manta Ray now. Dino hasn't had any food for a while and he still just does great damage to Pure Spam. All he's got to focus on is getting the prayers and bolts right. 50 right there. He gets the halberd. He could have KO'd Pure Spam right there. 38 with the halberd. Doing a great job.
Remember, these could be the last interactions any of these players have if this final goes down to a solo Mission Snakes win. Will Pure Spam manage to get it done? He does, and Dino is swept aside with a spec. Good game, brother. Well played, says Pure Spam.
It's a tall task for West Ham, but if anyone can do it, he can. He's trusted with his team's best gear. He's got that VLS ready. He's telling Pure Spam to shut up.
It's so sweet between these two. They're friends outside the arena. Here comes West Ham. West Ham surely will finish off Pure Spam, but West Ham will have a surmountable task next. He's got 2 of the solo Mission Snakes to contest with here. In goes the first one.
Solo mission up now. Will we see him try and utilize that distance he did last time round? West Ham crucially trying to follow him around, make sure he can't get that distance, make sure he's in range to melee him whenever he can. Gets the freeze, he's going to stay melee distance close as much as he can right now. Make sure solo mission can't get that distance. Always be in 1 tick range.
Indeed. Solo Mission coming under pressure immediately here. So this is going to play out. Solo Mission will probably get beaten by West Ham, and then West Ham will have to fight Ditter. But don't discount Solo Mission just yet. Solo Mission is going to put as much pressure on West Ham as possible. He needs to make it as difficult as possible for West Ham to fight Ditter Bitter, so that Ditter Bitter has an easy job and Solo Mission Snakes can take the win of Deadman 2025. Let's see how Solo Mission can do it. The man who created this tournament, let's see what he's got in his locker to finish this battle.
He's doing the same thing we saw last fight. Keep the distance from West Ham. Make it so that West Ham can't use that VLS spec on him. West Ham goes in for it now. Solo Mission's on full HP. It's not the time to use a spec right there. Doesn't deal any damage. Solo just praying melee. Knows that West Ham's gonna use it.
West Ham still has plenty of opportunity to spec with that VLS though. I want to see him do something nutty with it. He's got a three-way spec there, VLS, Dragon Defender and B-Ring Eye. Let's see what he's got in his locker. I reckon he'll do something nutty with it though. He's absolutely cold with the NHing. He's going to go for a bolt here. Surely he'll fakey bolt soon and then go for that VLS. He has to. He has 100% spec, but Solo Mission is reading him and just praying melee because he knows he has to.
Solo Mission knows what he has to do, and that's just sit there, eat his food, pray melee, and attack West Ham back every time he's got a chance to. He's keeping the distance, just whittle his food down. It's going to make it easy for his team to secure this victory. West Ham now 2 Manta Rays left and half a brew, whereas Solo Mission still on 4 Manta Rays and 2 brew sips as well.
Wow, this is epic to see. Solo Mission is really digging in here. West Ham, surely he's going to come for the spec. He procced his sigil. It hits a 0. Unlucky for him. Goes for the bolt. Goes for the DD on top of Solo Mission. He's going to corner step. He's going to sidestep. He's going to do all he can. He's got 65% spec back. Sigil of the Lightbearer is regenerating his spec at a rapid rate. I want to see more VLS specs. That might be the only way to kill Solo Mission, but he's just waiting for that prime moment. Will he go back with the bolt? Yes, because Solo Mission thought he might VLS if he goes back with the bolt. Solo Mission is just being forced to pray melee. Maybe the strat here is to rag with the Dragon Crossbow for West Ham.
Solo Mission fully out of food right now. West Ham almost is as well. I've really enjoyed seeing him use that Sigil of the Lightbearer and Specialized Strikes in these fights, though. Feel like more people should have utilized this throughout the fight, because the special attacks have been the difference maker in a lot of these fights. Getting to use that multiple times is really strong.
This fight going right down to the wire, just a food each is all that separates them. If West Ham goes down here, that's the tournament over. He just needs to get that VLS spec, and he doesn't. He's going to go for it again. Solo Mission backing away. He's just opting to VLS on prayer here. There he goes. He gets the KO now.
The captain is down. It's what we saw before. Ditter Bitter and West Ham going at it. Will this be a win for the Snakes, or can West Ham VLS his way back to victory?
Will it be Ditter Bitter to finish this for the Solo Mission Snakes? A man that was vilified in this tournament for shady goings on. Will he manage to secure the win though for the Solo Mission Snakes? Goes in with the Morrigan's Javelins. West Ham now having to do absolutely everything to defend. He's got nothing left. 71 HP is all he has to work with.
He's got that special attack ready to use on Ditter, but Ditter, experienced hybrid, Tribrid, knows what he's doing. Doesn't have to pray melee until West Ham's unfrozen and instantly goes for the freeze again. Catch that, keep your distance, don't let West Ham have any opportunity to get this KO and change the outcome of this final.
62 HP is all West Ham has left to keep his tournament hopes alive here. Will the Dino Nuggets do this, or will Ditter Bitter manage to win this for the Solo Mission Snakes? I think he's looking good. He managed to go for the Noxious Halley. It's double Noxious Halley there, and it's taking out West Ham's HP. West Ham's going to have to go for a Blood Barrage surely soon. He needs HP. He's only got 32. Here comes the VLS. It's a 52. Will there be more? Will there be more? There is more.
He gets it off prey crucially. Ditter Bitter slipping at that last moment. He needs to keep that prey melee up when West Ham's unfrozen. He can't be risking his hit points like that.
Ditter Bitter surely is going to finish this now. Surely this will be the end and Solo Mission Snakes win. Can West Ham do something? He's got 40% spec. I doubt he's combat potioned up. Surely Ditter Bitter can do it, and he has sealed the deal. We have a winner, Solo Mission Snakes.
That was incredible to see. It was a tall task to ask for the Dino Nuggets to try and come against that food advantage from the Solo Mission Snakes, and they just weren't able to do it. Solo Mission Snakes, excellent job of planning and strategizing throughout the week. getting 39 kills, coming in as the #1 seed and only dying 4 times as a team throughout the week.
They were dominant all season, all of the competition. They were dominant. They did a superb job, and it showed in the final. They just had that gear superiority, that food superiority, and they had some really competent NHs. Solo Mission himself said that they weren't the strongest team, but they made up for it with what they did at the breaches within the week, and they worked hard for it.
Yeah, no, they don't have any standout PKs, but they didn't need it. The whole team all round was solid players. You see Victim and Rakesy, Pure Spam, all doing great jobs in the first few rounds of fights, making it easy for Solo Mission and Ditter to come in and clinch the victory.
We barely saw Bitter fight this entire final because he didn't need to. The job was almost done most times by the time he got to come on the battlefield. So it was sad to see, really. I would have loved to see more, but you've got to say they were rampant, they delivered, they knew what they were doing, and they got the job done. Yeah,
Solo Mission's first pick, not having to do anything because the rest of his team that he chose doing a great job. Pure Spam going from caster to PKer, winning his first ever Deadman All Stars.
Oh,
congratulations.
That's got to feel good for him. He's an amazing caster, an amazing commentator, and I know we both look up to him as a superb commentator of these type of games, but when it comes to battling as well, he's superb.
Rakesy as well.
Wow.
Back-to-back victories for Rakesy.
A PvP god now. Well done to Rakesy. Awesome stuff. Let's take a look then. This confirms it. The winner of Deadman 2025 is the Solo Mission Snakes. Beating Dino Nuggets, beating the Oda Block Warriors, they have clinched the victory.
They did incredibly well. And you have to think, if the Dino Nuggets, if West Ham hadn't taken out Boaty in that fight, would the Boaty Brawlers have been able to put up a better fight in the final versus Solo Mission Snakes? Could they have clinched it?
Maybe so. Maybe Boaty lost out for his team, unfortunately. Maybe Boaty Brawlers would have been a harder competitor for the Solo Mission Snakes. Wow. So we need to get some reaction to what we've just seen. I think we're all trying to process it. So let's cross live to Foe, who is going to give us commentary and interview with the winner. Hi, Foe. How are you doing after that?
Oh, doing well, man. Yo, congrats, Solo, on the win. Solo Mission Snakes take down the entire week. An absolutely solid showing. How do you feel, man?
Hey, I'm very happy to win with the boys. We had a great week, honestly. Like, we were calling it the vibes-based plan. Like, the plan went out the window straight away. Never planned to do DS2, never planned to do Wild Cup Sleeps, never planned to lock down MM2. We were just sort of going with the flow, which is exactly how I like to play these sort of things. Like, planning is all great, but I don't know, adaptability is the one. And yeah, really proud of them. They all performed super well in the fights. I felt like I had to do basically nothing, to be honest, because Victim, Rakesy, Pure Spam, they're MVPs, man. So good.
I gotta say, Rakesy and Pure Spam were just solid. Victim did an amazing job, especially in the early fights. But I mean, Rakesy's an absolute tank, dude. Absolute tank. And I think that this just shows that, you know, this event, Deadman All Stars in total, is just as much of a strategy game as it is a PvP ability game. You got some of the best PvPers in the game out there. Quite literally the best PvPer in the game, I would say Oda Block. But still, you know, the proper strategy, taking advantage of the rules, which everyone knew the same rule set. You know, we knew what the food rules were going in. And some teams took advantage of it more than others did, and some teams took it a little bit more seriously. So, you know, well played on your strategy throughout the week. What would you like to see moving forward from here? Are we going to see round 3 next year?
Hey, well, I mean, it's tempting now, isn't it? I might not be back to defend the title, but I don't know. I think we have to cook something up. It's such enjoyable content. I've been loving the videos from all the guys. I can't wait to go back and watch like the stream moments and all these sort of things. I want to say a massive thank you to Jagex because they make this whole thing possible. The world with the dev time, all the support on socials, like the live stream. It's a fantastic show and really wouldn't be possible without them and all the staff and All Stars as well. So thank you very much, everybody. And the viewers. We may have won. We may not have been the fan favorites this season, but sometimes the villains do win, unfortunately. Yeah, so I hope everyone had a good time regardless. And yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. I think that's just you know, keeping the same type of vibe as you do in Gillinor games, man. You're always the villain there as well, you know what I mean? And it works. So now, well played. You guys played a really great game, and the entire tournament was just an entire awesome week of content. Some of the best highlights that I've seen in a long time. So thank you for that. Thanks for putting it together. Thank you for letting me be a part of this as well. Even though I couldn't compete in it, I'm glad that I got to take part in the finale here. And yeah, I just want to ask, if you do another one in the future, or if this runs again, what would you like to see differently next time as far as the rule set goes?
I think next time we've got to take off sigils. I just think it, I don't know. I think they're fun to play with, but it just adds a level of complexity that I don't think enough of the participants understood how strong the sigils were going to be.
Fair play.
I think that was a massive difference maker for us in the finale. I think in my fight against West Ham, for example, they loaded him up with the VLS and all the VLS sigils, but if I just run away from him, it's like, it's fine. So I don't know.
Right.
I think the sigils potentially can take a backseat next time. Some of the food penalties might have to be reworked a little bit, maybe changing up the food. It was perhaps too strong for us to go around stomping people in the early days. And I'd like to just switch up general changes as well, quest completions, drop rates, all these sort of things, and keep it fresh, We had a lot of changes from last time, and it was a lot different this time, so...
I agree with you on the food rules. I think maybe they were a bit too overtuned this time, but it was the type of thing that was done to encourage more PvP over the course of the week, which I think it really did its job of. We probably had twice as many deaths this time as we did last year. But as I mentioned earlier, everyone went into the tournament with the same understanding of the food rules. So, some teams put more focus, and it's just also the kind of thing that it's easy to kind of figure out in hindsight, like, okay, maybe that was a bit too much, but it's hard to predict the right way to get it beforehand. So you guys did the best you could, and I like that we saw something different.
Yeah, all these PKs were supposedly going to PK, and then they just didn't. So on the first couple of days, I don't know, I couldn't really do much about that, but yeah,
perhaps next time we see that, like, maybe the deaths in the first day or two don't count towards the food penalties, but after that it does, because if you die to a range proc on minute 1, that's pretty rough that you lose a food for that.
That is true. Yeah, probably we'll switch it up next time for sure. Plenty of things to think about. The thing is, people adapt every season. Like, people won't be trolling on the first 2 days next season.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they understand the rules. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, man, for being a part of this and for putting it on. Of course, congrats on the win, and I'll throw things back over to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Foe. Thank you, Solo Mission. Congratulations to the Solo Mission Snakes, your Deadman All Stars Season 2 champions. Before we go, though, we have 2 accolades to give out. The first is the finale MVP, decided by me and Messiah. Who do we think has stood out across all of the fights during the group stages?
Well, we deliberated on this one, and after a bit of careful thinking, we're going to give it to Skidler. Skidler, we thought, played really well, and he gave us that awesome Voidwaker KO that we absolutely feasted on. Honourable mention also goes to Rakesy, who we think really dug in this tournament and played some awesome NHing skill.
He did a fantastic job. Back-to-back winner for a reason. Great job to all of our competitors, though. It's been amazing to watch in the finals and throughout the week.
There is, of course, the People's Choice, as voted on by you guys. And, drumroll please, the People's Choice of the MVP goes to Odablock from the Odablock Warriors. It was, of course, he has a big fan base and they will root for him. I know that much.
No
for sure.
surprise there, though. He's done incredibly in these fights and throughout the weeks. You see him about in the game and people are running from him straight away. No one wants to fight back. No one can compete.
Yeah, you're telling me. You're telling me. Big O was always going to win. He is a superb accolade to this game. So yeah, Odablock from Odablock Warriors gets the People's MVP award. So there we have it. The Solo Mission Snakes have won Deadman Mode 2025, Deadman All Stars 2025. Congratulations to them. And we want to say thank you to everyone at Jagex for having us here to live stream this event to you guys. And thank you for joining us in the finale this evening. We hope you've had an incredible time. We certainly have. And as always,
see you in Gillinor.